Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our coverage of the Valor Series Season 3 European Qualifiers, Number 1, Day 1. My name's TJ, joined of course by D2, the former head writer of SamuraiGamers.com, and Arena of Valor analyst extraordinaire for the next 10 plus hours over the next 2 weekends.
Thanks, DJ. That's a nice intro. I do now run d2aov.com. I will be incessantly reminding the audience of that.
Do you run a website called d2aov.com?
Yeah, it's called d2aov.com. It's about AOV.
That's weird. It's just like you found a way to mention that in the middle of that sentence. If you're just joining us, welcome. This is the qualifiers for Season 3 of the Valor Series, with $200,000 on the line. Arena of Valor competition does not get higher stakes than this. We have 3 regions of competitive play: European, North American, and South American. We will not be covering the LATAM qualifiers here due to time constraints. I hope we can slip in some games from the finals tomorrow, but we're not planning on it today because we literally are broadcasting 5 hours of EU followed by 5 hours of NA, and the times just don't work out. So I'm very sorry for any South American fans. Hopefully we'll get some of the finals broadcast tomorrow. Having said that, if you're curious as to how it works, we have 2 qualifiers. Over the course of those 2 qualifiers, we generate Valor Series points. The top 6 teams from each region with the most Valor Series points then continue and are in the regular season of the Valor Series for 8 long weeks.
Yeah, and just like Season 2, it's going to be a blast. And the argument rages on, TJ. EU versus NA, and obviously Latin America has thrown their hat into the ring as well. Who is going to be the strongest? It's kind of hard to tell just with these matches, with these intra-region matches, but I'm super excited to see who comes out on top, especially because we've seen lots of roster shakeups. Oh
yeah, North America is completely different. I have no idea what's going on there. Europe's had some pretty serious shakeups as well. It's going to be our first look at a brand new, not just 1 or 2 teams, but entire set of talent.
You know what I want to see, TJ? Is, remember my teammate from your tournament, the Saturday Scramble? I want to see Marcus just own NA. That's what I want to see.
Well, I'm glad you have a star player in mind. Of course, to get a little bit more in depth on the bracket rules, it's going to be double elimination. That means we're going to mostly be following the upper bracket. I'll let you know if we change there. If a team loses, they do have a second chance to return to play. Every team must lose twice to be eliminated from each qualifier. It also is BO1 for the first round, typically, before transitioning to BO3 from the round of 16 on. And I believe we're going to have a round of 32 in both regions, so we'll be a little bit over. We'll have 1 BO1 round.
Yeah, and depending on who faces each other in that round, it could be very tense, because if, say an upstart team comes against one of the established teams and they're both really high level, that could send a great team to the bottom region. And that's exactly what happened in the last EU qualifiers, if I remember correctly, with, I believe, it was Vitality.
Yeah, we saw Vitality, who at that point were not the best team in the world, but they were considered top 5 Europe, and they got knocked out. Basically, they just got really unlucky in seeding and lost some key games, and they ended up playing the best team in the world in the lower bracket twice in a row. And they never made it to the Valor Series as a result.
Yeah, that is absolutely unfortunate. But on the other hand, we did see 3 very strong Spanish teams make it instead, and that was really cool to see them throughout the season. There are lots of ups and downs in the end, and just see that growth from certain teams where they really realize what it takes to become a professional gamer.
I know what you're saying. The term professional gamer will always make me laugh. We do have the bracket generated.
We do have a lobby ID as well.
A lobby ID as well. It's our lucky day. So we will be getting into it ASAP. Although, yeah, like you say, I don't know what that lobby ID's to. Could be anything. Syndicate versus Darkness of Evil Esports will be our first match.
What a name. Right off the bat, just fantastic names from these EU teams.
Darkness of Evil? I don't know. It's a bit
and that's the one I'm referring to.
Be honest.
I love forebodingness in my games.
This is a round of 32 match, which means it is BO1. And we will be getting into it as soon as I join the right place in the spectator lobby and all the players join. So, if you're just joining us and you'd like a breakdown of what teams to look out for, we're particularly watching Dead Rabbits and Nova Esports. They're both in the upper half of this upper bracket, which should lead to a pretty spectacular collision, particularly because Team Queso's up there as well. Actually, that upper half is stacked. Down there, facing off against Existence, actually during round 1, that's a shame we couldn't catch that one, is Team 404. The French roster constructed kind of out of the ruins of Vitality by head coach Azure.
That's a really interesting thing to take a look at then, 404. Because Vitality, they've been trying to come back. Obviously, Season 2 didn't work out for them, but they're trying to make a name for themselves. And it's really nice to see the perseverance of some players continue to go at it and really make their dreams come true. But like you mentioned, I haven't gotten to... I am very technically unsavvy, so trying to find this bracket. But all those teams on the top sounds like a bloodbath.
Yeah, it certainly should be spicy. The most important thing, though, is that it is double elimination. So even though that upper bracket is really spicy, any of the teams that fall out will have a second chance. Which means that it's going to be both an excitingly long day, and I think one of the best days of Arena of Valor we've ever had during the qualifier phase.
That reminds me, is queso supposed to be spicy? Not really sure.
It's cheese.
Right, but do they make it spicy?
So, like, literally, no.
But they put,
when you eat too much spice, you eat lactose products, cheese, drink milk, that type of thing, to deal with the spice. So Team Queso is the antithesis of spice. They're calm, cool, and collected.
Or maybe they like to mix it up and put some spice in their lactose. Okay, sorry. I didn't mean to throw this broadcast off the rails already. I'm sorry.
I knew what I was getting into when I brought you on.
And I appreciate it. Well, interesting to see these two teams. I would say that Syndicate is the established team, whereas the... What is our other team's name? The Darkness of Evil Esports. They're the upstart, certainly.
Darkness of Evil. If you'd like a roster rundown, Syndicate are the team with Redemption, Rio, and Vejos, all of whom previously played on various Valor Series rosters. And
yeah, just looking at the roster, just looking at their in-game names, it's kind of hard to see what's going on with the Darkness of Evil. They are a mix of Chinese characters and interesting characters in their name. But...
yeah. Hey, esports players, if you make your name an impressionist symbol, I can't read it. I'm literally dyslexic. But it'll be Pink Zero Iminko, as well as DNG and Crows, and we'll refer to the nice man with a Chinese language symbol as whatever character he's playing as.
I think that's Sync, if the Japanese to Chinese is correct. But in any case, suppose we'll just go with the hero. Starting off with these bands, Sephira and the Liliana. So right off the bat, just going for the mages here. And Sephira, she has slowly but surely risen in that popularity, TJ. We've talked about her before.
Sorry, Darkness of Evil just broke my overlay because it's such a long name. Fixing that. Team formerly known as Darkness of Evil, now known as Doe.
Doe. It would be better if it was Darkness of like Hevel, so it was the full DOH. Well, this is pretty interesting with our draft.
Bans are nothing out of the ordinary for Syndicate. Sorry, Darkness of Evil. They go through Quillen, Ignis, Liliana. Liliana's a bit abnormal, but opposing them, Syndicate get rid of Sephra, Richter, Nakroth, none of whom are considered particularly overpowered, and that's let Elsu through.
Right. I think Richter is kind of like the last of the bands, as it were, right? He's kind of sometimes let through. And Florentino getting picked up here, our new hero. We were talking about this a lot off stream, kind of theory crafting how this particular hero was going to be played and if he was going to be chosen.
Yeah, we were saying that he requires... I was saying, I think Florentino requires too much setup to be viable in competitive play. You were saying, nah, TJ, you don't understand. They're that good.
I think you a little bit exaggerate what I said. I feel like he is the hardest player to play, the hardest hero, excuse me, to play in Arena of Valor to date, which really brings up a lot of questions because we've seen teams kind of struggle with the Elsu, for instance, when they just weren't up to the task of playing him. And now with Florentino, you really have to be on your game to pick that hero, and you really have to have a lot of practice, which sometimes means it can lower your hero pool and ruin you for a qualifier like this. In fact, I saw this with ITCD Bacon. That was their downfall because Memarks was practicing Elsu nonstop, and it really messed with their strategy when the other team just banned him out. And they just fell apart after that. So interesting to see how Florentino falls into this. Obviously, this is the best of one, but going forward, if Syndicate gets their Florentino bans out, even if they win with him, it could be an issue.
The final draft does get completed. What do you think? We have a pretty tanky roster actually coming out from Darkness of Evil. They finish off their roster Crashed, Malak, Mina is the front line, and they'll be hard committing with the Jinnar to any of these fights.
I would love this roster if that Murad was twin jungler, because they could go in, everyone does the jazz hands, you know, perhaps even just picking up kills themselves with that power from the Jinnar and the Crest. But in the back line, the marksman would be doing damage the entire time. As it stands, Murad has to go in and dive with them, so perhaps he could get caught off or cut off and killed by the opposing team when they all have to dive at the same time. That said, the dive is pretty terrifying, so if they can really synergize correctly and go in and execute, then they can just wipe out the side of Syndicate.
We'll have to see. I think it's going to be Kite from Syndicate, right? And I'm not sure how Florentino fits into that. We were talking a lot about him. So much of his mobility is tied to him fighting. They don't have a dedicated frontline tank to stall out the pressure. The best they can hope for is Annette lands her wind cuffs well, but that's only going to tie up 2 players. On a full commit, I think Darkness of Evil managed to make contact.
Well, I'm pretty sure that Florentino just kind of wants to own his lane, and then we'll see what happens towards the mid game. I'm as curious as you are, to be honest, with Syndicate's lineup. They just have a bunch of various good heroes and no real synergy, but perhaps they can make it work. And again, like I mentioned, I don't really have any answers for you. I just want to see how this works.
We're going to have to find out. The other thing I'm keeping an eye on is how well they're going to be able to connect with the Elsu in particular. I talked about Darkness of Evil's ability to commit to these team fights. There are 2 players that are, or 2 characters that are typically very hard protected. You'd want that Elsu to stay safe behind a tank and that Lindis to stay safe behind a tank. If either of those 2 players position too far forward, I don't see anyone who's able to disengage them from fights. Does that make sense?
Yeah, you don't really see that protection on the side of Syndicate. Just going to have to be extremely good positioning, like you mentioned. But that said, Elsu can kind of be his own protection in a way, just chunking people down. If you have something like a Krignak or maybe a Quillen, perhaps even with that invisibility, then they can get to Elsu. But if he's landing his snipes, if Murad tries to come in and mess with him, he can absolutely just chunk him down with one shot.
With that said, we're into it. Game number 1 of the Arena of Valor qualifiers for Season 3 of the Valor series.
Yeah, and at trying to mess with Murad, realizing that that's one of his weaknesses, and Syndicate trying to put some pressure on, but a little just back and forth between these two teams.
Yep, no early invade or map control found. Interesting choice, Raven's all alone in lane, and he's about to pay for it. The Aquatic Shield comes through. If Darkness of Evil didn't run triple tank, they'd probably get that kill.
Yeah, that's one of the downsides, obviously, the early grade. Up on the dude on that Florentino was already doing a lot of damage to the and forcing the flicker out even, and he also got the Seagull earlier, so complete domination thus far.
Syndicate are able to push forward down bottom as well, gaining control of the jungle a bit, and we saw the flip side of that. If Crows isn't running Mina, they probably die. Because they're Mina, well, Olindis can hang out nearby them, although they might have bitten off a little bit too much. There's the flicker. The knife's barely wide, but the entrapment is there, and it's kill number 1. First blood to Syndicate.
Am I wrong for being a little bit sad that that snipe didn't hit? Because that would have been the most epic shot.
That would have been the craziest thing. But Raven can't physically extend the range of Elsu's snipes, so I don't blame him for missing. Ryu will be in trouble now. There's the Murad with another dimension laid out for a little bit of extra damage, but the temporal turbulence isn't enough to catch him. And so Ryu will survive.
And that is one of the major weaknesses of the Florentino, by the way. He has basically no escape except for his ultimate and a little tiny dash on his 2, only when there's another enemy nearby.
Pink Zero in trouble from Vejos, one of the star mid laners in the Valor series last season. If he displays a tenth of what he did on, oh my goodness, Raz during the Valor series, we'll see fantastic results.
Yeah, I didn't even see that. I just saw it on the screen. That's how insane it was.
DNG will fall. Crows as well behind tower. Pink Zero was picked up, if you didn't catch it, by a snipe from the mid bushes from a Raven on that Elsu. This is looking quite good. 3 kills and 3 minutes in, and it's about to become 4 kills, I think. Poor Emiko caught up, will be forced to spend the Metamorphosis. Coolboy's actually badly caught out, but the Hurricane Wall almost takes him to safety. Now Vejos can't come through and push the entire team back. It's a slaughter, and Syndicate pick up 2 quick kills. Crows will go down as well, make it 3, and make it 6-1 in the kill feed.
I feel a little bit bad for Cool Boy because the entire team was busy killing a tower, and Cool Boy's like, guys, he just ulted me, please help. But they got the tower, they got the kills, it's fine. A lonely support's death is not going to deter them.
I'd like to call out Raven's build, because Elsu builds, oh, never mind. Vejos will distract me from my discussion. DNG has to flicker to safety, but Darkness of Evil are really struggling to hold lane up here. You can see this is like the 3rd time that wave's been able to be cut, and that'll grant Ryu the free tower.
Yeah, one of the things about having 5 disparate heroes that don't really synergize well together is that if you just have very good heroes in their own right, you can win your individual lanes, and then team fights don't actually matter because you're just ahead anyway.
Ryu just won a 1v3, and he's going in for more, not content with the single kill, resetting his energy so skillfully. Now finally the Jinner ultimate will stall him up, but that's what it took. And it should be easy for Redemption to clean up this fight. There's another pickup to him, making it a 3-for-1 trade.
I'm a little bit sad because I was focused on the bottom where 3 players were killing a tower and killing a hero in the So didn't get to see that 1v3, but rest assured I can tell you the report on the bottom lane. Syndicate taking names.
All across the map it seems, now with a quite significant gold lead. I said I wanted to talk about the Elsu build. Do you think now's a good time?
No, it seems pretty good.
Side lane Elsu is an interesting character to build. There's been a lot of discussion, do you build for the auto attack or for the snipe? That's one of the things I'm really looking forward to learning over the course of this tournament. So far, this build is prioritizing lifesteal off of the auto attack, with an attack speed specialization coming through from the war boots. And because Raven rushed the war boots as his first item, he was able to roam a little bit more during the early game.
Yeah, the funny thing about building attack speed Elsu is that it actually allows you to hit your snipes better because you're not so pressured to hit them, right? It's just free money where whenever you hit them, and then like you really just focus on your auto attacks. But I have nothing against the auto attack build. No one can hit all their snipes, so you might as well get the guaranteed value out of him, and he really hits like a truck.
Absolutely. Here is that truck pulling in. Beep, beep, beep. It's the bottom lane. Crow's knocked very low by a snipe. And that tower will be knocked down. In the meantime, Vejos somehow dives behind tier 2 towers. Now through an Exuberance. Surely that's a bit much. The rest of the team will roll through, though. And it's DNG cut off by a Hurricane Wall and executed by a snipe. Beautifully done by Syndicate Esports.
As someone who plays a lot of Jinard, I feel for Pink Zilla right there. When your entire existence is just negated, you're only there to provide that exuberance someone and just you can't even take them out. It feels bad.
Yeah, spent the ult. Vejos said, "Team!" And they arrived. Now will be a commit for the high ground towers. Crows has to flicker back behind in the base in order to survive. There's Pink Zero actually finding 2 kills with his Exuberance. Nicely done. He'll go for the 3rd as well and is able to pick it up. Oh my goodness, the Metamorphosis as well from DNG should catch out Raven. It could be a complete team wipe here as Red tries to get in on the action. He'll be able to win versus Crows, but in the meantime, Raven falls. The only kill back would be Red if he's able to push through this bush and get the kill, and he's just diving for it. He'll be able to pick it up. Now 2 players on either side of him. They're so afraid to engage. They've got the Exuberance back off cooldown, and that'll be enough to chase him away.
TJ, cue the Benny Hill theme. I can't believe what I just watched. With Red not even running away, but deciding, you know what, I'm going to go into this and try to get this kill, and somehow manages to get away. What has happened to this game? Even through all of that, it doesn't matter because it still has a massive lead.
Rio's angry. He just tanks the temporal turbulence, completely ignoring it. Nice play by the Murad, but it's not enough.
Yeah, that's what a massive goldie will do for you, because Florentino has both the defense and the offense in his build already, which means that he can deal the damage and take the damage. That's how it works.
The 6 kills found mostly in the last minute did allow a reprieve, and it forced, I think, Syndicate to take this match a little bit more seriously. They focused down the Dark Slayer, and they'll now go for the push.
And then as you say that, Raven just walks up to the front of the base and says, you know what, you guys, you can kill me. I don't believe it. But
I mean, I have yet to prove them wrong. That'll be the final high ground tower falling. Oh my goodness, a good gust force as well. Vejos commits, and it's a clean-up inside the base. This should be game. This should be Darkness of Evil Esports knocked down to the lower bracket as Syndicate pick up an 8-minute win.
Ooh, beautiful game from Syndicate, just showing their skill on all of these high skill and heroes. I mean, when Raz is the 3rd hardest hero on your team, you know that you've gone for something that's very skill intensive.
Yeah, we said early on that we were a bit worried about their ability to deal with commits against them. We didn't see them really address that. We, in fact, saw almost no instances where that tank frontline was able to successfully and successively engage against Syndicate. Most of the time, it was Syndicate choosing where they took the fights and relying on the overwhelming damage of so many of their members to just burn through the supposed tanks.
Yeah, the funny thing is, it looks like you would need to have lots of synergy and lots of good execution on the side of, or team execution, I should say, on Syndicate. But it in fact relies, or it's the side of Darkness of Evil needed to have that good team coordination to be able to go into a fight, or else it's just going to fall apart like that and have one member picked off at a time.
Mm-hmm. The number one thing I was looking at during the scoreboard screen was the Pink Zero damage scoreline. Pink Zero finishes the game at 51% of his team's damage.
He tried. That's what Dinners are wont to do, is go in the midst of 5 heroes and try to get some kills, which he did. He got 5 of the 6. He also had 5 of the 20 deaths, most on the team, but it's kind of what you got to do. They had no real other damage dealers. Malik was getting pushed out of lane. Same thing with Crashed, and the Murat just didn't get leveled up. So, it's kind of eye-popping at first, but once you start thinking about it, it makes sense.
I'm just happy to see Red back on form. Look at how much gold he generated during that short a game. He's like most of the way through his build at 8 minutes.
Well, yeah, the funny thing was we were just popping around the map left and right. Syndicate was getting kills, but I imagine Red was just farming up the entire time. He did get 9 kills in the end, but lots of cleanup duty on his side.
Yeah, it was insane. Tell you what, we'll go to a break though, because that is just the first of many games we're going to have tonight. Syndicate do take the 1-0 win over Darkness of Evil Esports. Many more games still to come. Thank you so much for joining us for the Valor Series Season 3 European Qualifiers. We'll be back after this. ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back! We are continuing our coverage of the Valor Series Season 3 European Qualifier. Continuing on to the second match of the upper bracket round of 32, I believe. So this will still be a best of one. It is between Pictophobia and Phoenix. D2, you're taking
Phoenix?
Pronunciation on this one.
It's Fenix, which is the character name in StarCraft.
Right.
So I'm assuming it's Phoenix, because that's how you pronounce it in StarCraft.
How do you get Phoenix?
It's his name. And they pronounce it for you. They're like,
Alright.
I'm Phoenix. I forgot what he sounds like.
Okay.
I think he dies and comes back to life as a Dragoon.
Spoilers!
But you know who else is a Dragoon?
Welcome back.
You know who else is a Dragoon? Is Xanus. He's also called a Dragoon, which throws me off. I was like, what is a Dragoon? Anyway,
My name's TJ. I'm playing Arena of Valor. That's D2. He's playing StarCraft. This is, of course, the second game of the qualifiers. The top 6 teams from the next 2 weekends of play will go on to the $200,000 Valor Series. So it's a pretty high-stakes match. Just to give you an update on the rest of the bracket, because I know people are trying to keep up. I'll try and set up a ticker to throw on the bottom of the screen. That would be sick. I'm gonna do that. For now, I'll just say the words out loud. The most exciting result from the round 1 of play was that Nova Esports apparently just got knocked down to the lower bracket, which was not what I was expecting. I'd kind of written off Nova's first game as a default win for them, but Cream Esports beat them up. That's Crayon, Denalians, The Noob, and Wasibo actually makes sense. That's a pretty sick roster now that I look at it.
Yeah, all the Kareem fans in the chat. Will we have a Kareem in the top 6 when this goes to the regular season?
Or are they going to get creamed by Syndicate Esports? We've asked our admins to hold their match versus Syndicate Esports. So we'll watch Syndicate Esports versus the winner of Infernal versus Cream, which should be a pretty exciting BO3 to catch. And Infernal versus Cream probably started maybe a minute ago, so we're right on track. Uh-oh. The lobby we were in just disbanded because one of the players was taking a while to join Discord, so it'll take us a second. I promise we'll be able to get into the lobby shortly.
TJ, I am actually in awe of how much you're able to produce and cast and look at Discord while looking at the AOV screen, and I don't know how you do it. And you want to put a ticker on the bottom. I just want to say this guy is the hardest working man in esports.
Objectively untrue. You know what I did yesterday?
What did you do yesterday?
Nothing. I spent the whole day just like sitting in a chair with a book and a dog, and then like halfway through the day I was like, I should do something. And I finished setting up the stream for today, and then I went back and I sat in that same chair with that same dog and I watched some TV.
Hey, when you have a marathon broadcast like we're about to have, then you gotta relax, take it easy beforehand. I feel you.
Sure, that's justification.
Of course it is. You're turning Japanese, okay? The overworking is just too much. It's like, I need to work. And I'm the one supposed to be in Japan.
Wait, are you not?
I mean,
hold up.
It's in confusion because you're the one who's trying to work constantly.
Oh, okay.
That's what I'm referring to.
If you're like, wow, these casters sound loopy, you haven't heard anything yet? Well, wait till we're in hour 14. North American qualifiers are going to be exciting.
That they are.
The lobby has been restarted. We're all back in it now, so we should be able to get into the game shortly. The most important thing I want to reiterate is that right now we're in BO1s. Teams that are losing are not being eliminated from the qualifier. This is merely the first day of the first qualifier. We're going to play 10 hours today, At the end of the day, the bracket is frozen. If we still have games to play, they're played tomorrow, day 2 of qualifier number 1. It's also double elimination, so any teams that lose still have a chance to find their way back through the lower bracket, and it will be BO3 from the round of 16 on.
You know what I was always wondering, TJ, is this tournament in particular, it's because of logistics, but why would they make it more or longer during the end and shorter in the beginning as far as the length of the series? Because wouldn't an upset be bad because you wouldn't get the best players, best teams against each other? Question mark.
Well, because you have double elim, it's assumed that things will work themselves out, I think.
Right. This tournament I can understand.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Also, I don't want to be here all decade. We're into game. It will be Pictophobia on the left-hand side playing in against Phoenix is what D2 told me. I believe you.
Or you could just say FNX or Funks and just go with that.
I'm going to stick with Phoenix because Funks sounds like a disorder. Something that happens to your bowels. I don't know.
We're also going to try not to say pee-pee for this broadcast or Pictophobia.
All right.
But
the bands are underway. It will be Elsu, Sephira, Ignis, Quillen. Much more standard, just the new and considered very powerful characters removed from the board. We'll have to see if that changes, as now we can get into some more target selection.
The Sephira ban, is that... I feel like everyone's just been told that Sephira is good, and everyone just kind of agrees now? Or maybe I just need to get good at Sephira, I don't know.
Yeah, you were playing a decent amount of Sephira. I've been underwhelmed. I had somebody describe Sephira. I was like, how does everyone feel about Sephira? One of the pro players, I forget whom, so I'll probably remember to attribute this later, said, Sephira is extraordinarily balanced. And I thought that was a very apt term. I feel like Sephira's in a good place. She's powerful, but not any more powerful than any other of the mid-mages, and I prefer a Liliana over her most days.
That's exactly how I feel, which is why I'm just flummoxed as to why she's being constantly banned, not only here, but in Thailand as well. So, heck if I know.
Well, the first picks do come through. Pictophobia did miss their final ban. I'll assume that was tactical. We get Liliana as their first pick. It will be a net Crest opposing them, and Mina coming through in the tank role for Pictophobia with Omen inside line.
I want to mention, not to be too mean, but we don't expect either of these teams to be winning this tournament. So a lot of these picks will be very much comfort picks rather than what is statistically or strategically best here. Just, again, don't want to be offensive. Just saying that right now. Sinice
has been on Valor Series teams both seasons so far. Wade has had high performances. These are rosters we don't know, but they could turn out to be in the top 6. Because remember, you don't need to beat Nova Esports to win, although a team already did, which I'm beyond psyched for. But you don't need to be the best team in Europe to make it to the Valor Series. You can be a top 6 team in Europe, make it to the Valor Series, and then grow there.
Right, and certainly both of these teams, I was going to say one of these teams, but could be both of these teams, could prove me wrong throughout the course of these qualifiers. But talking about the draft, TJ, you know how I feel about Slims going against Lindis. That is that Slims loses to Lindis.
Yeah, you're pretty darn negative on that, Slims. And it's a shame because I think otherwise I like the Pictophobia draft more. I think their sideline matchup is good. Omen will win into either Irie or Crashed, in my opinion. The Malik will win into both of those as well. Their support matchup's very good as well. The Taunt denies a whole bunch of the assassination potential of the Tool and of the Irie. But I agree, I think they pretty objectively lose jungle.
One thing that we need to look at and keep track of is last game we saw that Darkness of Evil had that nice thick front line, a very good team fighting comp, but they were just run around in circles by Syndicate. Now, can Phoenix do the same thing with what we can see are much more mobile heroes that can kind of do the runaround onto Pictophobia.
I want to see the kind of front lines come into play here, and that's something we didn't catch so much during the last series. We talked a big game about the frontline potential of Malak and Crashed, and here there's only really Malak, Mina, and Crashed in play, but I think the utilization of them will likely decide the series, because it doesn't really matter if your jungle is a little bit weaker, if your frontline is played better. If the Malak, the Mina are tanking half the Lindis damage, that Lindis is going to do half damage.
Well, you see, you're looking at the team fight situation. I'm looking at Irie cutting wave, rotating over, causing 2v1s and 3v2s. Tulin with his ability to get on heroes. He's not as fast, just speed-wise, but Lindis can dart around the map. I'm looking to see the side of Phoenix just constantly out-rotating the side of Pictophobia in the early game and making sure they don't even have to have these 5v5 team fights.
Well, we'll have to see. I sure hope we get some spicy team fights.
Those are nice.
Let's take a look at the build. So far, it'll be support Annette, support Mina with the Windstone on both sides. Jungle items, of course, being built on both Lindis and Slims. No invades threatened by either team, both just playing defense.
They're just going about their merry way. Actually, I just learned something right now, because I thought that when you place the second ability of Lindis, I'm forgetting the name right now, on the ground before the golem spawns, entrapment. When the new map came out, that didn't work. It would actually just go off and it wouldn't damage the golem, but I guess they just fixed that. So you learned something new.
Here's finally an invade coming through. Phoenix clean out their golems, now just push very aggressive, clean an entire quarter of the jungle. That's devastating. Yeah,
that's exactly what I was referring to. That's just that superior speed getting in there, and they get one more monster. Turtra just getting in there, getting that gust off.
Turtra,
the steal.
The gust force just out ahead of time. This is a very powerful 1-2 duo, Lindis and Annette, and a lot of people kind of aren't big fans of it because it doesn't obviously have potential, but Lindis is a sustained character, and Annette just has so many tools to keep people in range.
Yeah, and Annette, just her passive syncs so well with, with the Lunar Champion, because it's constantly going off, so that means she's constantly getting stacks, and that's constantly healing the team.
The first Abyssal Dragon will be coming up with a little bit of poke down bottom. I'd say Phoenix should feel pretty comfortable going for it. They've enforced that many players are going to be backed up, and so they just plunge in. The Abyssal Dragon already very low. Should be taken right about now. Does not get a proper contest. There's the dive. Actually, a big push by the Irie. Not able to find an instant kill, but they got low HP across the board, and this Slims is overextended. Thunderbird through as well. Adu is gone. Wade will be slaughtered. Soul can't quite find the kill. This poor Slims will be executed by Soul, though, given enough time. And it's an easy team fight over to Phoenix.
Soul goes in with the Thunderbird, and then he turns around and says, I don't really need this Mina, I'll go for some rabbit. Turns around, gets the Slims. That is just devastating. And this is exactly what I was talking about, just the superior rotations, and Phoenix is already starting to snowball this game.
Tetra chose rather unnecessarily to push through aggressive around the tower, and they were just unable to punish it. That's kind of depressing, actually. You should be able to shut down a support who's playing that aggressive.
Right. There's a fear, though, because you're down nearly 2,000 gold, and it's like, well, that support's not alone. And Tircha just, just basically, it's like an animal in the wild, right? Looking big so that the other side are afraid of her. But maybe
not too afraid anymore, but this time there actually are more lurking in the bush. Hurricane Wall will come through. Metamorphosis as well. Very low HP on Curdy. This Lindis is gone. Liliana, rather. And it should be a second pick as well. It's only Lars still alive. Tries a death's beckon. This is a bit optimistic, I should think. Thunderbird comes through, and he too will fall. That's a tower picked up.
I am just in awe by this Annette play. She was 10% life and did not hesitate to turn around and go for the Hurricane Wall. She says, I will give my life if we're going to get a good team fight here. Did not even think twice, TJ.
No, it was really effective, and I love seeing supports play like that. Having the confidence in your team and the confidence in yourself to ensure value for your team is most of the battle.
So I've been playing on Taiwan a little bit lately because of the new patch, and every time I see minions under the, they're getting less gold for that. So sorry for changing the subject, but I can't get that off my mind, TJ.
As of the next patch, you get pretty heavily punished. Oh, this is a good engage. There's the shock through. Dark Dominion didn't land. Sin Ace will Metamorphosis, and that's turned round. That's turned round quite fatly. Adu is chased back. Soul again in the front lines. His Thunderclaps find 2 kills instantaneously. Medushu here as well to pick up the kill. It will be a final tier 1 tower falling, I should think, given this wave and enough time.
Phoenix is really impressing me. Just the trust in their team, knowing that one player can jump and the rest of the team will follow. They completely turn that on the side of PP and just throw that team. The re-engage, which is on point, and they are taking advantage of it right now.
Soul caught out. Tetrate dives in with the Hurricane Ball. Good support play to keep his team alive, sacrificing his life for a tower and keeping their AD in mid alive. That's worth it.
Yeah, they're getting a lot of value out of this. And look at
Jets Embrace. That's going to force a fight. Karza needs to stand here. They might just sacrifice him. Jets Beacon comes through. Sin Ace cannot save the day. That's a pretty big kill. Karza and Sin Ace both go down. Soul really wants a 1v3, but he's not going to go for it.
He has no mana, so even if he wanted to do so, I don't think he could physically pull it off.
You could see him, though, like raring to go.
But Laris is just under the uh-oh.
Nope, he's not. Medushu clears wave, throws a spin towards him, and it's an insta-kill with the aid of the tower.
Ooh, that is a blunder that will not help you get back into this game if you are Pictophobia. And they're already pretty far behind.
Yeah, Phoenix in complete control, Pictophobia. Not out of this game, but we'll say low on this game. That doesn't work, but you get what I'm saying. If they start stealing major objectives and win a team fight, then they're back in. But it's gonna be hard.
Yeah, I like to talk in numbers, TJ, and I would give them less than winning this game. But we'll see what happens in this fight.
Wade with the Dark Dominion, stalling out. Sin Ace unable to convert the kill. Good defensive play. But they're forced behind the high ground in mid lane, and I suspect shortly the bottom lane as well, as this tower's picked up at the 7-minute mark.
Nearly the kill there from the Tulin onto the Malok. Couldn't get it quite. That is one thing that you could say for the side of Pictophobia, is that Tulin will have trouble to the very late game, but has to get there first.
Yeah, and it's 7 minutes 30. They're certainly not on track. High ground's exposed in the bottom and mid lane. Top lane has a wave pushed against it.
It seems like just stalling tactics from Phoenix, actually. They're like, oh, if we just stand around here for a while, then maybe the dark side by the time we get back, and that's kind of the case.
Sin Ace caught out, but he pops the Metamorphosis. There's the shock through. Stalling tactics across the board, but they're not paying off. 3 players slaughtered. Greggy barely survives. Arox will stay up, but this high ground's exposed. Nobody fell during that fight for Phoenix, and this should be the game.
Arza in the backline, just staying alive even though they all went for her. The only reason why this game isn't over, TJ, is because the death timers are too short for them to finish the game off. Instead, they're going to go for these towers. But that is the power of Crest. I feel like he's constantly overlooked because you try to jump on him, and all of a sudden, now your team's the one in trouble.
You thought you had me caught out? I'm gonna flip this table.
You're stuck with me, it is not I that is stuck with you. But turning around and getting that Dark Slayer, looks like Phoenix has this in control at the moment.
Yep, Dark Slayer will be picked up. Phoenix look to push down the middle lane. They have Wave as well. Summon of the Drake should end it.
Yeah, it's one of those things where if you get this bottom tower down, then it's almost impossible to come back, barring some sort of overclocker's hijinks where you backdoor. But the 3 super minions down the middle are so hard to overcome. So look for Team Phoenix here to try to get this final tower.
They just landed a pretty sick flying spear, tried to commit off of it, realized it was a really bad idea. Now they're pushed back. There's the Metamorphosis. Arok's caught out, has to leap back. Death Embrace does land, but it does not matter. Shinace, it's a touchdown. He's broken into the enemy face, and that should be the game picked up. 1-0 to Phoenix.
Achievement unlocked. Dive to the fountain while you're... Ooh,
touchdown, wow. Phoenix! And the end zone dance is brutal.
They have dances in the game now. That is poetic. Oh, in the new version, they're going to have the new MVP screen where if you have a dance equipped, they'll show the player dancing. So
oh my goodness, I cannot wait.
That would be absolutely wonderful if he had won the MVP and this was post-patch and he started dancing. Lots of ifs, but worth.
Well, welcome back to the game. We have a stats screen, but with the game that dominant, there's not a whole lot to pull away. I'd like to talk about Phoenix's scorelines because they matter slightly more. And I'd like to talk about how much of the percentage damage Soul did. That's significant. 30% of the team's damage from a Tulin? We haven't seen numbers like that since like a year ago.
Well, that is what he's supposed to do, right? He's supposed to help the team snowball the game early. If somehow Pictophobia was able to push the game a little bit later, you'd see those numbers start to flip. You'd see the Lindis, who has been farmed up, start to gain the damage lead. But if the game is going to end in... How many minutes was that? If the game is going to end in that short of a time...
something?
Yeah, then Tulin is going to have the highest damage. It's just how it's going to work. But you said we didn't take much from that game. I took a lot. I took that Phoenix is here to play, and they could be a team that upsets the order in EU.
Yeah. I mean, they looked good. Sinix's rosters always do. He's put together something special from a group of relative unknowns, though. I can't wait to see more of them. And we will! We've got a full qualifier ahead of us. I'm going to drum on my desk again because I'm excited. I know it sounds obnoxious, but that's how excited I am. We'll be continuing with our coverage over the next few hours, then we'll transition over to the North American qualifier. When we return, we will be following that Syndicate game. I'm just checking to see if there's a result in from Cream versus Infernal yet. And don't worry, I'm reloading the page. It looks like I have slow internet and there is not a result from Infernal versus Cream. However, Cream Esports did just beat Nova. If you're not familiar with the scene, that's considered the best team in Europe, and Cream Esports blew past them. Their roster consists of established names: Crayon, Denalians, Frosty, Cap, the Noob, Wasiba. If they show up like they did versus Nova versus Syndicate, it'll be spicy. Don't go far, we'll be back with the remainder of the Valor Series Season 3 qualifiers after this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Clap. It's been a bit of a longer break thanks to some delays on the, we'll say, bracket end, and be generous to the players. We finally did get into it though. Cream Esports, of course, just beat Infernal in their round of 64 match. They now face off against Syndicate in what should be a spicy BO3 in the round of 32.
Are you sure it's not 16 yet?
16, right. BO3 in round of 16.
Right, that's a big deal, like we just mentioned,
Yes.
because going from best of 1 to best of 3, suddenly things change a bit, and you get some counter bans and counter picks throughout the series that could swing things.
Yeah, it'll be pretty exciting, and I can't wait. This should be our first, well, not only is this our first BO3, this should be our first dead close series. We already saw Syndicate Esports look terrifying during one of our earlier games tonight. Now we get to see them face the team, Cream Esports, that knocked out Nova from the upper bracket. Nova, of course, still in the tournament, just not playing in the upper bracket.
Yeah, and that is a tall feat to knock out Nova, the team that went to the AIC, the reigning European champions, even if it's just the best of 1. I mean, we've seen so far when a heavily favored team goes against an underdog, it's not looked great for the underdog, but somehow Cream, with their roster of pros from other teams, managed to pull it off.
Yeah, this is kind of a mixed team being thrown together from many previous rosters, but I dare say it's not nearly as thrown together as it looks. Many of these players I know have played together before casually, and I don't expect that it's too much of a stretch for them to play on a serious roster together. We do now have all the players in the lobby, so we should be into game in just one moment. I'm hoping we don't get the lobby reset. Man, lobbies used to be so much more buggy than they used to be, than they are now. There was a period where when everyone readied up, it shuffled. So the second everyone in the lobby is ready, it just rolls some dice and mixes everyone in the lobby around. And then you have to sort out where you are and click the ready button again and hope that this time when it shuffles, it doesn't mix the teams. Repeat until you get the teams in the right order.
Is that how you came up with Saturday Scramble?
Yes, actually. It was incredible.
We'll find out the teams. We'll find out the teams when we get to the game.
It was the best because that was way back ESL Go 4 period. So it was all disorganized and online, and we were doing one of the ESL Go 4 online games, and when the bug was introduced, we didn't know it was in because the patch just came out. And so they click ready and then they click start without looking at it, and all of a sudden I'm playing. SK Gaming introducing their new player, Esports TJ.
I would love for if that was still a thing, and like at the AIC, the finals, and then it just scrambles, and then the players just awkwardly get up and like, I guess I'm on the other team now, and they switch sides.
Stand up, walk across the stage.
It's like, hey, I don't know how to speak your language, but let's do this. Go J team.
We can't. I would never dream of playing near the level these players play at, but it was an entertaining period because the lobbies were just a little bit extra exciting. It does seem... Oh, bad caster. Didn't have my phone off. Stop tweeting at me, people. It does seem like we're good to go. The only thing we're missing right now is one of the players from Synergy, who is taking a moment on the toilet. So, you know.
Well, while we said that, one of the players... Okay, he's back. Just kidding. Someone from Cream went away for a moment.
No!
And the lobby
just as we were all ready, the lobby disbanded. He got back from the toilet, he sat down, we're ready to go, boys, and he took a dump on the lobby. Now we're gonna take an extra minute or so.
By the way, speaking of strange spectator mode, custom game nonsense, I was, before this started, for the last couple of days, grinding heroes because for a while you couldn't even get into a lobby if you didn't have enough heroes, because they're like, you can't be in here. You didn't have enough players to be in a draft.
Oh, yes.
But,
I was lucky enough, I was playing the game before it came out in EU, so I just have an EU account that's pretty leveled up. But, yeah. It's caused troubles in the past, because if a new caster wanted to commentate a region that they didn't play on, they were just out of luck.
Well, seems to be okay now. I'm not sure if the grinding I did helped, or if they just fixed it. Maybe a bit of both. But, all that aside, we have these teams nearly into it.
Yep, we seem ready to go, and there it is! Game number 1 of the round of 16, which means it's a best of 3 for the first time today. The Valor Series Season 3 qualifiers continue with Syndicate facing off against Cream Esports. My name's TJ, joined by D2.
Yeah, and is that an ARM ban I see? Are we on the NA server?
It is an ARM ban. We are not on NA. Glad I could clear that up for you. Sephron removed as well.
I'm going to steal your job for a second here and remind people this is Cream Esports, the team that beat Nova in the upper bracket in the first round, so this is going to be a good one.
Yeah, Syndicate looked terrifying earlier. And they played a relatively lightweight composition to do it. I'm being told, I was chatting with Jay Jesse, the manager of Nova Esports, he said they got outdrafted during their game versus Cream, so I'm paying special attention here, because I feel if they go for a similarly lightweight composition, it'll be punished.
And speaking of the draft of Cream Esports, they are targeting those mages when they follow through with the ban onto Ignis, so it seems like they have a particular mage in mind that they can use to bully the other team with no options available to them.
Yeah. Look at this ban phase. Again! A whole bunch of the more overpowered characters, Syndicate just isn't interested in banning out. They feel they're fine if Richter gets through, if Elsu gets through. This time, they lock in the Elsu.
Well, you didn't mention the most OP character. Now, that's Mr. Quillin, and
we haven't seen him at all, have
still
we?
Not.
I'm not sure.
He's been banned. He's been banned every time.
Oh yeah, you're right. Richter will be up, and he's been out for more than a week, so he can be played during this tournament.
He's been out for quite a while, making quite a fuss on the Reddits, but neither team really wants to go for him. That is a bit surprising to me. He is not only good on ladder, where people don't know how to deal with him, but also good in pro play, where he is just really, really good.
I'm excited to see Nakroth coming out as well to back up the Elsu. This is interesting from Syndicate. It'll prompt the Mina coming through in response. That Mina taunt, very good at denying assassin dive. They're also having to deal with the threat from the Elsu at range, though. They have Richter and Marja to dive, and that's about it.
I mentioned Slims earlier as someone down on. One hero I'm also down on is Chogner. I feel like he just doesn't do stuff. He responds to people. He's good against Mina because he can cleanse out the Dark Dominion, but other than that, I feel like if you're trying to get on your own team's backline, he cannot save you.
Ooh, is this really a L'Oreal coming out in the mage slot?
That's surprising to me.
Okay.
And
so we have seen some theory crafting around L'Oreals in the past. Normally it's that L'Oreal is very good in sustained fights versus high HP characters. Now, I should note, Denalians, despite not being played into a high HP composition right now, is one of the best L'Oreals in the world. So maybe it's just a comfort pick, but from the team that just beat Nova Esports, I can't help but add an extra level of tactical weight to all of their decisions.
It's really interesting going against the side of Syndicate as well. I just looking at, for instance, Nakroth, he goes in, he pops his ultimates, and he kind of just swings his swords like a madman for a second. And while that's happening, as Laura, you just blink and say, well, you missed me. So sorry about that, buddy. But other than that, it's, a bunch of really slippery characters on the side of Syndicate. Not really sure L'Oreal's going to be able to get the fight that she wants.
We'll have to find out. Liliana versus L'Oreal in the mid lane. That's a favoured matchup for Vejos, particularly Vejos, as good as he is at the character. He had his Raz banned out here today. Did you notice that?
Yeah, it was.
That's because that's because the noob has played him before. In the entirety of Valor Series Season 2, they played into Vejos' Raz, and they decided no thanks.
Well, not only the Raz, but the Ignis and the Sephira as well. So apparently, no thank you to all three of those heroes. But still had to leave one mage through and got his Liliana.
Well, he's very good on those mobility characters. They will be somewhat denied by the ability of the noob, one of the best supports in the Valor series. Very, very good with the Mina. We're going to have to see if that could be utilized, particularly into Ryu, who absolutely went off in his earlier match. Now on Omen again.
And the one hero we haven't really talked about much is Richter, who is fairly frequently banned. And by the way, TJ, I learned something new the other day when translating when he's patch notes. Did you know that when he's in the bush and hits you at the edge of his dash, that he actually does 10% of the hero's max HP damage?
Oh, I did. Like and oh, you could see it. Taco absolutely brutalized by that jungle strike twice in a row. That's going to be first blood 32 seconds in. It's already a kill for Cream Esports.
Yeah, that's what Richter can do if you're not careful, and they want more. But
Red will be able to get away using his Judgment's Blade well. Vejos, in the meantime, will be caught out by Denalians and have to drift back behind tower. Complete unchecked aggression from Cream.
Well, I'm seeing how they beat Nova. They're
really?
Showing it already. Looking pretty good, and honestly, just taking every single opportunity. Denalian absolutely messing with Vejos here.
A pause coming through from Syndicate. Maybe some tech issues. Hopefully they've been resolved.
But yeah, like I was mentioning, Denalians knew that Vejos had to clear the minion that was still there, or else he wouldn't get the extra gold. So he took that opportunity to get a free wheel and smite in, or excuse me, free wheel and blink in to get some more damage, because he knew that there wouldn't be any retaliation. And that's the kind of just next level thinking that will win you these sort of games.
The two players' synergy need to have step up based on their performance during game one. Raven from the side lane and Vejos in mid. Raven already doing alright, holding his own against Cray, and Vejos already struggling. Keep an eye on those two players as they may spell disaster or success if snipes like that are landed. Oh, the flicker?
The flicker!
Oh!
That is the fear, though. He has to flicker just to dodge a potential snipe. You know, we talked about the great start here from the side of Cream, but the one thing that went well was Raven had already chunked Marja in the beginning of the game. He was winning that fight for the entire game so far.
The Abyssal Dragon will come up. It's actually picked up. I wasn't even watching at the time. It will be smoothly picked up by Cream Esports. They just kind of sweep in and steal it.
Yeah, I was watching it. There was no real contest, no real way to contest outside of Syndicate. So there you go and picked it up. Easy.
Ooh, and now Cream one more. They'll press into Syndicate's jungle for the second time this game. Ryu lands a Death's Embrace, just leaves the rest of the team behind. That will be a Hunter's Mark from Gizmog, but Red has the pop-up, just keeping him on his defending foot, hoping that it's enough to scare back Cream. They will fall back, but they cleaned out so much jungle. I'd say it's a win.
That was really close there. If Red didn't pick up the Sage buff there, then he would have had no mana to be able to fight that at all, and he would have gone down without any mobility. So that was huge there, but...
Oh! Overextension from the noob! He leaps forward, flickering underneath the tower, and Red's there to punish. Denalians has to leave his smite circle to survive, and he'll fall anyway, evening up the kill score, and now granting a lead back to Syndicate.
And look at Frost, unable to take his own golem here because Top putting on pressure. And I gotta say, as that happened, my mouth was just agape. I'm just wondering, why was that necessary? We're already ahead, and ooh, things are getting even worse.
Ghost Walk a little bit late. Crayon still in range of the snipe. Raven thinks he'll be optimistic. Doesn't happen, but you can see that Syndicate pressure coming back.
Good guess, though. Just that push, maybe. Unfortunately. But Raven, he's been looking great on this Elsu. One of the bright spots on the side of Syndicate in this game so far.
Rio will be chased back. There's the wheel to slow him down. Hunter's Mark already applied. It'll be an easy pickup. However, the trade is there. Red leaps in on the Nacross and finds an even kill.
Syndicate fighting back right now, doing as much as they can. And, you know, the trades are going to be good for the underdog team because they get those bonuses from heroes who have lots of kills to their name. So, you know, if you're on the side of Cream, got to be careful here because you're not that far ahead.
No, not anymore. Their gold lead has shrunk. The Abyssal is all the difference that's currently on the board. And you can see those invades becoming wildly less successful. Taco might be caught out. The wheel ticks him through. But as a Jognar, he can kind of ignore all that and just leave.
Yeah, that is the one bright spot about Chognar. Is the best thing about Chognar, he can get free scouting because he can get out of almost any situation by just using the chaos prediction available to him.
I'm pretty convinced Raven is telepathic. The noob tried to do a little flicker through the bush on him, and he just spent his disengage preemptively, without really knowing he was there.
Yeah, he's probably saw them on the map. The best players in the world can see someone on the map from half a map away and know what they're going to do because of what's happened so far, and, you know, he is certainly doing that. Especially as an Elsu, that is the skill that you need to play this hero.
Mid lane, somewhat given up for the Abyssal Dragon. Raven hovering with the snipe, looking for a steal. He'll be denied it. Frost will pick it up despite Taco's best efforts. Chaos Protection will be spent. There's Denalian, scared back. No HP on him, but he's got the smite. He'll trade 1 for 1. Jognar falling for him. That is acceptable. Taco considered the acceptable casualty over on Syndicate. It seems like the rest of the team will back off. Red poking Frost, though, as maybe he steps a little bit too far forward. The snipe arcs through, nails the noob. Vejos gets to safety as well with a flicker. Red for 2. If he can find the last hit, it's an even trade. And the noob will fall. That's the kill score. Guaranteed to continue favoring Syndicate as they pick up 2 more.
These teams just love action, don't they? Red just can't get enough. Has to go in for the kill. Not sure it was worth if he is behind in gold because he does trade it only for support, but, you know, he had to go in there one more time. Crane and Raven, battle in the bot here is really heating up.
Ryu did take a top lane tower during that time. Ooh, he'll manage to pull in the Rector as well. That's dangerous.
I'm really liking this matchup up top as well, by the way, between the Richter and the Omen. Omen actually doing a pretty good job in impressive this Richter can be. And remember, Richter's about to get nerfed, so Omen's doing this against a pre-nerf Richter.
Oh, Crayon in trouble. We'll spend the Ghost Walk. Vejos close by. Opts to give up the chase. We talked a lot about... Oh, this Might Golem. I can't get a sentence out! Might Golem will be secured by Frost, who steals it away. Very good offense again from Cream Esports.
We're seeing just the hypermobility that both of these teams covet in all of these heroes, with the Lindis darting around, the Liliana and the Croth doing the same thing, and just anytime you think you can get away, they catch you. Anytime you think you have a kill, they run away. It's great to see them using these full extents.
Yeah, and Cream maintained a gold lead with all these invades, and that may matter more in the long run.
Well, let's talk... Ooh, never mind. Just kidding. As a fight breaks out here around the Abyssal Dragon.
Welcome to my life. Ghost Walk will be spent. Crayon knocked pretty low. Ryu, in the meantime, will focus this Abyssal exclusively. Denalian's the noob hovering nearby. You'd think maybe this is a little bit too much, but Syndicate seem to want it, and Raven does secure it for the team. Frost will be chased out. Death Embrace does land. This could be devastating. Actually, Frost will get the shield. Essence in the wind through. Raven picks up the kill. No trades in return. Only Taco to fall as Raven gets a successful disengage. And that's a pretty massive swing in Syndicate's favor.
Well, I would say that Cream did a really good job, though, of forcing that fight in the first place, because remember, this was a 4v5 the entire time. And Richter, while all that was happening, during the up top. So once Omen got the Death Embrace through, it was kind of panic time. You know, that they really had to get that kill and get out of there to make it worth their while. And Cream forced a fight. They forced kind of a trade there and made it so they still have a slight gold lead.
Yeah. Very well done by Cream to maintain that. Crane, in the meantime, actually picked up a bot lane tower as well, which I wasn't expecting. Their unchecked aggression in the macro game is really keeping them in it. You can see the tower game actually favoring them, despite the fact that they've been losing almost all of the team fights.
Yeah, and the tower advantage is really going to make a huge difference.
One
Red
death side, and it's an easy kill. The Smite and the Hunter's Mark both spent to ensure it, but Red does melt.
Yeah, and that is the power of the Mina. Shogner has to be right there. Else going to be death for whomever she pulls in. Cream just really jumping on this top tower here, and can they make this happen?
Rio all alone, caught out, Death's Embrace, not enough, he's gone. That will be Raven trying to find the damage. Veo started that fight with a meaty combo, but even with Raven to follow up, it's not enough to secure their fights. You can see that gold lead finally beginning to weigh in as it possibly should have for a while for Cream.
Well, you see the slight downside of having that auto attack built here from Raven. We liked it before, but that snipe would have killed if he had already built that Fenrir's Tooth. Still, he is doing a lot of work, and as this game goes on, these snipes could be death.
Oh, Red in trouble. Frost just clicking on him twice. However, he gets a little bit of damage too. That snipe will connect. Veho's caught out as well. Retaliation won't quite finish him off, but it scares him well back behind the tower.
I'm telling you, TJ, these snipes are going to start doing a lot of damage. Obviously, Lindis is going to have something to say of her own, because she's going to be outputting crazy damage as well. But anything could happen once it gets to the late game, and the damage just absolutely pops someone out of nowhere.
Oh, Ryu in trouble. We were talking up his game versus the Richter in the top lane. Now it's perhaps going a little bit more as you anticipated. A pick found, and Raven needs to back up. He's got Red to play bodyguard, but the noob nearby. He'll spend Flicker, now the chase. Oh, that's a good Death's Embrace. Or sorry, Taunt. Dark Dominion will land. The follow through there. Frost caught out though. Red absolutely punishes him with Taco. Denalians now needs to get in here. Red's done such a good job stalling out. Denalians is low now. This has been a disaster of a fight. He needs to spend the blink just to stay alive. Now twice to dodge the snipe. Vejos will dive in 1v3, and he almost gets all three. Raven to chase as well. Disengage is well timed, and Taco evens up the kill feed.
That could have been a disaster for Cream, and just a wipe from Syndicate. One snipe away from killing everyone, and then just the taunts perfect there from the noob, making sure that Liliana didn't get a triple kill at the end there. That could have, again, been absolutely disastrous. But
they can't linger. They haven't secured this fight, and you can see the reinforcements coming through. Raven's in big trouble. He's gone, and this is turned from a narrow victory to complete disaster for Syndicate.
And that is the fine line that they weren't able to cover there, because if they had gotten a better team fight there, that would have been an easy. Because they narrowly won the previous fight, now it's disaster. Now they take it. They tried to... Oh, Red, get out of there. They tried to leash it when they knew that things were going to go south, but just the burst there from Frost on Linda was able to kill it from about 10,000 health, mind you, even though it was already leashed.
I think we're seeing macro versus micro. Cream are winning the macro game dominantly, but when they go for individual team fights, it feels like Syndicate are able to scrape out fights they shouldn't. So this is a strong case. Whenever a player or a team is like, oh, team fights are all that matters, watch this game.
Exactly, and it's really smart of Cream Esports play that way, because if you stand in one spot long enough, Raven is just going to chunk you down because he knows where you are. If they keep running around, it makes his life more difficult. He has to set up, and that doesn't help as well with the sentinels that he puts down, which means he doesn't get the pierce as well. So things don't work out if you don't allow him the time.
Ooh. Red goes in, spends Judgment's Blade, unable to pick up Frost with it though, and Frost just lifesteals back all the damage he took in the next 2 seconds.
You know who's really good for killing a Drake when it's popping on your tower is an Elsu, who can just snipe it from behind the tower.
You say that, but they did lose a tower. Takes an extra second to kill the Drake. Now the noob goes in on their high ground in the bot lane. That's the second high ground to fall. Top already down if you didn't catch that. Now the center high ground, the final high ground will be challenged. There's the dive in. It's a good team fight. Rio lands the Death's Embrace, and that drops the Richter very low. He'll be picked up. No! Surviving by the skin of his teeth. Gizmog will live, and the rest of the team fight's going against Synergy. They've lost Taco. They've lost their high grounds. The noob, the only player they picked up in response. They are alone against 3 super minion waves.
And Kareem did a really good job of backing up. They're realizing that they got what they came for. They got those 3 high ground towers, like you mentioned. The 3 super minions that come down every single time will put pressure for the rest of the game. They have that massive gold lead. This is their game to lose. Even if there's no massive buff up, there's no Dark Slayer, there's no Abyssal Dragon. All it takes is just pushing these waves down, and eventually they should have this game.
This was such a weird game to watch. I agree. I think Syndicate are almost definitely, certainly, maybe out of it right now. But, going into Game 2, and I'm very happy we've reached BO3 for this game, I think Syndicate can absolutely flip the script, because the only place they were losing was the overall map maneuvers. They've been winning these team fights kind of dominantly. Their team coordination on a micro level has been astronomically better.
And the Elsu has been absolutely amazing. A lot of times when you see teams like this,
Speaking of, there's the dive in. Tenalians get killed with his smite. Krayan as well. It's a slaughter back in favor of Syndicate. The noob runs for his life and he will live, but that is small victories.
Well, it's up to what they can get done with that now. This is where it's really important.
Oh, you're kidding me. If they make this close, I'm quitting as an analyst.
They need to do something with this. They're really pushing in. This is their one chance.
Oh, Dark Dominion. Red to safety, saved by the heal. They'll recommit. They want this tower, and they get it. Nobody falling for it. Can Syndicate continue to overstay their welcome now?
Well, they kind of have to. They have no choice. This is our really only chance. They need to get as much as possible with this push. And if they can't, then they're back where they started.
Respawns are here. The entire 5-man roster is back up.
Yeah, they did as much as they could. I really like the push from them. Really good pickoffs there. And making a game out of what I thought was basically over. And that is valiant in and of itself.
They've got the vision as well. High ground's now exposed in 2 lanes at the end of all that. We'll see if it's enough.
Bush party here for Syndicate. This is the power of Elsu, though. Just able to just snipe into a bush and, oh, hey, pay dirt. Got some damage.
Blade of Eternity brought up on Frost. They'll have an Abyssal team fight buff as well. This means this fight should be impossible to lose, but we've hit level 15 and max items for both teams.
I believe someone lost their Blade of Eternity stack earlier in that fight as they were pushing through. So that's something to keep in mind. If this game goes really long, then Blade of Eternity won't be a thing anymore if enough people die.
I don't think we're going that long. Surely not. Super minions in 3 lanes. Just 2 now. Frost crashing up. Abyssal Dragon buff as well. Cream, this should be an impossible fight to lose.
Well, the super minions are cleared up. The thing I'm looking at right now is 10 seconds on the Dark Slayer. So it's extremely hard for Syndicate, even having evened up the gold score pretty much. Ooh, that's tight. To contest the Dark Slayer while
they just forced Dark Blessing. They just got the Dark Blessing used for free on Frost. They land a snipe with a Shining Light, almost kill him. Now they want to press forward and stop him from being able to take the Dark Slayer. Veos is caught out. Red already dead. Frost lives through it. Taco bathing in the damage, trying to save his team, but Raven slain as well, and that should be game. Taco will run back into the base. In the meantime, Ruth tries to clear a wave, hoping maybe that's enough to stall out the game. He'll be picked up as well. Alien's chasing him off. He does not fall, neither does Taco, but this should be truly unwinnable now as the Super Minions make their way down the mid lane.
Yeah, there's just not enough clear for this, and the Super Minions themselves are probably...
Chaos Protection? Maybe. Ryu right into it, but no. It'll be picked up. Cream Esports finally managed to stop out Game 1 of this best of 3 series.
I gotta say, I'm a little disappointed because Syndicate was doing an amazing job. Honestly, one of the best jobs I've ever seen a team at starting to come back from that terrible position of being down all of their high ground towers. And they were making a game of it, surprisingly. And they kind of just threw it all away against a standard Bush party where all those squishies just ran into it. So, you know, it happens, I suppose.
I don't understand.
Which part? I mean, there's lots of things
yes.
I don't understand that.
That game should have been over so quickly because Cream Esports were just dominating the macro game. And somehow, someway, they make it a game. Alright, fine. I accept that. Sure. Then it's over. All the high grounds get defeated. Cream Esports are pushing into their base with a Drake. And they lose the fight. Alright, fine.
Raven was
Stuff
just
happens.
nuts.
They get an Abyssal Dragon. They go in for another push with the Abyssal buff. And they aren't able to make that happen either. Alright, fine. Stuff happens. This team that's now defeated 2 buffed attacks then walks into a Bush party and gets slaughtered.
You know what I would like to see?
Mm-hmm.
Raven was amazing on that Elsu. If there was a Quillin who could invisible come up and kill whoever got chugged without having to run away immediately because he's in the cross. Yeah. But anyway, I think that Syndicate, like you mentioned, they were great in team fights. Raven, I just can't say enough. Raven was amazing on this chunking people left and right. But Cream did an amazing job of, like you mentioned, great macro. The entire time they were just bending but not breaking in these 4v5 scenarios. And I didn't get a chance to mention it in the game because there's so much action going on. But at a certain point, Richter was out farming the Omen by 2,000 to 3,000 gold. And that was a major difference because before we even notice it, the top tower was dead. And that was extra pressure. And all of a sudden there was more macro ability for them. And that just, the constant pressure ended the game, even though Syndicate almost made that happen.
Almost. It was very narrow. Game number 2, what needs to change?
Game number 2.
You want to see a Quillin in the draft? Is there anything else?
Well, I just want to see them be able to fight 4v5 as well as Cream did from Syndicate, because they felt like they needed to bunch up as 5 and take a team fight when it wasn't really necessary. I felt like a lot of the power was coming from Raven, and he was getting things done. He was getting a lot of damage and really forcing the other team back, and they didn't need 5 members there, right? They just needed to have a normal team fight, normal 4v4. And Cream did a great job. Credit to them for just basically baiting them into these situations and getting enough damage off that they couldn't really, that they weren't, demolished in team fights, and they weren't getting objectives for free. But then on the other side of the map, Richter was just cutting down towers while Omen wasn't there.
Yeah. So better macro game better performance, I think, from the split up team fights for Syndicate.
Yes.
And
pick Quillen, please.
And get Quillen. You're confused by the fact that nobody picked up Quillen. Noted. Cream Esports.
It's just cool.
I think they made errors as well, though. In the past, the noob and rosters he's been on have suffered from some over-aggression, and I definitely saw that here. There were a couple fights that I felt like they gave away by pressing too aggressively.
Yes. Is the flicker in with Mina at the beginning of the game, that could have been the point where they lose the game. Because it will look like they're about to snowball things out of control. And you can definitely snowball things out of control if you play. If once you get a lead in this game, if you play perfectly, there's nothing the other team can do about it. Right? They have to wait for your mistakes, basically. Which, you know, no one can really play perfectly, but you can play close to it and make it extremely hard. And they just kind of gave them the comeback on the silver platter there in the early game. So, like you mentioned, gonna have to see less of that.
Ban phase. It's again the Vejos ban. No Raz for you. Ignis and Elsu will also come through. The Elsu a direct counter to Raven. Now, what have Syndicate got in response? Again, no Aurum. This time, no Lindis and no Richter.
Do you understand the Aurum ban?
If they're trying to play Nakroth, if they're trying to play kind of poke characters, like Florentina, you don't want anyone who can tie you up at close range. Aurum can be oppressive. The noob is also just very good at him.
I guess I haven't really thought about the fact that Florentino gets kind of countered by Aurum because he needs those flowers. You can't get flowers when you're stuck in one place, so that is a point.
Well, they will have a Florentino and an Annette into Malika Marja Sephora. Our first demonstration of Sephora during these qualifiers. Vejos will get a Liliana again, which certainly didn't... Oh, no! I was going to say, the Liliana certainly looked fine. Vejos disagrees. He'll pull out a Tulin.
I'm not so against this because Sephora isn't that great in the early game, and Tulin can perhaps just bully her in the early game and start the snowball.
The Valheim coming out as well. Into Moran. This is going to be spicy. So the side lane Valheim for Raven, I think, could be a pretty massive pick because he's been playing auto-attack Elsu anyway. That's not a major playstyle difference, but now they have extra CC. The main thing they need is extra punish for that, and that's why they swapped up Liliana for Tulin. Liliana has more CC, more mobility, or more CC, more stuns, but less damage and less mobility. The Tulin can punish the Valheim chain stun, as can Redemption's Murad, widely considered one of the best Murads ever played.
This is still a bit curious from Syndicate because I'm wondering when they want to win this game. If they want to snowball early, if they want to win late, if they want to just be reasonably good throughout the game, because Tulin's decent early. Tulin's very good early. He falls off late. Valheim is one of the more early game marksmen in the game because of his stuns, because he can punish people, but he doesn't have the damage of the marksman late. And so, but then again, the Murad is a late game hero, so I'm plays. What do you think?
We'll see. It is game number 2 between Cream Esports and the Syndicate. Game number 1, of course, dominant now during the early game. Perhaps the difference in roster will make it easier for Syndicate to not lose that early so hard.
I gotta say, though, this is going to be very frustrating if Cream can get to level 4, because Sephora and Marja, they have invulnerability on their ultimates, so if they get Dove, they just said, nope, no thanks, bye-bye. Get out of there.
Mina as well, pretty solid deny. The Morin, though, is going to be a free kill. If those two players go in vulnerability, you just focus the Morin, I should think.
Yeah, the more I look at this, I think Syndicate has... Because Morin is notoriously slow at building up, but he's ridiculous once he gets his, like, 3rd and a half item. But getting there is going to be difficult, and it's not like Sephora is the greatest early game hero either, so they have their work cut out for them to make it to the mid to late game.
We'll see. Smug leading the push. Now on Malik. I think that's also something we kind of brushed over, but Malik can be a great aid to these team fights.
One more hero, though, that in the early game is going to be bolted around by this Valheim. So, again, the more I look at it, it's an early game situation for Syndicate, except for the Murat, who maybe gets to a point where he just starts chunking people down because they have that lead.
Would you say that's similar to the last game? Because I do think Cream had a better late game last game as well.
Well, Syndicate was waiting a long time for that Elsu. Sure, his snipes were chunking people early, but not enough to get those kills. And Marjo was just able to heal right back up. So I think this is a little bit more severe in terms of early game pressure, with the obvious exception of the Murad.
Well, we'll see. So far, no hard pushes from either time. Of course, it started out with with Cream Esports. The noob's old
Team Cream
Queso tag. Still confusing me. It started out with Team Cream finding a pretty early fight and winning it dominantly. They haven't gotten that this game. That's going to force this to be a little bit more slow. However, they like to play aggressive, and we'll see that now. Pushing down to the bottom tower and taking a crack at it. There is the water wall from Denalians in the meantime, cutting off the reinforcements, but they do have Frost. Perhaps overextended. The stun will land, but not a full commit.
Ooh, a great win cuffs there, but I would like to see the side of Syndicate be more aggressive. Not quite yet there.
Up top lane, Syndicate do win that matchup. Ryu able to out-sustain the Marja of Crayon in line.
It can be difficult to get up on the Marja though, but he does get those flowers. Can he get the kill here?
Oh, maybe Crayon caught out. That'll be a pretty easy pickup. And Synergy managed to get the Abyssal Dragon as well. That's a good start for the team that's currently down 1-0 in the set.
Yeah, I assume you were looking at the Abyssal Dragon, but he lands one Blossom, gets in there with his flowers, and he just tears Marja apart. Marja went straight to the tower after she was hit by the Blossom, but it wasn't enough.
You can see the fear of that character in those actions. Oh, I got hit by the one ability. Pale underneath tower.
Exactly. That's how the hero works. Well, the flip side is if you miss the opposite situation is like, oh no. Florentino says, I'm dead. No dancing for me. Oh, oh, oh.
Crayon, again, taking a pounding up in the top lane.
He did that underneath the tower, by the way.
Cut off. They just want this kill on Crayon. There's the Thunderbird. That should be a pretty easy pickup. That's kind of brutal. The tower might fall off of this. I think it will.
Maybe. He doesn't have quite enough damage. Takes another quiet tower shot while he's at it.
Mid lane, Raven's actually in trouble. Caught out. There's the shock through. Even after the flicker, he will be chased. Valheim at close range against a Malik. Will win out that fight, though. And he's able to chase back his pursuers for now. That tower knocked very low in mid. But again, not quite enough. And Rhea, in the meantime, will clean up the top lane tower.
Yeah, split focus there from Cream. Not really working. They had gone for either the tower or the commit on the Valheim. I think they would have gotten them. But in the end, not really working out for them. And they need to be on the same page when it comes to these picks.
I'm happy we couldn't see that performance now. Now the focus from Synergy looks much more aggressive, and they're looking much more cognizant of their overall map game.
And it looks like this Murad pick is just kind of adding to that aggression, right? You can get in deep to the backline. You can go onto those towers and deal damage so that you can get in there. But the water well,
oh, that's good. It's a good engage, but it doesn't matter. Denalian's will and vulnerability using his life very, very well to stay alive. There will be a pickup found, actually. Damage over time from Denalians. Just off the back of his first ability, connecting.
Yeah, those water spirits, they take a while. They take a while to land. I mean, those spirits, they like to take their time, but when they land, they deal some damage. But that was the definition of back and forth there, as there was lots of damage. The water wall zoning them out, and then the amazing wind cups, but then the tide of life keeping everyone alive and allowing for them to win that fight.
This Missile Dragon should be easy over to Cream. Ooh, I say it. Redemption gets spicy. Diving in for the pick, unable to make the connection happen, though, and all of Cream will successfully be able to disengage. How many times have I accidentally said synergy for Syndicate?
There's
a couple?
Synergistic Syndicate.
I would like to apologize, Syndicate Esports. I'm working on it.
You need to have synergy in your Syndicate, it's fine.
Here's the push. Syndicate looking for that synergy now with a good Hurricane Wall to Noob. Cancelled out of his retreat. He'll be slaughtered. The shock did come through, but it wasn't enough to save the Malik playing behind that tower. And it'll be 2 kills and a tower picked up.
Great play from Red there, using the invulnerability frames just times there to ensure that the towers basically did nothing. It did kill off the Annette, but that's all they're going to take for it. Meanwhile, top lane.
They let that tower fall. Ryu could have fought it. He decided not to.
Well, your Blossom... I'm guessing his Blossom miss. He's like, I'm out of here. No dance for me.
What are you building on a... Ooh, never mind. Bayhouse caught out. We'll be able to lightning strike to safety, but it's not quite far enough. Denalians is quite low at the end of it all, but he'll be able to disengage. What are you building on a Florentino, is what I was going to ask.
Well, it's interesting because part of his ultimate allows him to build stacks of damage, which means you can theoretically build tanky, but then you don't get those stacks in the first place. So it's kind of like a catch-22 situation for him. It looks like he is going for rank breaker into that Omni Arm, speaking of you, on this Florentino. So going for damage first. I'm curious to see if he opts for some damage later. But a typical side lane or a DS lane staple in the Mantle of Ra, he is not choosing thus far.
Worried more about damage than sustainability. We'll see if that works out for him. The Abyssal Dragon will come up now. Still pre-10 minutes, of course, so not distributing buffs, but significant gold. And it looks like Syndicate are more concerned with taking the tower than threatening it.
By the way, Denalian's doing a really good job here, using that water as just a way to scare people off. But, wow, how is no one dead so far?
Taco used his wind cuff so well, Hurricane Wall as well to escape, and Redemption was just there to punish. He almost soloed that tower. Now the pressure comes through though. Denalians with a nice flicker. Redemption tries to retreat through the entire team, and Denalians distributes his waters of death.
The jukes were almost there, but the 50% slow on those waters still do you in sometimes if you're not careful. You know, it's such that wide area. It goes 800 units in a radius around your entire being. There's no escaping that if you get caught.
Darkslayer.
Darkslayer with a 5-man knockoff. Darkslayer MVP.
I was playing a ranked game. This is a sidebar. That Darkslayer knockup killed 4 of my teammates. Anyway.
Darkslayer's a good hero. Oh wait, never mind.
Now with the Abyssal Dragon, I see you've been playing the winter mode. Now with the Abyssal Dragon, or the Darkslayer picked up, I'll probably be able to push back against Syndicate somewhat, particularly with this Dark Dominion. Taka forced to spend Hurricane Wall. He'll leave it behind, fleeing for his life. The homing missile coming out from the first ability will not be enough. Frost scared back. Does get his magmatic sphere out though. That's dangerous.
Cream Esports really pushing back and starting to snowball their own lead.
Oh, Frost. Rio right into the midst of this team. You can't even see him for the massive players he's fighting. But he scares him back. Now the shock comes in. Raven flickers to safety. Redemption will as well.
Tide of Life came in at the exact right moment. He was dead to rights, and all of a sudden, boom, just gets that healing at the perfect time. Keeping up alive, and now he has that Bowl of Slaughter to keep himself up alive and heal right back up to full.
That Malik just body blocked a Thunderbird that would have gotten a kill. You talked about late game potential. Synergy seem to be feeling that right now as they hit the mid game around the 10-minute mark, and all of a sudden, well, it's much harder to get into fights against Cream.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think they snowballed the game well enough. Counted behind, and this is just going to be extremely difficult. Red by himself is going to be able to carry this as one of the sole late game heroes on his side. especially because you have someone like Morn who can just get through it.
Yeah, Crayon's in trouble. Thunderbird will connect. He survives. In the meantime, the engage comes through from the rest of the team. Syndicate need to retreat until Redemption drops a temporal turbulence and annihilates all three. He'll fall in trade. Frost continuing to push forward, though. His tactical fire obliterating 1, 2, 3 players opposing him. That was a hell of a team fight from Frost.
Did I mention that Morin starts slowly, but then he really ramps up? This is what I'm talking about. Look at those big numbers on the screen, TJ. They always look so nice, those big red numbers. Just taking out heroes like it's nothing. And monsters and everything else.
He's not just ramped up, he's got off the ramp Evil Knievel style. A jump over 6 cars and a school bus. It's insane.
I agree with that analogy here. And just look at that
He's
build.
maxed out, level 15.
Yeah, I got that level 15, but look at his build. He has all of the attack speed in the world in his first 2 items, Scorching Wind and War Boots there, and then goes straight into that damage, the crits from the Clavis Sancti, the Bow of Slaughter. And to top it off, now he's chunking through all the tanks with that Muramasa. That last item is probably going to be either Fenrir's Tooth or the Blade of Eternity.
He's doing so much damage. Oh.
The difficult thing is it's hard to kill him because he has so much healing on his side from the Sephiroth as well, but Taco.
They were trying.
Taco.
They really did try, and he shrugs the effort all off. Poor Syndicate. You've met an immovable god. The flicker will come forward. Frost just tanks the entire team fight, life-stealing his way through tower damage now. Surely not.
Well,
my god, sorry.
Red nearly killed like 3 members there. If he had slightly more gold, look at his build. It's not even nearly to where he wants it to be, and still he's chunking people down. So that is the sign of hope here for Syndicate. If they can just manage to get him just a little bit more farmed up, perhaps he could just go off.
We'll see. Redemption on the flank. Baited out. Lands another dimension. Has to retreat. In the meantime, the high ground tower does fall. There's a good water wall. Raven's just deleted. Taco will fall as well. Someone pressed the backspace key on their existence.
How is it that Denalians lands every single water? This should not be possible.
There's the dive. Denalians and Frost both under threat. Ryu only gets 1. Denalians off the board, and that's not the player they needed to stop this push. Indoor will be spent. Vejos clears wave and gets 1 more, but the tower is still, the core rather, is still under threat. Frost has enough allies to tank this out. The noob will be knocked low, but it should be eventually picked up. Game number 2 and this series goes to Cream Esports. Syndicate obliterated underneath their core twice in a row, though with a better showing in Game 2, will be knocked down to the lower bracket.
That was actually really impressive. We don't usually talk about core pushes like that, but that juggling between 3 members and killing the core from half health, I liked it.
Did you? Because I loved it. Very good little micromanagement. Yeah, Cream, you said they were on a timer. You could not have been more right. We got to the light cave, and all of a sudden they showed up.
Frost in particular. I gotta say, though, I was... Red nearly...
Oh my god, don't look at the stats.
Had a lot of those.
35% of the team is damaged to Frost. More interestingly, to me at least, 35 or 28% of the team's damage to Denalians. He did very well.
Yeah, when you hit every single water ball, it seems like it's like a homing missile. That thing is like, how does that always line up perfectly with whenever they're running away? Perhaps you guys watching at home can learn a lesson. Use water ball when they're running away.
Look at the gold. Here's a lesson you can learn. Look at the gold comparison between Frost and literally everyone else in the game. He's got double some people's gold.
Well, if you look, he wasn't actually fighting in the beginning. When you're playing a Morin, you don't want to have him fight early because he can't actually fight early. He's just like physically incapable. So, yeah, we never saw him in team fights, and that's because he was farming his butt off.
Apparently. I'm in awe. But it's not the last thing I'll be in awe of today. We have an exciting bracket still to come. The EU qualifiers continue after a quick break. My name has been TJ, joined by D2. This is the Valor Series qualifiers for Season 3. The top 6 teams out of the next 2 weekends will be your EU and North American competitors in the Valor Series, competing for $200,000. We'll take a quick break and then we'll continue with the bracket. Don't go far. When we return, we'll be well into the round of 16. I believe we can start to look towards that Team Queso match. Eventually, they should line up against Dead Rabbits. If both those existing Valor Series teams win their bracket matches, I'm just going to check right now. If they both win their bracket matches, that's going to be an insane match. And they did. So we're going to go ahead and try and get in on that. Team Queso versus Dead Rabbits, if we can get in after this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back and welcome to the third hour of this European Qualifiers broadcast. It's day one. My name is TJ, joined by D2, and we're getting spicy. It's now the quarterfinals in the upper bracket, and we're between Team Queso and Dead Rabbits.
So, which is spicier, a Dead Rabbit or Queso?
I mean, you can season Dead Rabbits any way you like, I think. Right? You can just put spices on that, right?
You can also season Queso to your liking.
You can
Just
make
throw that
spicy
out there.
cheese, to be fair. Alright. We're into the draft phase. Elsu and Nakroth, the bans. Wow! That's a target ban. Telenas, I would say, is as well. That's awfully specific target bans. These teams have played each other a bit.
Yeah, I was gonna say the Necross seems a bit weird to me, but they're preventing the other team from playing what they want. That said, do these teams know each other as well as they did during the 2? Because there's a man with a name that starts with Q who I want to see.
Yeah, there have been some pretty serious swap-ups in the rosters. I want to highlight Lilu in particular. He was perhaps the most Vex played during last season's Valor series. I would say Lilu was the most impressive jungler during the entirety of last season's Valor series. He's now on this Dead Rabbit side, and I want to see him show up.
Yeah, I want to see that as well. And oh, hello. So, Team Queso hovered the Sephora, decided to go against it, and now Dead Rabbit is picking it against them. Now, yeah, and TJ, we were in preparation for, some practice. We saw some games on the Thailand region when they were qualifying for their RPL, and Sephora didn't really work out so well in the support.
No, and we had a disagreement about it. You said you just didn't think it would work. I really do believe in the idea. Perhaps with this composition, this is exactly what they need. Oh my god, I actually love this! Where has this been my entire existence? So the Zenial as a sideline will function as a tank and as an extra source of healing. Both things that the Sephora kind of lacks. The Sephora can basically just play as a CC bot in the support role, rely on the Zenial to do the extra damage. I really like this. Wait! If they don't swap this, this is support Zenial sideline Sephora, or maybe sideline Ignis.
I think that Sephiro's a bit better in the sideline.
What is my existence?
Well, okay, Sephora can legitimately... She is the first hero in the game that can at least adequately play every single position in the game. She can even kind of jungle because you can kill 2 monsters at the same time.
No.
No, that's her worst role. That's her worst role,
thanks.
To be clear.
Do not say that. D2, I know you have not had this responsibility before. When I talked up Gilder on the Valor series, I was seeing Gilders in my ranked games for weeks. Do not do this to me.
Okay, the one thing is that you can, if you're in a game where you figure the draft might go awry, you can pick Sephora, and whatever your teammates pick, you can just switch up those Arcana, switch up those talents, and you can play whatever you want. That is the only hero in the game for which you can do. So that is all I am saying.
All right. Well, it's weird over on the Dead Rabbit side. Team Queso sticking much more to their guns. They'll put always insane Ibuchichi over to a melee character, which is something he's added to his play. He used to only really be able to play ranged junglers, did particularly well on Slims. That obviously fell out of the meta, and so did he, so I appreciate the transition. Ruiz is terrifying, one of the best mage players in Europe. He'll pick up the Liliana in mid lane against Alex P, which is one of the spiciest mage matchups we could have gotten. Alex P versus Ruiz was a regular staple of Valor Series Season 2 play, and it may very well decide this match. This could be the fight for best mage in Europe.
We'll have to see with both teams congregating around the middle here. Hello? Havix?
Yavix. Very low already, restless, landing a Wailing Blade right off the bat. I kept waiting for him to just leave, and he kept hanging around. I guess it worked out. He survived.
Wait, is this just going to be the support set for anyway?
Really? I don't know. They haven't gotten to lane yet. They've been playing relatively aggressive. They do manage to steal away a Sage Golem. Alex P doing quite well into Ruiz, with a Fire Crash resetting multiple times and halving Ruiz's HP.
Well, this is the story of Sephra. You do whatever you want. Support, whatever it takes for our team. And she does have that Windstone, so it looks like she is going to be that. So, you know, just messing with us back and forth here. Going for that flicker, but in the end, she is in that support role.
And we did see the swap happen, that punish coming through for the Zenial, enabling him to play sideline.
Yeah, it's not the craziest thing to have heal in Zenial, especially if you're going to be preparing for the new patch, by the way, which allows you to stack 30 times, which also means it's very hard for two players on the same team to fully stack.
Yeah, that punish item becoming much harder to run from a side lane because of the increased capacity of the jungle items. But jungle buff as well, as the jungle items across the board became slightly more powerful.
And as someone who doesn't jungle very much and who always forgets that you need to pick your jungle item first, having the stack start to count from even before you get your item, that's good news to me.
Missile Dragon will be up for grabs. It looks like Dead Rabbits will scrape it out. Simjunk gives it a good run, but they'll be chased back now.
And that is the power of having the punish on the side lane, because you can take those objectives like that without having to worry.
This will be the pressure in a little bit further forward. Ruiz and Lilu dueling quite far into the enemy jungle, and if I'm not mistaken, Lilu did walk away, or didn't manage to walk away with that buff. Ibuchichi did scrape it out.
Yeah, both teams being really aggressive here, and I'm really liking these water walls, but not doing quite the damage they need to before.
Death's Embrace! There's the Holy Embers! It's a double kill, but Ruiz is into the back! He'll manage to scrape away Lilu instantly, and there will be a chase from his Riki shot, narrowly not connecting against Fowlin, meaning that Ruiz goes down for only one kill.
Yeah, that was just great aggression there from the Rabbits, just getting in there, forcing the situation, not really caring, especially with the water wall coming out from Fallon there. Great use of that. Just the Sephiroth today, you know, we mentioned in the previous draft, like, why are they banning out the Sephiroth? But if you're going to land every single water wall, she's suddenly a much better hero.
Yeah. And that may be the difference. Just, you were saying water wall's an incredibly difficult ability to hit, and its impracticality during teamfights kind of lessens the power of Sephiroth. What if you just hit him all? Fallon's asking the question, what if you didn't, though? He gets caught out, misses the water wall, and almost pays for it with his life.
So had to use the flicker there. I'd still prefer to have the heal if you're going to be playing the Sephiroth, because you want as many panic buttons as you can get, right? Because you don't have them in your kit inherently. You can only pick up the Essence of the Wind and the heal if you want to save your team. And now it doesn't have one of those tools.
I do think we're seeing the use of that flicker giving her extra mobility as very powerful for the Sephiroth. I think time and time again we've seen various Sephiroths just do more than we thought they could with that water wall, specifically because of the flicker.
That is very true. You can get people from pretty far away with a water. Speaking of which.
Really, he's knocked back underneath tower. Alex P will get chunked by it as he's stunned up underneath by a blinding light from Ruiz, but that'll be all. A light little exchange in mid.
This is going to be extremely annoying here if you are, by the way, because you get hit by a water wall and all of a sudden Rain of Fire comes down, you're getting stunned to oblivion, you know, maybe a Wailing Blade, and you're just getting poked down. Doesn't feel good.
Restless will be on the receiving end of this all of a sudden. He has to flicker away. That will be Fallon using the Waters of Life relatively defensively. Able to get his ally to safety with the heal.
You know what? All I could think of was just the hilarity of Death's Rift and Spectral Ire just going against each other like, ha! And just, just throwing up blades.
Lots of stabbing, nobody dying.
My sword's bigger than yours, says Ryoma, because literally that's what his ability is called. Naginata Jutsu, the way of the longsword.
Well, the team has managed to group up around the Sage Golem now, and it will be Ibuchichi stunned out inside the Holy Embers. A nice duo between Fowland and Alex P. That was very well done.
That is knowing your heroes like no other. 2 against 3, they're like, yeah, we could take this. No big deal.
Oh, Yavex, Death's Embrace on Restless. He's trapped underneath the tower. That's a free kill.
Beautiful play there from Yavex. And you saw the flicker and attempt at a flicker Essence of the Wind from Fallon to try to save him, but wasn't quite there in time. Those are the type of plays that we're thinking of, though. So Fallon indirectly kind of proving me wrong here, showing me that you could potentially make plays for your teammates with that flicker.
Bot lane, Simjo is just trying to keep this pressure on CC, which I like. You let a Zenial do his own thing too much, you do start to pay for it.
Yeah, the issue is that once this gets to the mid lane, mid-game, excuse me, which it kind of is at the moment, then Zenial's going to start to gain tons of health and be extremely hard to kill. In fact, he'll just win this lane outright, and then he can just go over to his team with that Angelic Splendor.
Abyssal Dragon will be picked up, somewhat negating the gold lead. Fallon nearby as well, mid lane though, Ruiz is in trouble. Restless push back, a great Hurricane Wall from Memorized. My favourite support in EU, saves his team right there.
Well, I gotta say, I was looking at the side of Dead Rabbit, and the support play from the Sephira was amazing as well. And the fact that they have the double healing from the Sephira and from the Zenial just helped them out so well there. And it was like you mentioned, I should say, in the draft, where just having that extra source of healing really enables Sephira as that support.
Yeah, knowing that there's an extra front line. Is always useful. Yavex lands a good Death's Embrace. Lilu caught out. The rest of the team will collapse. Lilu to fall. Yavex narrowly to survive. Holy Embers crash down on Ibuchichi, but he too lives with an Essence of the Wind enabling his escape.
No way did they get out of that. Team Queso goes in, gets out, no fear. Ibuchichi even going back to farm that jungle, but wow, on a razor's edge. But that all said, they still haven't really caught up in this game.
No. 20k to 22. Gold lead shorter, but still in existence. Memorized with a good Hurricane Wall. Not quite enough to combo with Ruiz, but I like the thought they're trying to use the Riki shot in addition to the Hurricane Wall as a method of slowing people down and punishing them with the slow-moving projectile.
Yeah, and on the side of Dead Rabbits, we've seen what they're trying to do. Obviously, getting that CC in from getting that water wall and then following up with the punish, just damage coming in from Lindis. And as the damage continues to ramp up, whew, okay.
Yavex diving that top lane tower. You don't think of an Omen as someone that has high burst, but he just proved me wrong. Now Ruiz gets bursted on his own. That'll be Lilu tying up the damage. Ruiz does manage to survive though, thanks to his higher mobility. The top lane tower in the meantime does fall. Team Queso back in this game.
I gotta say though, this is gonna get scary. Look at these water walls. If they keep landing like this, they're gonna lead to kills.
And you can see that kind of consistently whenever the water wall lands. Things go wrong, shall we say that.
Yeah, and Simjo on this bottom lane here. Alex P trying to kill him and has to use a flicker and the ult just to get out of there is Simjo.
Ibuchichi considered stealing that Abyssal Dragon, but decided against it. Thought maybe it was a little ambitious. Simjo does get the reset through for the life reset, and now Alex P and Fowlin in the mid lane just are playing defense.
You know who needs a support item is the Cephas, because he has the lowest gold on his team, TJ, and that is not good for his side.
That is actually very bad. Ibuchichi, I praised him for potentially adding melee characters to his previously limited hero pool. Perhaps I was incorrect.
Perhaps still limited, but I'm gonna stop being mean now. Yeah, but on the side lane situation here, they switch sides, fight over the Rage Pistol Dragon.
Fallon will be caught out. There's the dive in. The Holy Embers do a lot of damage. Alex P needs to back out. He'll be able to get to safety, but still goes down. CC needs to bail. And he'll be the only player to get out from that mess for Dead Rabbits.
That was the first major blunder here from Dead Rabbits. Team Queso taking full advantage of ill-advised attempt to go for that Enraged Abyssal Dragon at the exact 10-minute mark. They sniffed it out, they went in, and now they're finally...
Restless will be chased out as well. Simjo pursuing him. He'll be able to get to safety. This means Memorized and Ruiz will group up for the mid tower.
Interesting item choice here from the net from Memorized, going for the Tome of the Reaper here. Trying to get that the healing a little bit down from the Xenial and the Sephira.
Look at the chase. Relatively consistent pressure. I'm actually kind of in awe of it all. Yavex once more. He'll dive the bot lane. Oh my goodness, that's a lot of pressure. The Holy Emperors will land onto all of them, but it's not quite enough. Alex P, you can't win that fight, but he's got the rest of his team coming through. Lilu and Fallon want to find the kills. The Waters of Life will chip away at Javex, but oh, Fallon's overextended. There's the Holy Embers, this time far less effective, and Alex P will be called out. Lilu isolated as well. Simjo able to stand on top of his corpses. It's only Restless still alive, and this could be devastating. Team Queso have hit their late game, and their high ground towers are to fall. It's only one kill found. Yavex is down, and this should be game number 1. A complete turnaround in the last few minutes. It goes to Team Queso.
I don't know what happened, DJ. Rabbits decided we're going to fight you 1v5 5 times in a row instead of actually grouping up for a team fight. You know, the Ignis and the Xenia were doing a great job holding that off, going 2v4, chunking them down. Then all of a sudden we have Sephira and Lindis come in, but then Ignis decides he's not in the fight anymore. And yeah, when you walk in one at a time, you're not going to win a team fight, TJ. Dead Rabbits, I feel like they threw that game away.
I don't understand what I just watched.
I don't either.
The team fight coordination, like you say, was just absolutely abysmal in that last team fight. Especially, you could see Alex P winning a 1-on or a 2-on-4. Like, he was doing really well, and it just didn't matter because they never had any backup. Him and CC were all alone.
Right, but then after CC died, Alex P ran away, and Fallon and Lilu came in to clean up, and if Alex P had stayed, I think they win that 3v5 because they were all extremely low. But as it stood, Lilu was having to dart back and forth because he couldn't get any damage in because their teams, the members on the side of Team Queso were focusing him. Just handling that last fight would have made all the difference, which is crazy to think because up until that point, Dead Rabbits looked great. Fallon was landing every single water wall. They were starting to ramp up in their damage. You know, Alex P and Lila were about to get to a position where they were going to kill anyone hit by that water wall. And then it just didn't happen. And Team Queso, credit to them, they took advantage when they saw the opportunity.
I'd like to highlight Tome of the Reaper picked up by Memorized, perhaps as a response to the double heal in effect opposing them. I think that really did help during the team fights.
And the funny thing is, you wouldn't think of a support buying it because you might not have the adequate defense by yourself, but if you're Memorized, if you just don't die because you have great positioning and you can land all of those abilities, I mean, what is her first ability called again? I don't know why I don't know this, but
Gust Force, the
Gust Force
damage. Yeah.
Yes, it is so large that it will encompass everyone in there and prevent all that healing. Whereas, you know, sometimes you get Tome of the Tome of the Reaper or Curse of Death, and you're not getting the value out of it because you're not constantly getting the damage off. But for Net, it's actually perfect.
Yeah. No, it's been devastatingly effective. Those are the right words. And you could see Memorized being able to just stymie a lot of the healing coming through. I'd like to highlight Alex P as well. 100% participation in the team fights. He's a very, very well-positioned mage. But struggling to do as much damage as you'd hope. We did see him finally find efficacy during that last team fight, but not what you'd hope for.
Yeah, we'll see if Dead Rabbits can come back in game number 2.
What needs to change?
They just need to not fall apart. Simple as that. They were winning the game, and then they fell apart. So just don't fall apart.
All right. I think I was really kind of struck by how much it felt like their overall map control was suffering. Even when they were ostensibly in the lead, it wasn't one or two instances of, oh, they just needed to win one team fight and it flipped on its head. It was, oh, they kind of shouldn't have taken that fight. Oh, Team Queso have gained a little bit of map control there. Like a series of small errors.
Yeah.
That really
I know what you mean.
up.
I know exactly what you mean, because it felt like Dead Rabbit should have been farther ahead.
Mm-hmm.
And you kept looking, and the snowball was imminent. It was about to happen, and it just kept hovering around that 2,000 to 3,000 gold lead, because either Dead Rabbits made an error, or Team Queso made a good play, or some combination of the two. But it seemed like Dead Rabbits should have taken that lead and really pushed it, and weren't able to do so. And Team Queso, they, if you keep giving Team Queso enough opportunities, they're going to take advantage of at least one of them.
Fair enough. We do have our second game coming up. Team Queso do have an opportunity to close out the series 2-0. I'd like to take a moment while we're waiting on the players to get into game, though, to give you a brief update on the rest of the bracket. This is, of course, an upper bracket match. You might be concerned about some of the rosters that have been dropped down towards the bottom. Team 404 is still alive, knocking Spanish Takers out of the tournament in the round of 16. Nova Esports have blasted through their competition, knocking out Team Syndicate, Epic Fail, and Two Come From Home during their lower bracket matches. The upper bracket is continuing elsewhere, with Sleepy Team waiting on their quarter-final against the winner of Night Squad versus Jameo. Team Queso versus Dead Rabbits, of course, ongoing on screen, is not the only ongoing match. Team 1% and Phoenix are playing down in the final quarter-final with Cream Esports, waiting on the winner of Existence AOV versus Q-Flash Spain.
I love your pronunciation of Phoenix.
Phoenix?
It's like he suddenly got a southern twang. We have Team Phoenix.
I knew a esports player called Phoenix. That's where it comes from.
Ah. Did he
So
play
I'm used to,
Fennec in
whenever I
Arena
see
of
that
Valor?
name, I'm used to calling Phoenix. It may be Phoenix. It probably is Phoenix.
By the way, did you mention that Nova is playing Syndicate in the lower bracket?
They beat him.
Oh, they beat him already? Oh, I didn't check that. Let's see.
Our draft phase for game number 2 underway though. And it will be Murat Nakroth, the hard target of Lilu here.
Get rid of those. He did play the Lindis last game, though, so I'm sure Lilu can find something to play here.
We'll see. He's got options. The Lindis. Wow, I had a 50-50 there and I chose the wrong one. Lindis will be banned out alongside Ignis and Malik over on the Dead Rabbits side, completing our draft phase with a Richter, meaning Elsu is still on the board. That'll be an insta-lock.
I'm sad, TJ.
Why are you sad?
Where is the Quillen?
Yeah. Yet to see a Quillen.
It's not like people didn't know, or it's not like, there's some indication that he's weak on Europe, because he was banned in the first 2 series.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen him win in pro games. Let me just say that. It's not like he's a solo queue hero.
But perhaps just not as feared in the European server. We will see. It looks like, ooh, lots of options in the side lane. Irie eventually decided on. With Omen for a duo sideline for Dead Rabbits. They've got support still as the Annette and a Liliana from mid. Opposing them, there's your Quillen.
Yes.
Ibuchichi threatening to pull him out, but it looks like a swap over to the Zephyrs at the last moment. Memorized Golden Alice, and mid lane Sephora, side lane Zenial, and side lane Elsu.
This is going to be a marksman.
Ooh, Lilu.
That's kind of a marksman.
Lilu's sticking to his melee roots, I'd say. Rourke is a melee.
Right. I would say he was going to be a marksman because they already had 2 silent heroes, so... And clearly they were leaning towards that because they picked the Omen and they were cycling through those heroes. Now, again, we have a mixed team here on Dead Rabbits because Omen likes to kind of sit there and fight, whereas Irie likes to get in, kill someone, and get out. Rourke likes to sit there and fight. Lots of just competing ideologies here.
Mm-hmm. Very focused by contrast on the other side. I like to call these comps circles. Because you have Death from Above, AoE circle, inside, potentially, in an ideal world, the Hissy Fit from Memorized, inside the Angelic Splendor coming through from the side lane Zenial, inside the damage coming through from Ruiz from Waters of Life. There's a lot of circles. And they could all kind of stack on top of each other for one big circle that you don't want to stand in.
Ruiz showing off that #1 conqueror. He's like, let us pick first. Let me just show the people in the chat. Let me pick first.
I used to hide this draft screen because I do think it's a little bit ugly. I used to swipe it out to the match screen and then swipe it back in. But then I realized that 1, I didn't care enough, and 2, players really, really likes being able to show off their skins and conquerors.
It does help that they changed the screen. I believe it was left and right side, top and bottom, and that was.
It's a little bit. It's a little bit better now.
Yes, I definitely agree. One thing that I can also agree on, or at least agree with myself, I'm not sure if you agree yet, is that I think Team Queso won this draft because they have a consistent theme. They go in, they deal the damage, they die of them, and meanwhile Elsu is just poking from the back and chunking down.
But if Ibuchichi completely fails to show up like he did last game, how good is that?
Not as good. If you're playing 4v5, it's not as good. I'm gonna go out on a limb. Now, the interesting thing is Zephys is a lot faster clear now. It's part of the reason why he's a bit higher in the meta, because they changed part of his kit. But one of the fastest clears in the game is that Rourke. So we'll see if we have some 130 shenanigans here, that being the clear time. You rotate around, you get your 4, and suddenly someone is dead on the map.
Lilu, like I said, one of my favorite junglers in the world. We'll see if he can live up to that reputation in this game too. He didn't have too much of an impact on game 1, but he certainly wasn't a detriment to his team.
One thing about the Rourke is that you can kind of just run away from him because he has to run at you. So let's see if he can just use clever positioning to kind of bait the other team into a spot where he can blow him up.
Oh. Yabek's pushing the bot lane in the meantime. That's a good Sunshine. Look at this combo. I didn't even really think about it. Sunshine into Snipe.
Yeah. Well, if you can... There's actually plenty of things to slow people down, stun them up for those snipes to land. GG going in.
The circles! The concentric rings! They work perfectly!
They absolutely do. Concentric isn't a word that I've heard very often, but that's actually the meaning of the team name of the new SNG.
What?
Tongshi.
Okay. Alright, thanks for sharing.
Literally
Lilu in the meantime scrapes through the enemy jungle.
Sorry.
And it will be Dead Rabbits taking an Abyssal, or Team Queso rather, taking an Abyssal Dragon and the kill against Dead Rabbits.
I'm sorry for the wild left turn there to something completely unrelated.
Alright, that's what I have you here for.
It's just like, I mean, you don't hear the word concentric very often. I just gotta say.
Well, you know what, Daniel? I'm here to change that.
I love you for it. Well,
Sage Golem up for grabs will be locked down by Ibuchichi. A good steal.
Yeah, very nicely done. A little bit bruised, but they'll get on out of there.
That means bot lane is the primary focus for Dead Rabbits after they've suffered kind of a significant deficit during the early game. Oh my goodness. Yavix. That's already quite a lot of damage.
Well, he's going for war boots first, which certainly makes sense because he's going to be in the backline. But his second item looks like it's going to be, I believe, Rank Breaker with the 3 short swords there. So he's going for a little bit more damage early. Now, part of the reason why you go Rank Breaker, even though he does technically get 100% Pierce, is because it has one of the highest attack damage numbers in the game, and it makes you move faster when you're rotating between lanes. So that's part of the reason why you get it, even though it seems to be a little bit anti-synergistic. Oh,
Lilu will be caught out by a good little sunshine stun there. The concentric rings showing up again. Ruiz will eat one of his own, though, as the Ricky shot does eventually connect.
Well, the steal ends up being successful there. So buffs going back and forth, but down in the bottom lane. Can they make this work? They actually kind of are. But
yeah,
Yavix needs to actually attack the tower.
Yavix doing a lot if he can just connect with the tower once or twice.
Right, but he didn't. That was the issue there. He kept attacking the, I believe. Well,
perhaps a rare showing of misplank from Yavix, traditionally one of the stronger sideliners in Europe. This Team Queso roster is really spicy, by the way. It's like a super team. And I've used the word spicy a lot today. I swear I don't normally, but I'm like, I think I'm hungry.
I'm a bad influence on you. I wanted
I think it's just breakfast time. I think I'm hungry.
Meanwhile, 1 a.m. in Japan, so I don't know what time that is. I don't know if it's breakfast or
8 a.m. here.
Yeah. Nice.
CC in the bot lane. A little bit squishier than last game.
Hello?
Ooh, look at missed. Yavix gets to safety very narrowly. There's the Angelic Splendor to back him up. CC in a lot of trouble now. Memorized with an excellent hissy fit to cut off his retreat.
Oh, baited and outsmarted. Gets under the tower. Baits him in. There is the Angelic Splendor to save him out.
Ooh. Simjo as well. Winning his fight versus Alex P. Knocking him quite low while Ibuchichi picks up the Abyssal Dragon for Team Queso. The gold lead got shrunk again, actually taken by Dead Rabbits, and they just had to work it back.
I'm surprised that Team Queso isn't trying to deal with this Owen on top lane, because they had time to rotate back, but they're kind of just letting the towers die here.
Ooh. CC catches out Simjo in the bot lane. Ibuchichi down as well. That's not a bad return, especially because Restless is working well on the top lane towers, one of the most dedicated split pushers. Memorized it here, but Restless is just ignoring him.
Yeah, again, I don't know why they let Restless do this. He's been
Nobody lets Restless do this, but Restless does consistently do this. It's been 2 seasons, and I haven't worked out why or how yet. Finally, they look for a punish. But he doesn't care! Simjo pulled back in! He might have just 1v2 to Zenial. Alright.
Yeah, Owen's really good in the side lane. You gotta kind of deal with him. Unfortunately, it feels like all of that Team Queso was able to build up there on the rest of the map just went to naught because they Restless just killed the towers.
The inverse of last game, Dead Rabbits had a pretty strong start, and Team Queso were the ones who were able to blunder their way out of an early lead.
Yeah, perhaps they're returning the favor here, speaking of it, Team Queso. But it'll be difficult because of the fact that LCU scales pretty hard. But perhaps with the Omen and the Liliana, they can make something happen.
Fouling those wind cups! Sorry. It was beautiful little single ability usage there. Oh, Memorize serving as bait here, trying to get someone to check the bush he's in so the snipe can just land onto it. That's really slick. The Missile Dragon, in the meantime, will be picked up. Memorized master plan doesn't work out, and Restless, in the meantime, is just whittling away.
Yeah, well, in the bottom lane here, Yavik dove onto the tower. The Angelic Splendor there to save him out in the snipe.
Yavex able to find one, now looking for two. CC annihilated at range. That was such a good little flick.
Did I mention that it's hard to deal with an LC once it starts getting to the late game? Because it is.
Dead Rabbits thoroughly on the retreat now, running through a hissy fit, placed defensively. Oh. Alex P will get to safety. Lilu does need to play it safe, but he doesn't do that. Despero Bub followed by the Malleus. He's caught out, and Ruiz is there with an execute. Restless will flee for his life as best he can, but he's just caught out behind towers.
That is one of the nice things of having the Sephora, though, because it's not just the invulnerability, but she heals her entire team. So it's a bit of a pure effect where they can just continue the progress. In other situations, they are extremely low, but Darkslayer being contested.
Chi trying to stall it out and almost does. Here's the Darkslayer fight. I think it was picked up successfully by Dead Rabbits, but they're all winning the fight despite it. Waters of Life will come through. Restless needs to run, and he's not able to do so. Fowlin caught by one snipe, almost two from Yavex.
I'm not even sure how Restless died. I thought he had gotten away with a sliver of health, but all this goes down as the rest of the team fight continued. But oh my goodness, this game has certainly picked up.
This game has been intense for both sides. At the end of that, the Darkslayer did narrowly get scraped up by Dead Rabbits. Don't ask me how. Team Queso worked back the fight in their favor. The sacrifice that was necessary to pick up the Darkslayer, not quite enough. And now Dead Rabbits, two of the Drakes do have ostensibly an advantage.
Sorry to cut you off there. Look at this build from Xenia going for Mantle of Ra after, or excuse me, that component part of Mantle of
Pain and Mantle of Ra.
So Melopine provides HP. The Mantle Rod doesn't, which is why you rarely see the Xeno go for it. But it does provide double burn, so there's that, I suppose. Just the passive damage.
Damage Xennial. This is fascinating.
Just, yeah, passive damage, double burn, the Melopine damaging any physical damage coming his way. Huh.
Maybe he's not going to build to Mantle of Ra. Maybe he's just going to leave it at, I forget what it's called, but the component item, because he gets AoE damage from that, and it's
Heart of Incubus. I remembered.
Heart of Incubus.
Sorry to cut you off. Incubus. Ignis is a hero.
Rip out his heart.
Yes, that's the one. You got it right at the end.
Yavex is sniped. On point.
Yeah. You know what the funny thing is when you lay down those sentinels and they have to stand on them to make them go away, that's a free snipe. It's like the ultimate bait.
And Yavex has been thriving from that here, though he's just worried about clearing wave. He'll manage to do that, staying safe while the rest of his team resets the Abyssal Dragon. A three-man kite. They got Lilu as well. The water wall will connect. And it's a water world narrowly escaping the hissy fit. Lilu actually threatens to recommit.
Lilu!
He has to spend his ultimate determination to survive. Fallon needs a dangerous snipe for him. And Alex P survives. Restless in the meantime just eats up the tower. How do you keep doing this? He's brought up a little bit more than he can chew on. Now 4 or 5 people all chasing him. He'll be able to get to safety. How on earth did he manage that? Restless and Fallon saved him 4 times over.
Restless just making this happen without him doing that. If anyone else was there trying to push that, or if he literally wasn't pushing that lane, then that means that Team Queso gets advantages on the rest of the map. But as it stands, he forces all 5 team members to go against him. Lilo, who was extremely low, instead rotates into the opposing jungle and gets some farm while he's at it. That little bait there was huge. That's like the equivalent of like a kill or 2.
I'm in awe. Dead Rabbits want a little bit more pressure down towards the bottom, and they've got it. Alex Pink, Fallon, and Restless all there. That Leviathan just finished on the Irie. Okay. Sure. Seen it on Null Cleaver the entire time, now upgraded to Leviathan, alongside an all-damage build.
He's like, Xenial, you're not the only one who can burn. Get in there and burn with the best of them.
He is just leaving it on Heart of Incubus, as I speculated. He'll probably sell it during the late game, but he just wants the burn during the early game, the AoE damage.
Yeah, pretty interesting to see from him. Makes him really quick at killing those waves, but this little dragon taken, so Dead Rabbit's starting to push his lead.
I'd watch Lilu in particular. Pretty scaled up over there. Almost done with his build.
One thing that's impressing me, by the way, is Alex P with those enchanted kicks doesn't have the Gilded Grease, but takes a big snipe. But somehow, with all of the CC on the side of Team Queso, has managed to not get picked off constantly.
Yavex. The range on these snipes is insane. Like, he wasn't even firing there, but you can see him, like, lining them up from such a distance. He's just a threat across 2/3 of the map at any given moment.
I love Fallon just standing there like, ow.
You have hurt me.
Well, getting healed right back up, so it's perfectly fine.
Clearing wave, all of Team Queso forced to play defense. We've seen this story before, though. Team Queso knocked back onto the back foot during game 1, still managed to scrape it out, particularly with this Elsu. Their late game should still be something to watch.
It's still like upside down world though, because I feel like they have the better comp this game, and yet they're falling behind.
What a wall will connect. Restless called out. There's the hissy fit as well. He chooses to press forward rather than retreat into it. And just 1v4s him, chasing back the whole team while Fallon and Lilu come through for the punish.
Yeah, it makes sense. Why get stuck walking in quicksand when you can go in there? Alex P. Whew.
The flicker saves him.
The fire.
Oh, that's... I think Team Queso will win this in late game. I'm going to look like a genius in about 2 minutes. I think we're seeing Dead Rabbits kind of stall out. They should have gotten much more than this. The only real source of tower pressure has been Restless.
I think it's the opposite, and not that I don't think that Team Queso can win. I just think that it's impressive that Dead Rabbits are pushing this lead despite the fact that they're getting the pressure put on them by Havix and Snipes.
Yavex to safety. Oh, never mind. The disengage finds big damage. Alex P narrowly survives the engagement. Ibuchichi will go in for a 1v1 on CC, eats the ult and a fair bit of damage, but now there's very little left. No mobility to speak of. Gust Force is there, though. Fallon, perhaps the key to victory for this team. Time and time again, allowing overextended players to disengage.
We talked about Ibuchichi perhaps not having the impact that we feel like he needs, and it's kind of coming to fruition thus far because they really need to capitalize on these water walls, on these, you know, sunshines on the opposing team, and it just hasn't happened.
Restless will chase back the pressure behind tower in the bottom lane.
I just love when you get a monster from forever away and the little green beam just takes forever to come to you. It's just so satisfied. Like, yeah, that was mine. Come to me.
And you can just see the little orb. Yeah. See, you can see a lot of people his way. Oh my god. Irie. That's all I have to say.
Well, I figured it was inexplicable that Dead Rabbits was able to put this pressure on, considering the Elsu, but you can see their strategy is pretty clear. Just going with Omen in the bot, going with Irie in the top, neither of them will ever die, and we win the macro. Easy. The
problem they're running into, of course, now is that they're hitting late game and the full rotate's too easy because of how far they've pushed back Team Queso. Team Queso can just always have players to bring to bear. They've left the Simjo just constantly 1v1ing Restless. I think the right call was made by Dead Rabbits. Now turn your advantage into a Dark Slayer, but it may be too late.
The thing is, if Team Queso wants to capitalize on these, they need to capitalize, right? And whenever they get someone out of position, like they've seen constantly, then they need to take those opportunities when they can, and they just haven't.
Maybe we'll see that change now. Restless 1v1ing Simjo is now caught out. Ruiz here as well. There's the Malleus for the stun. Restless is gone.
Not quite yet, though. He's up
I
with that
clicked
Blade of
away.
Eternity.
He had Blade of Eternity. He'll be shut down again. Waters will land as well onto Lilu, who's overextended. He still gets one. Oh, almost two. Now Alex P here to punish with Fallon. They'll be able to pick up 2 kills. Ibuchichi and Ruiz both fall.
As long as Team Queso is able to clear out this minion wave and not lose towers, that was a very good trade for them. Anything that can stall out this game and allow Yavix to continue to put on that pressure from Elsu is great for them.
I just don't see how they get past the high grounds. And maybe I'm just being small-minded, but I don't see this changing.
Yavix? Alex P?
Oh, Alex P might have just found their answer. The Yavix with a swift little disengage will be able to get to safety.
Whew. That was nerve-wracking. I was going to say something different, but both players in the bush not realizing until the very end. But yeah, I do have to agree with you at a certain
need to lose.
Yeah, I do have to agree with you.
Players
though.
up. If Simjo had just joined in mid, they would have kept that. That's kind of silly.
Maybe they just want to be in a position where Yavix can just control all 3 high ground towers with 1 snipe range.
Oh, alright. Checks out.
Makes sense.
Here's the Abyssal Dragon threat from Lilu. He will be able to solo it at this point, but he doesn't need to. The rest of the team is here. Ooh.
By the way, this is nearly full damage here. It does not from the Elsu. Not really focusing on auto it. It's just all these snipes. That's why it's doing terrible damage to everyone.
No real threat on this Abyssal. Poke from Memorized. Not enough to steal, even with an optimistic hitting pin. Oh my goodness! Lilu almost goes down. The dive does come through into the back lines, though, and it's an instant annihilation. Yavix is gone. CC able to find a massive opening pick. He'll be traded out, but he's got Blade of Eternity, making that kill worth it.
Well, Ruiz doing a lot of damage on the Sephora now.
We'll have to see if it's enough to hold. Restless wants this high ground tower, and Buchichi does have the wave clear, but it's very narrow. Mid lane will be another wave to threaten. Simjo in the front lines needs to stall pretty desperately. It's a good Malleus to do that. They hold on. Yavix only out 20 seconds now.
Ruiz extremely low there, taking a take out, but is working out for them. One more wave mid potentially after this, but no, not quite yet. They're not getting it done.
No. Unable to convert, and this is what I was talking about. I do think Dead Rabbits have played this better. I do not think they can finish. Here comes Yavix.
And this is
off the
without
respawn.
Yavix.
Fallon caught out. There's the snipe planted. This time it chips Restless. He's very low. The water wall almost finishes him off. Alex P will be caught out by a snipe from Yavix as he tries to cast a Riki shot. That's devastating.
Oh my goodness! You saw the light in Yavix's eyes. You can feel his eyes. Like, I'm back, I'm back. He ran up, he sprinted in order to line up that snipe, and boom, knocked him out of the sky. The Fox was just down. Obviously, Blade of Eternity brings it back, but whew.
I do think the only way Team Queso lose this is if they lose a 5v5 team fight out in the open. So now things are dangerous, and Ruiz will be caught out by Lilu, who's unable to find the kill. Popping Determination in a desperate attempt to get to safety. He'll manage it.
Well, Ruiz is pretty important here because he's so important to his team. He has the damage, he has the slows, he has the healing. And if Dead Rabbit's going to find a way to take him out, even Elsu can't hold on for Team Queso. So that is, I believe, the key here for Dead Rabbit is to just jump on the Sephora and kill her even through that Tide of Life.
We're entering the 21st minute of the game, and even Memorized is doing damage.
You know, that's thinking when that happens. Well, so go ahead.
The Alice Sunshine at this point, just enough to threaten. CC, oh, that's the wrong bush. God. Look at that damage. Yavix almost one-shots him.
That is the power of a snipe build. Oh my goodness. Goodbye, Restless. And goodbye, Blade of Eternity Sex. Can't use
that could be it
anymore.
I might look like a prophet after all. Team Queso looking to get back into this game. Alex P will need to retreat behind the tower. Ibuchichi will clear him out again. There's the snipe. Lilu caught out. Ibuchichi for the chase. Waterwall for the kill. It's Ruiz with another to add to his tally.
The greatest thing about this for Team Queso is the later this game goes, the better it is for them, because they're getting rid of every single Blade of Eternity stack. All they have, and the opponent just doesn't.
And this is what I was talking about. There's just no good way for Team Queso to lose this game. I think Dead Rabbits have complete control of the early game. They play really well, but their work's no longer useful. Restless's split lane, which earned them so much during the early game, isn't effective against high ground towers because the defense of all three is easy. Now they've lost Darkslayer. Now the Darkslayer's Drake is pressing in the top lane, and Lilu's caught out. He doesn't know it yet, but Ibuchichi's going to check the bush. Fallon will be stunned out, and this tower is under threat. This tower will fall.
And Yavix, his snipes have been so on point. Obviously, it makes it a little bit easier when your opponent has nowhere really to run when everyone's concentrated in the area like they are right now. But every single time, just laying in that damage.
Yeah, and you can see the efficacy of this full snipe build. A fully operational battle station. Alex P will be stunned out. The high ground tower is gone. Team Queso burst into the base. Fowler caught out and obliterated by a death from up from Ibuchichi. Ruiz's Waters of Life will knock CC low. Alex P will commit a desperate attempt to stall out the game, and he finds a lot of damage with his Foxtrot, but only Simjo will fall, and it's elsewhere. The Blade of Eternity stack is used up as well, and CC can't even get out of his base without being obliterated by these snipes.
Yeah, it's not just the snipes either. It's the water spirits here from Ruiz. She's crazy damage as well in the Sephora, and this might just be it. CC can't even hold on. There's the minion, there's the game, and there's the series.
That's insane. Team Queso, 2 games in a row, come from an insurmountable looking deficit to win out the set.
Oh my goodness. You know, it's been a little bit of time since the AIC, TJ, and oh my goodness, have players been practicing Elsu. This is nuts. This is the second/third time today that Elsu has been just absolutely ridiculous. And it doesn't even matter whether it's auto attack build or a snipe build. In this case, the snipe build just demolishing people. But man, that is a comeback machine there in Elsu. Just stand on the back line and you cannot approach.
Okay. I mean, I'm apparently a Team Queso fan now.
Yeah. By the way, look at Ruiz. Who needs boots? Who needs boots if you're Ruiz?
I mean, that late a game, why not? Holy of holies. Rhea's blessing. All right. 39% of the team's damage. Ruiz accounting for almost 40% of his team's damage. Yavix coming in with the remaining 30%. It was just them. Well, nobody else mattered.
Well, the funny thing was, sometimes I believe we saw some members get chunked down and we just assumed it was Yavix, but it was actually because he was chunking people too. It was kind of nuts.
This has been a video game. 2-1, yeah. Team Queso scrape out the lead. Or 2-0, sorry. Team Queso scrape out the win. That will knock Dead Rabbits down to the lower bracket, but they're not out of it yet. I asked our admin a few minutes ago if we could hold the Cream... Sorry, I'm scrolling through the bracket. The Cream Esports game versus the winner of Existence and Q-Lash. Q-Lash did win. So we'll be getting into Cream Esports versus Q-Lash if we manage to hold on to that match. And that should be another good series. Don't go far. When we return, the remainder of the Valor Series Season 3 European Qualifier. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are in the almost 5th hour of our coverage of the Arena of Valor Series Season 3 Qualifier number 1 for Europe. My name's TJ, joined by D2, the former head writer of SamuraiGamers.com, now head writer of D2AOV.com. That's the right URL. I'm trying to plug D2. You. It's not working.
D2AOV.com with a number instead of letters.
Let the expert come in. Red game now between Q-Lash and Cream Esports. We've seen Cream Esports step up. Q-Lash just beat out Existence AOV, a former Valor Series roster, in their round of 16 match. Now they're going into this best of 3 in the round of 8, otherwise known as the upper bracket quarter-finals.
Yeah, like you said, both of these teams beating known teams to get to this point. So if you are looking for something like Existence versus Nova, too bad. You got Clash versus Cream, and they certainly deserve to be here by the looks of things.
Clash? Wait! Alright, I get it. Mowgli, an existing Valor Series player. He's a very good support player, and he'll be getting an Aurum to his name. The rest of the pick ban going a little bit more standard. Annette, Richter, Lindis. The bans for Clash. Opposing them, it will be Elsu, Ignis, Sephora. So,
we've been talking about this Aurum quite a bit because she's been banned early on often, and now she's picked first. Mm-hmm. And the interesting thing is we might not see the reason why in this particular game, because she is forcing the other team, she's forcing Cream to not pick what they want, i.e., some sort of assassin that can dive and get caught potentially.
Mm-hmm. We have now an interesting trend. Denalian's consistently going for this L'Oreal.
Well, if it's a comfort pick, it certainly makes sense, especially because she's going into a comp that, L'Oreal certainly makes sense, even more sense than we saw earlier. And then when it didn't make sense, she made it work, or he made it work on her. So now that it does make sense, maybe it works even better.
Morin will come through behind the tanky front line for Clash. It'll be a Nakroth coming in to be wielded as an aggressive challenge to that Morin.
Well, the Nakroth is interesting because, this is one of the few cases where I could see going for the Nakroth over a Quillen. Because Quillen goes in, gets caught by Aurum. Nakroth may be a bit too quick for Aurum to catch. So that certainly could be the rationale behind that. But, well, I think this comes down to how well the Tell can be protected / how well can they enable her to farm up, because she is arguably the best backline marksman damage dealer in the game. Like, hey, immobile D2. Backline marble.
What time is it in Japan right now?
It is 1:53 a.m.
Is that getting to you a bit, bud?
Sorry, am I speaking too slowly?
You sound problematic. A little... It's alright. We still got all of NA to go!
I was gathering my thoughts.
Alright. We'll
Tell is good. Let me just say that. Tell has surpassed Yorn as the best immobile damage dealer.
Mm-hmm. Well, I woke up at 4 a.m. to do this. And that means my energy's just peaking. I just finished an entire bag of brownie chips, which is possibly the most American thing I've ever eaten. And I'm ready to go.
Well, I'm ready to continue.
You're continue. I haven't even gotten started. Clash. Do have this kind of tank roster like you were talking about. The downside to that, the things that can chip through that heavy HP frontline are the sustained damage dealers. Telenos and L'Oreal particularly good for this. One thing is drawing my eye is the Noobs Yabeneth needs to basically answer an entire team of tanks.
Well, he's kind of better at doing that than he is dealing with marksman anyway. It's kind of funny because both the frontline marksman for either team, or not marksman, frontline marksman, that's the word. Both of the frontline tanks here between the Aram and the Yebineth are great at, you know, melee skirmishes. So we'll see which one comes out on top.
We will. The noob challenging the enemy jungle right about now. He's going to hang out in mid with Denalians for a while. Crayon a little bit out of position for the early game, playing defense against the push. Will scare Mowgli back a bit.
Right, and Tell could not be a worse, or like a better counter, I should say, for the Aram. Aram just has nothing to do against that, but... Well...
I bet this is... I have a question, and I guess it's directed at the chat. There was a player mostly mid lane last season called Skycrew, who was very, very good. Is Skycrew?
Sky...
Different lane, slightly different spelling. Could be the same guy. Anyway. This will be a bot lane Morin farming up against the Telenas, both sides doing alright. Random in the jungle will be desperately trying to farm up as quick as possible so that he can have a little bit of extra oomph to dive the Telenas.
Denalians probably suspects there's multiple members around him at the moment, and yeah, figures that out. But I'm actually curious to see how this lane Morin is going to work out. I don't think I've ever seen this, but it certainly makes sense if you're just trying to get someone who can farm up to the late game. The problem is he's going to farm up a little bit slower than you normally see a Morin, who is just hyper in the jungle constantly.
Here's the pressure into the mid lane. It'll be Goldie caught out, desperately trying to run back. Deathsbeacon does pull him in, takes about half HP, no more. Now the Abyssal Dragon will be picked up. Clash one more after it. The noob eats a Thunderbird. And Crayon has to fall behind the tower. If they really want him, they can probably challenge underneath this tower, but the rest of Clash instead opt to bully Denalians and Frost inside the jungle. Here's a Sage Golem for them to pick up. Frost won't be able to steal it. And that means that Denalians actually walks away with the Sage buff. Huh.
Well, Clash is already showing themselves to be extremely aggressive here. Double flicker over the wall to try to secure that kill after the Abyssal Dragon was taken, but they're doing a good job in their rotations and just trying to keep that pressure on while, you know, forcing the member of Cream back. One thing I want to keep an eye on, though, is that Cream does scale in the late game a little bit better because of that L'Oreal. The L'Oreal is, you know, your traditional late game hero, whereas Tulin is exactly the opposite.
We'll have to see if that scaling will make a difference. I've seen some really powerful late game Tulins. I think the traditional Parable may be overrated.
Right. The issue with Tulin is part of it. A lot of his damage comes from using.
A lot of that damage, did you say? It's one pickup instantly. Denalians will back out. Does get the smite down. That means he can dive forward and possibly turn the fight. Frost will even it up, but it's 2 for 3 currently. Still a victory for Clash.
Denalians with such a low life bar went back in anyway, and it was certainly worth it, doing a ton of damage to most of them, but Goldie extremely low from that tower. Has to back off. Wow, he saw the power of both sides there, just the burst from Tulin, and then L'Oreal just showing how resilient she can be and providing that damage right back.
I did get confirmation from Simjun, who stepped up to slide into my Discord DMs and tell me that it is the same guy. This is Skycrew in the bottom lane. Was Skycrew in the bottom lane as the noob drops him with the Nature's Realm.
The thing is, Morin takes such a long time to get going. That Tell is going to be able to win this mid game. She's going to have the advantage as far as the damage is concerned, and that could turn into some kills and some advantages here for the side of Cream.
I really do feel like Telenos is just the ultimate sideline marksman.
I have to agree with you there. She just has superior range, and Morin can't really do much going up into her. She's going to do as much damage as he will, perhaps even more, but from a greater range. So he can't really run up and just throw those beads at her.
Crayon will be able to pick up another Abyssal Dragon for his team. That's the first Abyssal actually picked up by Team Kai'Sa. And that will boost their gold lead. Something... Not Team Kai'Sa. Cream Esports. The noob's player tag is still messing with me. There's the dive. Clash random once Crayon. There's the snare from Mowgli. They will be able to confirm the kill. Aliens will chase out the rest of Clash, but I think that's a worthwhile trade. Mowgli in exchange for Crayon.
I'm very surprised that Random was able to get out of there. He was deep within the tower, got hit with a penetrating shot there from the Telenos, but still able to get on out of there.
Very, very well played by him to know the limits of his powers, and I loved Mowgli as well, coming in clutch with that snare.
Let's take a look at the build here from Moore and going straight into damage after those war boots, realizing the need to build up that damage, not really going to attack speed quite yet, because if he did, he'd be really weak at the moment. So certainly makes sense for them to go for that. But as I say that, good night.
Bye! Sky annihilated at close range. The noob will chase Mowgli in the meantime, but nothing much should come of that. Instead, it's just a continued exertion of power from Cream Esports as they keep pushing into the enemy jungle, finding a little bit extra gold, and that is going to add up.
And you can see how they're approaching this game, right? They gave some allowances early on, knowing that as long as it didn't fall too far behind, they'd be in good shape, and it's already paying dividends.
Yeah, you can definitely see that. Here's the group up in the mid lane, or higher than the mid lane, towards top as Random gets caught out in the middle of the smite and the fight. He will fall as the first kill. Denalien's very low, goes down in trade, though Zefta will survive, able to shut down Denalien's and bail. It's a 1-for-1 trade, nothing more. Oh.
Oh.
Almost more.
Yes. Yes, Custom G gets another. It was pretty funny because I saw him duck out through the bottom of that fight in order to get away. I'm like, wait, isn't he on the other team? And yeah, sure enough, that was the case. Frost trying to hold on to this. Don't know if he can. Yes, he can.
And it will be the bottom lane. Sky able to get a tower, but now just wants to retreat.
Ooh. Frost playing with fire here. Just... When you have infinite mobility, sometimes you try to bite off more than you can chew, but so far not getting punished.
No, Frost believes in his infinite mobility, and he's used it very well in all of the Cream Esports games we've seen so far.
And one other thing is, Necroth is going to get even better with the changes in the map that's going to occur, because as the game speeds up, as the minion waves speed up, you're going to need someone who can rotate across the map in a jiffy, and that's certainly Necroth.
My Golem will be up. Nacross not brought to bear on this fight. Instead he's recalling. That's a reset from Frost. And this means that the rest of Cream Esports just kind of need to retreat.
Yeah, just kind of going back and forth here between these two teams, just getting these minion waves. Morin is on his farm. He is not leaving that lane. He's going to get every single minion wave if it's the last thing he does. And certainly building up that gold amount up to 5.6k has that 45% crit, so that's going to work out for him. And Mowgli not quite getting that kill on the Crayon that he wanted.
No, but they almost get that kill onto the tower. It's got a sliver of HP, and that's absurd. Random in the mid lane will fall to the pressure, though. And maybe there's an opportunity to punish Clash for their aggression. That will be the Bracelets of Submission coming through from Goldie. Defensive. And it's enough. Sky now under threat at close range. Almost out life trades. Does out life trade Frost. That is insanity.
Yeah, that is a Morin when you have the highest gold in the game up to that point. Well, I guess he had less than the Necroth, but wow, Morin, just that lifesteal. People underestimate him so much because you don't see him that often, but he can stay alive for a long, long time, especially with that bow slaughter.
That's insanity. I'm in awe. He was playing side lane.
Yeah, but you know, when you're
it's not jungle
Morin
doing that. That's side lane Morin.
I like the Mjorin better. Sounds like Torbjorn from Overwatch.
the hammer of the Norse gods. Mjolnir. Ugly. Well, one's an opportunity mids, and Noob is wise to his strategy. Denalians and Frost push through as well. In the meantime, it's the ranged Abyssal Dragon as the focus for Clash. The Noob now knows Nature's Realm will be spent. Sky doesn't care! He just chunks through it! Zefta will find the finishing blow. Mowgli finally caught out, but Denalians is fair trade for it. Frost barely survives the engagement. It's only Denalians and the Noob to fall. Sky and Zefta need to hold on, though, and with Crayon being brought to bear, the tables have turned. Clash now lose control of this Abyssal Dragon pen, and the enraged Abyssal Dragon will go over to Team Cream Esports.
Like we mentioned at the start of this game, it was the Tell and Morin show there. When Morin was getting his shots off, he was ripping apart the entire team. Then there was a brief Tell and Morin duel, but the protection came in from the Omen. That was enough for her to finish off the Morin, and that's when they gained the advantage.
Bot lane, Frost picks up a tower. Top lane, Gustum questions Goldie's effectiveness on the hold, but all of Cream Esports, I think, want to be able to pick up this tower up top because it opens them up to take Darkslayer. It gives them more options. That's why they now bring the Noob in to tank the tower and Crayon to chunk it.
Unable to get it though, but they do force Wonder Woman back to base here. Let's see what they can get elsewhere. But again, this is just all of this shenanigans comes down to Morin versus Tell.
Oh, Mowgli. Denalians is doing so much sustain during these fights.
Yeah, and wow, look at that build from Denalians, actually going for what looks to be Medallion of Troy.
Sky! Just Sanic out of there. Frost comes in, Sky says, gotta go faster, just dips.
Gotta go faster. Wait, this is the wrong hero.
You see the trailer where Sonic, or the poster where Sonic has those weirdly humanoid legs for the upcoming Sonic the Hedgehog movie?
I can't say I have.
It was like that, but the legs were more swole.
Top lane,
Goldie, are you kidding me? He's gonna get to safety. Frost comes through, trying to get the punish, but it looks like Random's gonna fall. The rest of Team Cream Esports is here. They will clean up the fight. Nicely done.
Oh my goodness, that Thunderbird was the death of Omen, and the block from Nekroth of all heroes gets it done, but nearly does to a minion after Morin chunks him down. Oh man.
This Morin is just... Sky is just split pushing all the lanes right now. Like, if you just leave Sky alone, he'll win a lane 1v3. That's kind of absurd.
The funny thing is, if they get him in one of these team fights, perhaps they can win it, but
yeah,
he's too busy for team fights. He's like, you know, I'm a busy man, okay?
You don't pay me enough for that.
Well, you guys are messing around. I gave myself some gold, okay? And who can't make these inventions by myself. I need some money for it.
Venture capital. The rotation from Cream Esports, I feel, could also shut him down, but they're just uninterested in fighting him.
Oh.
Mowgli will go in. Here's Sky. Here's the team fight we were looking for. Can he out-sustain? Yes, he can! Oh my goodness! It's a complete team wipe! 3 kills found instantly. Denalians tries to survive and does lay out some damage, but no kills will be found. A triple kill for Sky, and only the Omen remains on the map for the defending Cream Esports.
That was so beautiful. Arm goes in. It doesn't seem like it's going to equate to anything, but because of the positioning, Tell has to go right into the Morin, who cuts her down to size, and everyone gets destroyed, and that is just game. Oh my goodness.
Remember what we said, if they could bring Sky into a fight, they win it. I didn't mean if they could bring Sky into one fight, they would win literally the entire game. But apparently...
Apparently, if you bring him into the fight, he wins the game. That's what it came down to. He killed the Tell. Whoever dies first is going to lose the fight, right? It's between the Morin and the Telenos. And Morin caught the Telenos, and she died, and that was the fight.
32% of the team's damage comes from Sky. Notably, look at the number. He outdamaged everyone except an aliens on the other team. And it wasn't even close. Look at his damage numbers compared to the rest of his team. It wasn't even close.
Well, one thing I want to point out as well is that he was never even fighting anyone.
Mm-hmm.
He was just farming. The fact that he got that much damage, if this game had gone on a little bit longer and he was forced to be part of more team fights, I think he would have been up to like 50%.
Yeah, because all of that damage comes from like 2 fights.
Exactly.
What's his participation stat? Not bad actually, 71%, but that's skewed by how it calculates participation. Because it calculates participation based on participation in kills, and he obviously did quite a lot of that. But, you know.
Yeah, there was a lot of hemming and hawing back and forth that he wasn't a part of. He's like, I'm going to go get my gold. Thanks.
Wow. Bow of Slaughter coming into the meta, and that's a shift from previous days. Do you want to talk about Bow of Slaughter for a bit? You're the item guy.
It's kind of a core item for Morin, to be honest, because he shoots so quickly, and he has the self-sustain already within his kit. He has the tools with which to use it. So I don't know if it's coming back in the meta in general, but you know, if you're going to be picking Morin, then certainly that is one to go for.
Yeah, it not only gives you an extra 10% lifesteal and 20% critical chance, by the way, in just as a passive, but it gives you an activatable icon. If you press it, then you get 90% lifesteal for 3 seconds. So,
actually,
yeah.
Fun fact, it's 90 plus 10, so it's actually 100%.
Really?
Yes, so it's 10 within the item, and you get plus 90, which brings you to the maximum
so
of 100.
You're literally doing every bit of damage you do is going back to you as HP for the duration of Bow of Slaughter.
Yep, even including those massive crits. Also, by the way, if you build other lifesteal items, they're going completely to waste when you pop your active because you cannot go over 100% lifesteal.
He does have Omni Arms giving him an extra 10% lifesteal, meaning that by default, Sky's lifesteal is at 20%. That's kind of insane. It's just existing on the map with 20% lifesteal.
Well, his kit gives it to him as well. He heals a little bit whenever he uses. Yeah, so...
Alright. I kind of like that forward build.
It will cut them down to size. But in general, Bow of Slaughter is a better item to go for if you don't need the attack speed from either Slick Sting or the Devil's Handshake. Because for someone who consistently auto-attacks, you definitely need the consistent crits, you know, to get up to that 45%. Because you're always picking Clavis Sancti. That is a given when you're going for crit chance. And after that, Bow of Slaughter is a nice choice, especially when you have a coordinated team. And you can go for War Boots, which gives you a lot of attack speed. War Boots are really good, DJ. Let me just tell you. All of the Boots' extra abilities, they're amazing. So it's a big decision choosing one over the other.
I know. I had a guy in my game that couldn't make that decision, so he just bought all the Boots. Ran down mid lane a ton. Respect that.
Look how fast I can go. Oh, wait. That's not how that works.
Should be, though. Game number 1 goes over to Cream Esports. We'll take a moment to look at the rest of the bracket for those of you who are just joining us. The top 6 teams out of the next 2 weekends of play will go on to compete for $200,000 in the ESL Valor Series. And we do the Lobby 2 ID. Sorry?
It was Clash that one, that was it?
You are correct.
Or am I crazy? I was like, am I insane? I might be going crazy.
It's alright. I'm just clicking buttons over here. It's like 4 a.m. I don't know. Anyway. In the lower bracket, Nova Esports have continued to blast through. Their last victory was over Team Syndicate. They're currently facing the winner of Existence, AOV, and Mafia Koala, which is a great team now. Black Law have been knocked out of contention. Bunker Esport beating them there. BJB beat out Bunker Esport, knocking Bunker BYF, different team, knocking them out of contention. Our good old friends Darkness of Evil Esports blasted through their lower bracket matches and made it into the game versus Team 404 that is currently ongoing in the lower bracket quarter-finals. That's your lower bracket update. Slight signs of upsets. The small gust of Nova Esports. Now, back to the game.
I just caught that at the end. Sorry about that.
Sorry, it wasn't that good a joke.
Yeah. Anything's funny at this point.
You've been up for too long to be discerning.
Wait, that was mean. I didn't even know how to be not mean anymore. This is bad. Okay.
The first bans will be a little bit more standard again. Ignis coming through. Are you looking for any significant changes in the draft?
Do you target Ben Morin? Because that was a thing.
I don't think the Morin was the reason they lost. I think they would have lost to anything, any ranged marksman that they let get that fed in the bottom lane.
Morin is particularly dangerous. I mean, the biggest weakness of Morin is how slow he takes to build up. But by the time he does get built up, he's absolutely nuts. He's on par with Lindis and any hero you want to put out there in the late game. The only difference is Lindis doesn't take that long to get started. So I would say that Morin could be something that they want to at least figure out how to deal with, because I could see that being picked once more.
It will be the final banning phase now. Ignis, Aram, Lindis out. Rourke, Omen, Annette. Clash disagree with your priorities.
By the way, did you fix the score screen? I'm not sure.
I did. They're just... Twitch chat's on a delay. It'll be fine.
Okay. They're scaring me. They're
yelling
just, for our heads.
Look, I have two buttons. One of them puts the number up for Clash. One of them puts the number up for Creep. Sometimes I click on the wrong button. Sorry.
But what if... Okay, never mind. Never mind. Okay, let's move on to the draft.
Are you attributing intention to this? I just decided that Cream deserved that win, and I gave him an extra point.
Wait, what happens if we just ignore the results and say who we want to have won? And
then we get
just
fired,
have to honor
Daniel. Then we get fired. That's what happens.
I was dreaming of maybe they just put the different team in.
No, then we get fired. That's how that works.
The caster said so.
The rest of the picks are coming through. It will be Sephra, Mina. Ooh, the Morin returning. This time over on Cream Esports. Locked in. Mowgli, in the meantime, picked up a Elsu for his side, presumably going over to Sky on the sideline.
So this is very interesting. The Morin is not going off against the Tell this time. Now, Tell was winning the early game, but once it started getting into those team fight situations, the Morin was doing a little bit better, because anytime you had a Tell Morin clash, the Morin would win. This time we have an Elsu, so that is a completely different matchup. I'm not certain if Morin was the right way to go, but he does have that movement speed, which does make it slightly hard to snipe him out.
I'd like to report on an ongoing situation. Chat's picked up on it. You remarked on it. No Elsu, or sorry, no Quillen.
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
All right.
Sorry.
Is that your complete thoughts on the situation, T2?
I was thinking. Remember that time when you had Saturday Scramble? And Marcus on our team picked Elsu, and he completely demolished their Quillen. Now, I imagine Quillens in the professional ranks are probably better than that, but it is something to keep in mind, because with Sentinels all around, it's harder to sneak up on people.
Yeah. Definitely the Sentinel of Elsu, if you don't know, its interaction is it denies the invisibility from Quillen. So there's definitely a matchup there, but also they could have picked Quillen over on Clash. And we've seen several games now, not even into an LSU, where the Quillen just hasn't been picked. It really seems like the EU competitive scene doesn't value him that highly.
Which is strange to me, because he's really good. It's not just a solo queue thing.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, I suppose if you have enough CC, then you can lock him down, and you can't really do much. You just stick their team together.
We're into it. Game number 2, 1-0 up for Clash. I'm still gonna say Q-Lash. Sorry.
You do that. That's perfectly fine with me. It's not like I know the exact way to say it. I just guessed.
Yeah, but I believe
I figured.
you more than I believe me. It's a sad state of affairs, but it's true. After last game, where Sky quietly farmed up to be the most terrifying thing in the world, I'm a little bit worried the same thing will happen again here. He's got a character that's just as deadly, should they get ahead.
You're saying why Richter is typically either banned or picked very early, as he just completely messes with Denalians. We'll see that matchup in the top. It's not a bad matchup for the Marja, though. She can certainly deal with it, as long as she stays away from the bushes like that.
Goldie will find extra poke on the Crayon. But it looks like the Crayon will be able to come out on top. Yeah, because Marja is very, very good as a sustained damage dealer. And a whole bunch of Richter's skills are basically just good for burst fights. So I do think the Marja comes out on top now. One
situation where where Clash comes out on top is this bottom lane matchup between Elsu and the Yevoneth. That is not a fair fight.
No, the close range and slow movement speed of the Yevoneth will just lead to Sky being able to chip away over a long period of time. Although, finally, this mech does get awfully close range. Sky forced to back up in a hurry.
And one thing we haven't really talked about is this jungle Wonder Woman. And
oh yeah, that happened. I remember making like a little mental note to talk about it. Never did. Frost in trouble might stop us from doing so for a while. That will be Sky coming in. A double kill. Almost a triple kill. Uncontested. The noob will flicker forward, grab Mowgli for their trouble, but it's devastating. We've seen jungle Wonder Woman before.
We have. But yeah. Working out perfectly fine here. Just it's weird because it's kind of like a Zephys. You're in the front lines, but you're also a jungler.
The reason I like him is, the reason I like Jungle Wonder Woman is because it adds Wonder Woman is already a character I adore because of her potential as a frontline tank who's still dealing damage, and she has high mobility. But putting her in jungle and building Leviathan on her just adds an extra level of damage and sustain. The one downside, of course, is that there's a relatively slow farm speed.
And after they pick the Chognar, it sort of makes sense to go with her because she's a pseudo support as well. She supplies those shields whenever she goes for her bracelets of submission, and she also has the CC that Chognar lacks as well. So kind of just making up for his weaknesses there.
Ooh, Frost in trouble. Bracelets through. He's gone. Again annihilated at the start of the fight. Sky, in the meantime, taking a full Nature's Realm. Will be able to do exactly that. And it's Sefta just coming through and finding the kill. Denalians as Waters of Life comes through. Too little, too late. And there's another kill found.
Well, Kareem saw the Morin on the side of Clash, said, let us try that. But unfortunately, Frost is walking right up to Random, and he says, thank you very much. Here is a big old whip in your face, and you are dead, sir.
That was beautiful. I love the speed of the collapse coming through from Clash. Mowgli this time gets punished. Finally, the Magnetic Storm scaring him back. Very low on HP at the end of it.
I'm going to need a lot more than that because they are falling extremely far behind, and Aliens has to just pop the ult already. and flicker away.
Dark
And the noob might pay
Dominion,
for his life.
barely enough to save the noob. The extra damage reduction it gives grants him his escape. Sky, are
Sky
you
looking
kidding
for
me?
a cheeky kill. Well, you know, I mentioned earlier that they picked Morn because he's a little bit faster than the Telenos, but if he's gonna just stand there, then they might have just picked the Telenos anyway, because Sky is getting some free snipes off right now.
The Abyssal Dragon picked up 5-1 and a dominant gold lead. Clash look to be in control of this game.
And random just bullying people out of the way. And by the way, I do want to mention that Sky is going for the auto attack build that is a Fafnir's just picked up right now.
Meaning
So-
the priority is going to be getting into range and brawling, as opposed to landing the long-range snipes. The snipes are still an asset, very powerful one, but they're not the primary source of damage.
Yeah, I believe going for the auto attack build ups your sniper rate by about 20%, just because of that peace of mind. Like, I don't need these anyway. I got auto attacks.
And it's more reliable. I do think the snipe build grants more impact on the game if you succeed, but it's more consistent to just know that your auto attacks are doing massive damage.
That said, we've seen it succeed today, and it was devastating.
Snipe build certainly powerful enough. We'll go wide there. Frost able to dodge one in the top lane. In the meantime, Goldie gets scared back by Crayon. And the entirety of Clash will come to defend his honor. What's that? He offended you? 4-man rotate.
Wait, he just popped his ultimate though, so that is certainly problematic. Now he doesn't have that 4 potential fight. Crayon is not really scared, and they're gonna hold on.
Yeah, nothing much found. Clash perhaps pressing the wrong buttons at close range. Random will try and avenge that going in on this Yabeneth, who simply redwood rushes to safety.
I love how Mowgli just jumps inside Nillian's water wall. It's just like, you know, I'm safe here. I feel nice and cozy inside this little ring.
Mowgli is like... Oh, sorry, the noob called out. Mowgli is like one of the most specialist players in the Valor series. He like plays Jognar and that alone. And he's really good at it.
And he knows exactly where to go against the Sephira.
An aliens will get scared back. The Abyssal Dragon picked up the third one of the game. Hello, Sky. Welcome back. Perhaps that Abyssal finally putting him over the mark. He finishes up some item builds and starts hitting like a truck. Run away, Frost. You don't want any of this.
Yeah, the nice thing about Ulsu is if you go auto attack build, your snipes will hurt, and if you go for snipe build, your
Oh, that
auto
Dark
attacks will
Dominion.
hurt.
That scared everyone back. Mowgli cancels it completely out, though, with Chaos Protection. There's the lasso, and the snipe, and the Reiki shot. That's a burst combo you don't want to be downrange of.
Yeah, not so much. Frost is just not having a great time this game. Not nearly the fun that Sky had in the last game as that Morin.
I was promised 30% of the team's damage.
But you're promised wrong, Frost. You're promised wrong.
Tower falls up top. Zapdo with the Foxtrot goes for the contested mid, opting to ignore Denalians. Much to Denalians' ire, but he can't do much. Scares Zapdo back. A whole bunch of the jungle is picked up by Clash, which is devastating for an already underfarmed Frost.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I can't even mention anything because I'm going to go for another clash in the middle. Wow, Crayon can't even get her Ghost Walk off before she has taken down the size. That's not what they need.
No. Devastating. Again and again, Clash is just roaming as this 4-5-man squad and finding individual picks, and you can see the efficacy of it as they now turn their eyes towards the Dark Slayer. It'll be almost instantly half HP'd and picked up before a contest or even knowledge that it's being contested can come out. Now the team rushes towards the mid lane. Tenalians run, flee and hide because the entirety of Clash is here.
One thing I want to mention for a second before Frost takes down this tower is that they made a really smart decision. Remember when they rotated top to help Richter and it didn't work out? They're like, yeah, we're not doing that anymore. We're just gonna win the rest of this map and make Marva come to us, and we'll kill her when she does.
That was an Abyssal Dragon picked up defensively, or attempted to be picked up defensively. It is pre-10 minutes, so it doesn't matter as much, and the noob needs to run. There's the Sephira defense from the ultimate, but the Waters of Life can only keep people up. It's not enough to go offensive. And look at the threat coming through with the Drake. The minion wave instantly collapses on the tower. You can see Guzmek desperately running for his life down bottom, and he's lassoed right back into the midst of the team. It's an easy pickup, and another tower to fall in the mid lane as Sky clicks on it once. Oh, Frost. Blinding light. Foxtrot in. He's not able to survive. Sky with the execute.
Yeah, even through the Dark Dominion there, doesn't hold her down for long. That Gilded Greaves coming in handy this game in particular. The Nillions able to get out of there with a Tide of Life, but Grant not so lucky.
Just blown up. Top lane, Goldie's been sweeping up towers as well. As we hit the 10-minute mark and the Enraged Abyssal spawns, there's only one team in position to get it. Clash now threatening high grounds. 18 seconds on their major respawn of Crayon, 2 on Frost. Still enough time to challenge any tower if they like, but unless they get a major pick, they will probably reset.
I just love how multifaceted this Wonder Woman has been. She's been frontline tank, she's been jungler, she's been the engage, basically been like an Ormar and a Grak at the same time, pulling people in, charging in on the opposing side, just everything all at once, everything you want her to be.
Yeah, and that's the power of the Wonder Woman, because you can do so many things. You can just rely on the Wonder Woman to be your frontline, to be your jungle. And it isn't for every roster, I think, particularly if you're lacking damage, it can be a poor choice. But if they know Sky's going to be their primary source of damage, if they know Zephyr going to be their primary source of damage, why worry?
And it's an interesting option to go for, particularly because when you typically go for a tanky jungler, it's the Zephyr's choice, right? But they're showing that, you know, with a little bit more support in the role, that Wonder Woman can make it work.
My god, those snipes hitting for a lot. The noob knocked low. Sky and the rest of the team wants Wave to crash down bottom, and Random's just diving in. The bracelets will land. They keep going. The Riki shot will connect. Nature's Realm is spent defensively. Goldie, Mowgli, both fall. This could be disastrous for Clash, especially as Random's added to the roster of fallen heroes. Zephyr and Sky just need to bail. This might have been exactly what they needed on Creamy Sports.
Sky is the most courageous person sitting in that bush, facing down 4 members. I thought I was watching Jon Snow against an entire army in Game of Thrones there. He's just facing them down. Oh, I'm sorry. There's no footage. It's okay. But on the other end, Frost, he was like, oh, this is what I've been waiting for. This is the hero, just gets in. And right as Clash gets greedy, right as they start jumping into a Nature's Realm for some strange reason, he says, thank you very much. This is the moment I've been waiting for.
Aquaman facing down the trench.
Maybe, do we have the rights for that one?
Yeah, maybe. Who knows?
Maybe.
Mowgli caught out. The noob will be isolated as well. Random wants to go in. This could actually be dangerous, but there's Random. It's a brilliant bracelets of submission and a kill already found. And Alien's off the board. The noob caught out as well. Tries to get out, but it's not enough. Frost does get Zephyr. That's a valid trade, but it will be the only one as 3 quick kills are picked up. Crayon's recalling. It is only Frost still standing on the map. This might be game.
I'm not quite sure why Cream decided to take a fight down 8,000 gold and no major advantage to their side, but it certainly did not work out well for them.
Is how the gods of Asgard move around, actually.
And that's just going to be it. Clash 2-0 over a Cream team that beats Nova and Syndicate earlier on.
Clash confirmed best team in Valor series?
I think we just did.
Nova Esports still working their way up the lower bracket. Now will be joined by Cream Esports, the team that beat them once before. Clash 2-0 them up top in the quarterfinals. The European Valor Series qualifiers will continue, but they've already gotten a little out of control.
looking at these damage numbers here. Frost, I'm sorry, buddy. Only 24%, outdone by Crayon, 31. Sky, though, he's got that consistent 34 down. He's got it on lockdown, TJ. Any hero, doesn't matter. Give me that Elsu. Give me that Morin. He will give you 34%. He is consistent.
Mm-hmm. I'd like to take a moment, though, to address Zefta, because he's someone I think we kind of underrepresented, but both games, he was the second prong of this Clash side. They allowed Random to be a little bit more of a frontline tank, and they used Sky and Zefta as the two prongs that were doing the vast majority of the team's damage.
Well, the teamwork was certainly there, too, because look at Random. I am baffled. He actually only had 13% damage, and that just goes to show how good the teamwork was, because every time he landed those bracelets of submission, the follow-up damage was there. When those players were getting chunked down, that wasn't just the Wonder Woman damage, it was everyone else putting it in as well.
Well, we'll see if there's more down the road for Clash. Their upper bracket path is by no means easy. As the winner of that match, they will continue to play Team 1%, who just beat out Phoenix Community, a team that looked terrifying earlier on. We'll have to see how that goes down. Hopefully we can slide into that match. Don't go far. When we return, it will hopefully be Team 1% versus Clash. ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. D2, we've fallen down a pit into the lower bracket.
How do we get out?
Well, we climb out, and we're going to be following one group of teams attempt to do that. We're starting right now with Nova Esports versus Existence. These are best of one elimination games. You lose one game, you're out! You go home! There is one more chance, of course, the second qualifier next weekend, but you can't miss out on the points this weekend either.
I actually didn't know that. So all of the lower bracket is best of one?
I believe so. I'd have to double check. But I believe so. Losers, round of 8 and on. So actually, no, this is BO3. Alright. Cool.
Take back everything.
Guys, don't know what I was saying. Words got away ahead of me. Yeah, BO3. But the stakes are still the same. You lose one series, you go home.
Yeah, and obviously they're in this position because they've lost earlier today. Nova losing the Cream, Existence losing the Clash, the teams that we just saw. So it's redemption time for one of these, and goodbye time for one of the other.
I'm not sure how I feel about goodbye time as a concept.
That reminds me of a Louis C.K. joke he said in when he was at Conan's thing. And
No, we're not allowed to talk about Louis C.K. anymore.
Okay,
no.
fine. It was a joke
No.
that someone said.
No.
Fine.
No.
Fine.
He did a bad thing. You know
That's
who
true.
didn't do a bad thing? Existence, AOV. In fact, through no fault of their own, they found themselves in the lower bracket here, losing their upper bracket series. This means, though, they have a chance at redemption. They just have to get through one of the toughest teams in the Valor series, Nova Esports, the reigning champions of the Valor series.
And Existence, if they want to topple them, they need to start here. And that will help certainly if they get to the regular season. It'll also provide them with that confidence that they can beat them in the future.
Blue team's turn to ban.
The draft begins. It will be a ban out of Murad and Valheim. Lindis opposing them.
Completely different bans than what we've seen thus far. The Murad being
Team's turn to
something we saw
ban.
earlier as a targeted ban. This time, yet again, a target ban against Mr. Vex here.
This is a star-studded roster, but something curious long-time fans of the scene will notice is that both Sharko and Poseidon, both traditionally mid-lane players, are on this team. I'd say Sharko is the more consistently talented mid-laner, but one of them's got to give up mid-lane. I wonder how they've made that roster work.
I would like to imagine both of them saying, "I'm mid," just like spamming
They
it
just
in
both
chat.
pick mages?
Yeah, and they both go mid. It's like, wait a second, isn't this a professional team? Like, no, I'm mid.
Sharko's that toxic, I believe. I've sat in rooms with him talking to his team. I'd believe it.
In that awkward moment where both mids are just sharing the gold and one of them has to leave, but neither wants to. Oh,
Yeah, that's just my ranked experience. Sharko, however, far better than that. I suspect they have a plan. It'll be Annette and Elsu as their first two. Saphira getting through opposing.
We've seen Elsu get picked first a lot today, and it's been valid every single time because every single Elsu has been dominant. Oh.
Yes!
Dreams.
Yes! It is Gilder time!
I could just feel you waiting in anticipation. Like, please go through. Please go through.
Why? Why? Because, like, I really like Gilder. But, like, why? You don't have any answers for me. Do you?
I want to see the rest of the draft because I don't even know where he's playing.
It's got a It's got to be... it could be Sideline, Sephra, either one.
Red team's turn to ban.
Support Gilder?
Well, that's what I was thinking at first, but they have a Chognar.
Mm-hmm. Mid
Vex, do it for me.
Support Gilder, Sideline,
Vex.
Sephra. Don't at me.
I don't know. Vex, I know you love Necross. Just one time for me, please, buddy. I know you're not my buddy, but please, buddy, one time, Quillen. Anyway, I don't know how this Gilder.
So, for those of you who are not part of my cult of Gilder, first of all, congratulations on your higher rank DLO. Second of all, let me talk to you about Gilder. The number one thing Gilder does different than almost any other mage is he is a tanky boy. He is almost impossible to kill, and he has infinite stuns. His basic attack, every fourth normal attack, is a stun with a little bit of knockback, which means if you can time it right, you can consistently have an interrupt for major abilities and reposition people for the rest of your team to punish. This also works quite well with his his first ability, Siege, which is a little dash that gives him the stun on his normal attack for his next normal attack, and then you add in Extravagant. Guess what? His second ability, that's a stun as well. It's a point-and-click stun with a little projectile that explodes and does AoE damage. Then you look at his ultimate. Guess what? That's a stun that has stuns inside of it. It's an AoE circle that stuns everyone standing in it. Now, you might be like, that's an awful lot of stuns, TJ, and you'd be right. And that's when I point you towards this Wisp. This is a next-level, high-brain, big-brain strategy. They're going to stun things infinitely, and then the Wisp is going to hit them.
You know what, TJ? I agree with you. He has a lot of stuns. And not only that, he has so many stuns that when he stuns himself. Because every time he stuns, he also has to stop for a long, long time in order to do it. It's the self-stun master, Mr. Gilder.
I think this is a personal thing for you. You really don't like it when characters, like, stop in the middle of moving.
I do not.
But look at that point-and-click stun. I've been saying Gilder is going to come into the meta for a while. And I've been wrong. But I believe
and I've been wrong.
that this is going to be the day that it changes.
Also, we've been talking about Gilder so much, we missed the fact that they went Jungle Wisp.
Shut up! We're talking about Gilder. Jungle Wisp, popular, or popularized by Rocker of the former Team Allegiance. Never bad, but certainly not the best of options.
Yeah, she loses out to, what is it, her father? Morin? I forgot the relation.
Wow.
Anyway.
I don't even know that much lore. Bamboo comes in with the water wall stun. Grizzly Q in a lot of trouble, actually, but the snipe comes through, and oh, the tables are turned. Roids and Checkerton both in trouble. Roids will get out. Checkerton not so lucky. Bamboo burned down. Does get Grizzly Q, but that's all. Amaris and Blue Triton want to find that duo combo I set up earlier, but neither of them can quite do enough damage. And that's an early game kill lead over to Nova Esports.
Well, they did show the possibilities of what you mentioned. The nice stun into the shock and all, but not quite enough there. I wonder if this is a strategy that Clamaris had on ladder to mess up fools who try to play Elsu. He's like, I can hit you right back. And unfortunately, this is Nova. So I don't feel like it's going to work. But we'll see.
Yeah, he is winning his lane into a Marta. Just thought I'd point that out.
Is he, though? He's missing the last hits on these minions because...
Tell me what winning a lane is, okay, Daniel? He's trying his hardest, and that's all I ask for out of any Gilder.
He is trying his hardest, but he didn't get the seal. So, it's a bit unfortunate.
But if you look at that lane and look at who has higher HP, that's right, it's Gilder.
Alright, you win this one. I'll give it to you.
You know who's not winning the Abyssal Dragon, though? Gilder. It will be picked up by Nova Esports, and they'll chase Clemares down bottom as well. This Sephiroth mid is gone. Bamboo picked up quite easily.
Yeah, we're talking about the Gilder the entire time, but a consistent theme throughout the day is that Elsu has just jumped a level. People are just better at him now, and nothing has changed this game.
All right. The pressure continues. Checkerton will fall up top. Shurko chases Roids back. We wondered what the role change-up would be. Shurko is in mid, Poseidon playing side lane. Clemares does land a nice exalted stun, but he can't find the punish because he overcommits with Siege. They do have Oxy quite low. The water wall goes wide. Oh, Bamboo in as well, and look at that! The Gilder finds an opening kill!
The Gilder has been the key all along. When did I ever, or why did I ever doubt it? But that said, they're down quite a bit in gold and they lost their top tower.
Yeah. But Clemares does a lot of tower damage because Gilder does a lot of tower damage. Just saying.
Well, they'll have to make more than that.
Daniel is done with me.
Yeah, I'm not going to follow up on that. I'm sorry. Yeah, they're going to have to do a lot more than that in order to come back in this game. Even though it's only 4-2, they are quite behind already.
To say the least, Poseidon in mid will try and farm up some minions and just look at the damage he's already doing with those snipes. Because of his level lead, Clemares has held his own in lane, but that is the only lane in which the tower has gone relatively untouched. Mid is at half HP and top lane is gone.
You know, the funny thing is, most Elsus have gone to the side lane. Ooh, never mind, hold that thought.
Vex. That tower's obliterated as well. Chicketon will get saved. Bamboo eating a Thunderbird to save his ally. Now the snipe snaps through. Royd's half HP'd in the single shot.
Yeah, that's what Elsu can do for you. Clemares tries to hit, but hits the monster instead. The monkey just getting in the way. Darn monkey, always.
He hit it out of... That was bad. I'm not gonna lie, Clemares. Vex will find the kill onto Bamboo as well. Clemares resets to his lane, and I'll just play defense for now. Grizzly Q, Shurko, and the rest want to come through, possibly fight the biggest threat on the battlefield so far. Clemares has killed her.
Poseidon is hiding in a bush next to this Sephiroth, and it's just gonna work because they're so far ahead that doesn't matter. All right, then.
And the rest of the team fights go Nova's way. The only player not to fall, Clemares on Gilder. Shurko will come through, trying to rectify that situation, but the Exalted stuns him up and he can't find an engage. In the meantime, Royd says his spin for zoning. Shock and all there as well for wave clear. Royd's pushed back, but the mid tower held. Clemares, 1v2 in the bot lane, is holding as well. Not even Vex can push his tower.
This feels like an older brother, you know, when he does that move where he just holds the younger brother's head with his hand and, you know, he just can't even reach him.
That's called child abuse.
Yeah, that's what it feels like in this game.
It feels like child abuse? Alright.
Yeah.
Mid-lane Bamboo. Not sure that's the analogy I would have gone for, but alright.
Hey, just some older sibling, you know, bullying. What can you say?
Huh. Bamboo in the mid lane will clear wave a couple times.
It's in video game form, so it's okay.
Existence, hold on.
Oh, now you're the one ignoring me.
Yep. Clemares finally falls into bot lane. Shurko able to obliterate him at close range. That should be the tower falling up top. Triton and Roids are trying to find a way back into this game, and they are on par with Oxy. The problem is just that Vex is 3 levels ahead as he'll demonstrate. Stunned up, though, by the Ryu. A Hurricane Wall from Grizzly Q needs to be spent as an intervention, but it is a beautiful one. Vex survives, Oxy flickers forward, and there'll be a lot of damage distributed onto the Existence members.
If Existence wants to come back into this, they need to take advantage of over-aggression like that from Oxy, because a flicker in when didn't really have the Ghost Walk or anything else to save her. It feels like that could have been something where they turned on them, but they're not really taking the opportunities at the moment. Obviously, it's very difficult, easier said than done. They're down a lot of gold, but I feel like they could potentially start to turn on some of these advances here from Nova.
Yeah, late game Gilder power spike coming in. He's building Apocalypse right now. We'll see what happens.
He is building Apocalypse.
No, Apocalypse is really good because his normal attacks do a lot of damage.
You mean the empowered one after he uses his siege?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
so you
it takes
siege and then
8 seconds
Apocalypse
for him to
buffs
go
your
off.
next normal attack, and your normal attack's suddenly half HPing people. Trust me, I built AP Gilder. I told them.
Vex is already across the map by that point. Elsu's not getting close. The Marja has invulnerability. You're literally not hitting anyone with those autos. Anyway.
I think I'm right. Chickens thinks I'm right as well. He'll pay for it. Oh my goodness, that snipe. The tower's just gone.
It's time to look at the Elsu build, and he is going full snipe. So that is kind of hurts. Oh, Bamboo got out of the way, and Roids died.
There's the Drake. Roids is gone. That was a good snipe. These snipes are hitting hard.
Yeah, you thought he missed, but he hit the person behind. And that person died.
This Drake in mid lane, they don't really have an answer to it. Blue Dragon and Glamours will be able to burst it down eventually, but in the top lane, their high ground tower is just gone. They don't have the wave clear for mid either, really. They'll try, but that's 2 high grounds down. They're only holding on to 1. Glamours does stun up Poseidon for what it's worth. As Exalted doing a decent chunk of damage, it's just not really nearly enough. Now Glamours is back on the front lines because they've got Roids in the front lines as well. They're able to chase back Poseidon, but not in time to save their high grounds. All 3 down now. Exalted forward, Grizzly Q low, but that is it. Nova Esports take game 1.
That was the most one-sided game that we've had all day. There was almost 0 pushback from Existence. Other games that were one-sided today, there was some sort of moment in the game where you said that they just do a little bit more of that, maybe they can come back, but that was just... It just seemed like they were scared of Nova.
I think Glamours is onto something. Statistically, he did 18% of his team's damage. Which isn't great. But if you look, he did 16% of his team's damage taken. And if you combine them, that's over 30% of his team's everything. That's pretty big as a number.
Right. On average, you do 40, though. Because 1/5 of 200% is 40. Did my math hurt you? I'm sorry.
No, you're right. I was just kind of hoping that you weren't. And it took me an extra second to do my fact checking. And then I discovered that you were right. And that hurt. You're saying that because you can get 100% team damage or 100% team defense, 200% total means that on average 30% is dismal.
Yes. That is what I'm trying to say.
And I appreciate the thorough proof of Gilder's
QED
insufficiency. Shirko across the board has no such qualms. 24% of his team's damage. I like the shift for him in mid. Poseidon doing quite well in side lane as well. Bamboo also stepping up for Existence on the Sephra. 41% of the team's damage with 100% participation.
Oxy was extremely aggressive. I feel like there were so many moments where they could have turned on her, especially because she was running in after visibly using Ghostwalk, but Existence just didn't find their opportunities.
Well, you know, you try some and you lose them. And that's the story of playing Gilder. We do have many more games for Existence to try and win. Besides maybe not picking Gilder because Gilder is not great. What should change?
Well, you mentioned in the draft, just don't do weird things. In the actual game, you have to bring it to Nova. If you play passively, Nova's going to walk all over you. And in fact, any good team is going to just walk right over you. You need to force the issue. That's basically how Arena of Valor works. You can't play... Even when you're playing defensively and reactively, you need to predict correctly. So you need to always have some sort of proactiveness in your play, or else you're just going to lose.
Yeah, and Nova demonstrated that. It'll be a tough game for them. While we're getting into the second game, I'd like to touch on the bracket, just so people have an overall sense of what's going on. If you can make sure we're getting into that game too, that would be great. Team 404, the French side, led by Azure, formerly of Team Vitality, has just knocked out Darkness of Evil Esports and is currently playing Cream Esports in the lower bracket. The loser, of course, goes home. Phoenix Community is waiting on the winner of Asura versus, oh boy, Comita Team. That was awful for anyone who understands Spanish, I'm sure. Dead Rabbits are waiting the winner of this match we're watching right now. They'll play them in the second quarter-final round? I don't know. Is that really how the lower bracket works? Man, Double Elam's great. There are 2 quarter-final rounds in the lower bracket, and that's pretty cool. They'll play them in the second quarter-final round. The winner of that goes on to face the winner of Night Squad versus, I believe, Bunker Esport. In the upper bracket, in the meantime, Team Queso has been playing off against Sleepy Team, and Clash Esports, or Clash Spain AOV, has been playing against Team 1%. The winner of those two goes to the upper final, which we will probably swoop up and grab just so that we can know who's awaiting the winner of the lower bracket, and we can dip back down and conclude the lower bracket with you guys. We have until 2 p.m. Pacific, which is about 4 more hours before the EU bracket freezes and we resume tomorrow. It looks like we're going to be on par. I bet we can finish this in 4 hours, so we might not even have to do a second day. It might, all the players might only have to show off once, which is kind of nice.
That would be dandy.
And I just got invited to the lobby. You get in?
Did you? Yes.
Awesome. Then we are into the lobby for game number 2.
TJ,
That is
as
me.
a team in Valor Series 2, and frequently in Valor Series 1, Existence kind of disappointed me that game. They just got rolled over.
Yeah. I don't really know what the logic behind the Gilder draft was. Like, to be honest, it felt like them giving up. Sorry. I like Gilder as much as the next band, but they didn't really seem to have a solid plan, and it definitely didn't work if they had one.
You know what it could have been? Maybe they thought that the LC was going side lane, so every time a snipe went off, that he could just match the damage. But then they just put a mid, and then put the Tulin in the side lane. And then they were like, oh, I guess we lose.
It did feel like they gave up in-game. There was not a whole lot of coordinated effort coming out from Existence, and that's a bad sign, normally.
Yeah, there needs to be plan A, plan B, plan C, not plan A, and if it doesn't work, I guess we lose.
Red team's turn to
So.
ban.
The pick ban is underway. It will be Richter and Lindis banned down for Nova Esports. It will be Ignis and Mirand. Also joining him for Existence.
To pick.
I wonder if Sephira gets through to Bamboo again. He looked really good on him.
Well, I suppose they might take him away here, but no, they go for the net. And by the way, I think that from now on, teams should go back to banning the L soon because he has just proven beyond a doubt that he is, once again, definite ban worthy.
No one's playing or banning Quillen as well. It's like, I kind of thought like Vex would show up and blow our minds on Quillen or something. I don't know.
He just loves Necroth too much.
Yeah, maybe. Ooh. Oh. Sephiroth will get back over into Bamboo's hands, which is good given his performance on the character last game. We also get a Telenas in side lane and a Nakroth for Vex. Opposing them, looks like Joker coming out. I like that.
Joker's really nice into the Necroth because once he dives in, you can just blow him up. Necroth, usually he gets in, and before you can land the final blow, he just gets out. But Joker one-shots you, so that could be something to help them.
Chickerton gets his crashed. Tanky frontline. I like it, but the Florentino now coming out in the side lane could be devastating, particularly when joined by... Ooh, this is a good Nova roster.
I think it's a little bit split, to be honest.
Wait, how does this work?
They don't have a mid.
They don't have a mid.
They have Tel mid.
Hold up. I just had a realization.
Yeah, I was thinking, I'm like, they have 3 side laners. Oh, wait.
Telenas mid.
Didn't they have 2 mids on their team? What happened?
Oh. Okay. So they have 2 mid laners, right?
Mm.
And neither of them is playing mid. Shurko may be playing Florentino mid. Poseidon may be playing Telenas mid.
Was this one of those situations where both players are like stuck at a door to like, no, after you, no, after you, and then they both just never
their
go
support
through?
player on. What is going on?
They don't know what's
Sorry.
happening. I think they messed
Okay.
up.
Oh my god! All
I
right,
think they just
a
screwed
net
up.
mid.
10 seconds.
It all makes sense. A net mid.
Okay, that makes more sense, honestly.
Poseidon will be playing a net in mid. Shurko takes sideline on Florentino, who I might add is perfect for Shurko. Grizzly Q will play support Zenial. And then you'll have Oxy and Vex in side lane and support respectively.
I finally got that. Just the style. You can just see a Circo when he lands his blossom. Join me in this dance. Every
like-
time to himself.
I feel like Shurko likes Florentino on a lot of levels. And I'm
On
happy for him.
more than one. Yes, absolutely. By the way, I'm guessing that this was a mistake from Nova. I think they messed up and they're like, well, how do we rectify this?
No.
We can put
You have not casted Nova. The reason I
Okay.
feel comfortable giving Nova this kind of shade is because Nova Esports feels so in control of this series that they're BMing. And that is something Nova Esports do.
I'd feel better if they were in the upper bracket and BMing, but anyway.
So would I. Nova just do this stuff.
Yeah, well, Circo already performing a little bit of that combo onto Koresh. It will hurt more once he gets triple threat up, but for now he just had to settle for Blossom.
We'll see about the bot lane pressure. I was right by the looks of things. Never mind, Poseidon's rotating up top. I can't tell for sure. But I think I was right. Poseidon will push out. Chickerton is nearby as well.
I was going to say, is this one of those mid by committee things that we saw to disastrous effect at the EAC?
Maybe. Grizzly Q's hanging out. I think he's just playing roaming support and Poseidon was just checking out top. I think this is mage mid from a net. Yeah, look, Phoenix tier bull. It's just mid and net. Nothing
Okay.
too crazy.
Just that. Well, Blue Triton already has level 4. And he's sharking around. Like the shark that he is. Except the shark is crushed.
Yeah, literally yes. Okay. Yes, Crest is a shark. Thanks for observing.
It's one of those things when it gets late, you just say the obvious thing, right? It's like, he's sharking. That's a shark.
Katy Perry. Poseidon.
Yes.
Will fall back in mid lane. As Bamboo, Blue Triton, and Chickaton are nearby. Oxy and Grizzly Q are looking for Seagull down bottom. The extra vision control it gives them would award them a little extra understanding of where the Abyssal Dragon is at.
I'm curious if Existence is able to bring this game to the mid/late game, how these team fights will operate, because you have two of the greatest tank busters in the game in Florentino and Telenos. And by the way, if you guys didn't know, Florentino does percentage of max HP true damage, which literally doesn't exist outside of him. Speaking of which, he's trying to take on a metamorphosized Clamaris and making it work. Goodbye, Clamaris.
Shurko gets first blood up top. I was watching down bottom where Existence was trying to collapse on Oxy, and they weren't able to make it happen. Not even Blue Triton on the Batman's able to find a connection. Now Poseidon's coming through potentially for a lethal gank.
I think just making sure that she was okay. So this is kind of like a dual support thing going on where Poseidon's like kind of playing.
Sorry.
Oh no.
Now they're in trouble. Shurko's got vision. He almost commits instantly. He'll instead go for Chickaton over time, taking him down a decent chunk of HP. One of the Nova Esports managers is in chat. Nova's Nightlight says that Grizzly Q lagged and couldn't pick properly, and that's how we ended up with this monstrosity.
Well, it's working out not so bad for them thus far, despite the kill that they just suffered there.
Existence are really struggling with minion reset. I don't know.
Chickaton will eventually get it, and by eventually I mean never.
Grizzly Q down into the middle of this fight. Poseidon comes through. Oh, that's a good hurricane wall. Oh my goodness. Shuriko's there for the punish. Angelic Splendor as well to reset his HP, allowing Chickaton no quarter as he'll be chased well behind tower. They don't quite have enough to get the kill, but that is exactly the team fight they were looking for.
That was beautiful. Oh my goodness. From the nominal mage on their side, they go for a flicker hurricane wall to bring everyone back into the fight and clean up. Wow.
Alright. Alright. I'm too tired for this.
It's beautiful. It's just
by the time we get to NA, we're just going to be shrugging off the weirdest picks. I guarantee it.
Well, you kind of expect it from NA, so. Wait, did that come out loud? I'm sorry.
Vex looking to clean up mid lane will get stunned down by the water ball. Existence unable to convert on the pressure though.
These win cuts have been great, by the way.
And they're doing a lot of damage. Oxy in trouble. Candlafter does strike, but the damage resistance. Grizzly Q saves the day with his Angelic Splendor. The healing as well as Shurko dives underneath the tower and obliterates its defender. Grizzly Q is unable to save his ally totally and may indeed be in trouble himself. It will be the Sephiroth dying in. Oh, but it's not enough. They're slaughtered. Shurko and Poseidon. What is this double team?
Wow, that hurricane wall was just beautiful from Poseidon, just pushing everyone back in. I do want to mention Bamboo with the great flicker to get the wall of water onto the Telenos and securing that kill, but the turnabout's fair play as Poseidon knocks her out.
This is... okay. Vex in trouble. Has overextended. Blue Triton and Bamboo will get something back. You can see the gold lead though growing against them. Oxy pushing forward in the mid lane, joining with Grizzly Q for a big burst of damage. The Waters of Life will come through from Bamboo. But Poseidon's here as well now. That gust force forces him to push forward into Oxy's waving arrows.
Just beautiful use of that ability, forcing, like you mentioned, them to move forwards, that right into loving arms of Telenos so that she dies. And this is looking great here for Nova once again, despite the botched picks.
Rushing Frosty's revenge on that mid and net for the extra slow. That's kind of devastating. There's Blue Triton pushing forward. Poseidon may be in trouble. The Angelic Splendor is there to back up the Hurricane Wall, so the retreat is easy. Now Chicketon, Roids, and Blue Triton will have to retreat themselves.
The downside of that is they burn 2 pretty long cooldown ultimates, so they can't really take a fight anytime soon. So they do have that gold lead, so perhaps maybe they'll go for it anyway, but could be pretty risky for them. And in the meantime, Vex is just kind of pushing out top, so looks like they're just going to stall things out.
Bamboo caught out of mid. Grizzly Q will go through. Good burst off his Holy Brand.
Oh,
Shuriko. Unable to land the flowers, though.
I'm not sure if he missed or if that was great timing by Bamboo to pop Tide of Life right when he shot the Blossom. I think it was the latter. I'm gonna give Bamboo the credit there.
Yeah, I side with that as well. Very good timing, dodging the Blossom as it comes in.
Bamboo, one of the bright spots here for Existence, really playing this effort extremely well.
Vex will press in. Scared back again, though. Bamboo taking a 1v2, 1v3. He's 2 levels under almost everyone he's fighting and doing alright.
Yeah, Existence, they're playing a little bit different this game, and I'm enjoying it, despite the fact that Nova's just making this work somehow. Existence is fighting back a bit better than they were in the previous game, so perhaps they can make something work if late game this comp is just too wonky for Nova to make work.
The question is, what does late game Inet look like? Built for full damage.
It's just kind of like a CC monster because you're getting so much slow out of the Gust Force. Sure, go. Bye-bye.
That was just ambitious. Grizzly Q follows through. Angelic Splendor a little bit late. Bamboo just got dragged like a mile by those wind cuffs. Because the wind cuffs was chained to the Abyssal Dragon who was resetting. So he kept getting dragged further and further. And the Dark Slayer, oh, Vex was soloing it and Clemaris just walks in. Says, alright, thank you very much. Now Existence actually might have a turnaround on their hands. Grizzly Q's forced back. They already have control of the top lane. Vex at half HP. This could actually get dangerous for Nova quite quickly.
Clemaris feeling revitalized, feeling refreshed after not having played Gilder this game. Says, why did we do that? I can just take stuff as I want with this nice little crest here. Going for that Dark Slayer. Still don't have still a little bit behind that gold, so not sure if they can take these fights. Bamboo, gotta get out of here.
Grizzly Q will go right into the midst of the team, looking for an opportunity, and does poke away at Bamboo a bit, but it's not quite enough.
Yeah, and meanwhile, while that all was happening, other members of Existence were just dead, so Nova taking even more of the map, even while they were down the Darkslayer buff.
Poseidon will push forward in the bot lane, and he's been firing up quite aggressively, but he's built kind of not full aggro. He's going for CC. You can see that Barrett's Agony built up as his 4th item.
Yeah, just going for that hybrid, and it's working out pretty well. I think that's what you need to go for. You can't really go for full damage because that's not really not how she works. She wants to just consistently pour out that damage rather than go for some sort of burst, right? So that's probably the correct way to play her, I would say, and just provide that CC.
Good Essence in the wind. Vex doubles back though. The Batman's able to pick him up with a good Batarang. Blue Triton able to find a kill. Clemaris now collapses on Grizzly Q with the Metamorphosis. It's only Poseidon desperately trying to stay alive, and we've already seen a Hurricane Wall. That means the tower's gone, and Existence are knocking down the mid lane.
This is exactly what happens when you try to take your opportunities. There's going to be mistakes by the other team because no team is perfect. And you're seeing that here, Bamboo, hello. You're seeing that here from the side of Nova. They're making mistakes because Existence is forcing them to make them. These are forced errors here, and Existence is finally making this work. Can they just win the game right here? Can they make it work? Getting
Oxy got the wave clear. You might be like, why did Oxy just push so far forward? He got wave clear. That was one of the most heroic plays I've ever seen. Because he kills the minions, then They stay alive. Now Existence need to play cautious. Blue Triton already down.
They do have that Drake still Vex. Ooh, I gotta back out of there. Chickaden's, even though he is the support, he does have that Frosty's Revenge to both slow and provide a little bit of attack damage, or excuse me, the magic damage there. So he can do some damage if Vex decides to stay put too long. But all of a sudden, this game looking like it's a lead here for Existence, all things considered, keeping the towers in mind. And that is because they've decided to push back.
Fenrir's Tooth coming through onto Vex, giving him a last burst of damage, but I do agree, things are starting to look up for Existence. Vex not able to find those burst damage kills he's so infamous for, and the Annette falling off towards the late game. Who would have known?
Well, by the way, I do like this latest meta trend of Necros going for more damage, going for the Soul Reaver early. The poking of the Leviathan really bugged me, and now finally going for those kills.
Well, here's the opportunity. Poseidon in, Metamorphosis defensive. Bamboo stays alive. The flank for the Batman almost picks up Oxy. Oh, the Angelic Splendor. That is beautiful. Poseidon is down, but Grizzly Q saved the day, and they turn, picking up Blue Triton at the same time. The problem is Grizzly Q doesn't have the escape. Vex, when he tries to commit, will be 1v3, and he's almost taken out. Oh, sure.
On the backside of that.
Surely not. 1v3 into the midst. He's got the flowers for the reset. He's got big damage. It is just not enough. Even with Oxy chipping away, plinking away with the Eagle Eye, they can't get the kills.
Yeah, if you're able to pick up those flowers consistently, you can combo all day consistently, just over one after the other. But if you hit 2 in a row, unfortunately, which he did, then you can't keep going because you need to hit one flower, then do the next part of your combo, one flower, then do the next part of your combo. And that unfortunately didn't work out for him. But like I mentioned, in that fight, while the dive was going on, Poseidon was taken out by some nice bursts from both Bamboo and Royds with that rocket at the end.
Mm-hmm. I'd also like to give extra credit to Blue Triton, who got a big flank kill. Big flank presence. Grizzly Q will need to run. Poseidon spends the Hurricane Ball. He's dead! Metamorphosis will be spent in an effort to cut off his retreat, but it's not even necessary. Vex is trying to split lane during this time. They'll be aware of that. That's why the recalls are coming through. The entire team recalling, actually, just to address Vex.
And this is one of the power...
Ooh, he doesn't stick the recall. He goes too aggressive.
Wow.
Now the Angelic Splendor comes through. Grizzly Q's hard committed to this. Vex does have the reset from the Blade of Eternity. Maybe they can make something happen. Blue Triton is called out. The Laughing Gas, though, will find the kill. Vex is gone. Grizzly Q joins him. All the while, the only thing that's possible is Oxy and Shurko get this Dark Slayer. And that's exactly what they've done. This is such a smart play. Now the recall. Nova Esports, do they get back to base in time?
That's really the only thing they could do is go for that Dark Slayer, but the split up play from Nova just making a few mistakes here. Tactical errors and also execution errors, not able to take out Blue Triton in the end. And that's really costing them. Vex trying to be a little bit greedy and take out that tower, but the recalls were there.
The slow on those wind cuffs. One wind cuffs gust force combo? Just like half HP.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage if you can land it, but the problem is you see the other side of that equation every single time she tries to get away with the Hurricane Wall. Normally, Annette just walks away perfectly fine because she has the tankiness, but we've seen her just get blown up every single time she tries to use that, so it's certainly a double-edged sword.
She's sold her Phoenix tier, building something else for magic damage in the #1 slot. Abyssal Dragon will be picked up by Existence, and the focus for Nova shifts towards the top lane. They want to be able to get Clemares and maybe turn this fight around. I don't know that they have the time.
Well, it's getting to the pretty late game at the moment. Both sides getting near their full builds. I believe that's Holy of Holies that the Annette is going for. So a lot more HP in that regard. Kind of a nice hybrid build, the pinnacle of mage items, but will certainly help a little bit as far as survival is concerned, but you will still get bursted down.
Vex's Blade of Eternity should be on cooldown, so I'm curious why he's sticking with it in this build. We'll see.
might be because it's nearly off cooldown, and so he gets to use it again, whereas he doesn't have enough money to buy something else and then rebuy it back in time. Is my guess.
We'll see. Existence have made this a long, drawn-out brawl here. They broke the high ground, what, 6 minutes ago? Around the 10-minute mark.
Right. Yeah, and like you mentioned, the great play from Oxy to keep them alive, keep Nova alive, I should say, has been amazing. And, you know, it's certainly anyone's game at the moment. No one really has a major lead. And neither big objective is up yet. Existence not really using this Abyssal buff as well as they possibly could have.
The Existence, and we saw this a little bit from Dead Rabbits earlier, there is some classic EU AoE. Too passive, too slow, giving the other team chances to get back into the game. Very exciting to watch. Kind of sad to see. Bamboo will be in trouble. Nope, turns the tables. Poseidon forced a hurricane wall away. The rest of the team will be hot on his heels. Oxy's there with the Eagle Eye to cover his retreat. This could be Existence going for the game.
Yeah, we talked about, you know, NA with the Clown Fest, but the EU, they just don't finish games, and this is what it's coming down to. Existence needs to put this away, but they are getting this top tower.
Shurko?
Shurko
On the roids! Can't quite finish the kill! Grizzly Q with the full commit. Shurko chases roids out of this universe, then returns to the fight. In the meantime, Chicken and Clamaris are just rushing the base. Oxy will not fall. Finally, they burst through the lifesteal. Poseidon's forced to spend the congeal just to stay alive. It's not enough. Grizzly Q into the middle. Gets so much damage. Existence. They lose 2 in the middle of the fight, but Bamboo, he's just standing outside their base playing guard. Grizzly Q clears wave and Nova stay alive.
A lack of communication there from Existence. Bamboo thought that the Joker was going to be killing the core. He goes in, tries to distract, but that just wasn't the case. They were running for their lives, and all of a sudden, could this be a throw here from Existence onto Nova's side? There's only 2 members up against the 4 here from Nova. Can Nova make this happen? Nice rocket here from Joker trying to take this out, and Chicken is in there as well. Great play from him to take it out so they don't have the minions there, and they may have saved things.
My goodness. Shurko does go down. He is Blade of Eternity. Surely not. Oh, but the wave! They haven't stopped super minions. They need to recool just to stop the super minions from crashing into their base. Vex will do exactly that. Nova Esports have made a game out of this. I don't know how. I don't want to know why. But they've made a game out of this. 30 seconds left on Darkslayer.
I really think it was just over-aggression there from Existence. They needed to either commit to killing the team or killing the core, and they did a little bit of one and a little bit of the other, but not enough of either. And now they're in a bit of trouble. 15 seconds on Royd's timer. Meanwhile, Darkslayer is 12 seconds, but there's a bit of travel time to get there in the first place. So if Nova set up shop, especially because Grizzly Q can get there with his ultimate immediately.
Blue Triton, solo, Gust Force, Poseidon, you are insane! They find the kill, Blue Triton's gone, Darkslayer's picked up, and Nova are on the path to a 20-minute return into this game.
Poseidon turning a support into an assassin, just taking out members of Existence, taking him out, taking their names down. And can they finish this off? What a game it has been so far.
Poseidon will push through mid lane. They do have the Drake spawned and they're desperately looking for a way in. Oxy will lead in with the Eagle Eye. This tower will fall. 13 seconds on Blue Triton. Bamboo zone back. Does get Oxy though. That's all he needed. One good wall of water, and there's another one. Grizzly Q stunned up. Poseidon forced to flicker away. This could get very dangerous, but it does force it land. Bamboo down to half HP. In the meantime, Shurko split laning, joined by Vex. Roids almost falls, but lands the can laughter, and it's Vex to get knocked very low. Bamboo will be able to back out. Shurko does go down to Clamaris with a Metamorphosis underneath a very low high ground tower. Nova Esports are not able to break the high ground. Now, long respawn timers on 2 players. Can Existence do anything with it?
Both of these teams are playing on a knife's edge with the amount of damage they've built and the relative lack of defense, which means that any wrong step, any misstep can just mean your absolute death there. You saw it with Oxy, and you saw it with near deaths on both sides from Vex, from Bamboo, from Roids. So many members almost went down. They need to be perfect in their execution. And look at Vex going to the top lane, going to take that out. And they're going to back... Oh, nope, just kidding.
The Abyssal Dragon was picked up, top lane tower and trade. If Existence can use that Abyssal buff correctly, it's a beneficial trade for it. You almost saw Clemaris discover, I believe that was Grizzly Q in the bush.
It wouldn't be the biggest deal in the world because Clemaris could have, Grizzly Q could have just used his Angelic Splendor to get back in the fight. So it's not like they could have really forced a 5v4 or something like that. But in the case, it was interesting.
Yeah, all it took was one mistake and potentially you're down a player on this crucial defense. Now, Abyssal buff in hand, Nova Esports to defend for the game. Metamorphosis will be spent. Wall of water there. Grizzly Q tanks it all. Shurko goes in. They're trying for the damage. Poseidon very low with the Hurricane Wall in the middle of it all. He's down. He's got the Blade of Eternity. Blue Triton and Clemaris in trade. Blue Triton's back thanks to his Blade, and they do get the final high ground tower, but the fight is going in favor of Nova Esports. They lose Oxy and Shurko, but Vex is still standing alongside Grizzly Q, and they've got the picks necessary as well as Poseidon standing strong in the back lines, and it will be Nova Esports with a near complete team wipe at 23 minutes.
Royce, oh no, there's one hero that dies to your ultimate, dies to your Candelabra, and one who completely does it, and I think he was just spamming that Candelabra button, couldn't get it off. Vex is going to go for
What are you doing?
He can't do it.
No!
Minions.
Oh, they missed the Angelic Splendor. Maybe with the Angelic Splendor. Now Grizzly Q's here. Vex desperately trying to make this happen. You can see Chickatin. He needs to get the kill on Vex. They've got Blue Triton. Half HP on the base. Vex will be chased back. Poseidon spends the congeal. He's gone. Nova have missed their opportunity. And the minions are arriving at their base.
I didn't think that they would be able to pull it off, but they darn near well did. That core got down to less than half health. I suppose when you're down the super duper minions in that mid lane, you gotta go for something crazy, and they nearly did it, but oh my goodness, I can't believe they even went for that.
I can't believe they tried it, but now that I think about it, I don't know what other options they had. As you say, they're down to the super duper duper uber minions, and you can see what effect that's having on their base. The Angelic Splendor will come through. Oxy's HP's reset, but they're losing the fight. Already down 3 players, and that's the core. Existence in 24 minutes to take game 2.
I am loving the synergy of this scoreboard. 21-21, and then 84.1, 81.4. That game was absolutely nuts, and wow. I have no words, TJ. It was just a bots draft into an amazing game from their side, but Existence pushing back and really puffing their chest out and saying, we deserve to be here.
It took a while.
It's, you know, it's a marathon, not a sprint, okay? You gotta one step at a time. How many more idioms can I throw out there? Baby steps.
Wow, that was a game. Your final stat lines.
Chicken decide one time through all of that.
Really? Hold up.
One death.
God, you're right. Wow.
And he doesn't even have a very tanky build. He has 2 magic items.
Wow. All right. Props to you, Chickatin. What's his damage taken? 24%? Not bad. Okay. I know we don't normally do this. Normally we're like, we're gonna talk through all this and then we'll come back with game 3. We're gonna go to a quick break. And the reason why we're doing this when it's out of the ordinary is because I drank almost all of my water and I need to refill it. So tell you what, we'll go to a quick break. We'll be back with game number 3 in about 2 minutes maximum between Nova Esports and Existence AOV. Thank you so much for your patience. When we return, game 3. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our coverage of the Season 3 Valor Series qualifiers. My name is TJ, joined by D2.
I don't know if the lateness of the time here in Japan or the craziness of the games is making my head explode more, but it's looking like a tie right now.
Yeah, you're not wrong. It is literally tied up 1-1 between Nova Esports and Existence AOP. Man, I can't wait for you during NA. If this is what you're like 6 hours in, I can't wait for 10 hours in D2.
We'll have to find out. Maybe I just reach enlightenment. You never know.
I've meditated for years on top of this AOB esports broadcast. I'm now ready.
This is why I've been playing Jinner all these years. And by
Makes
years, I
sense.
mean months.
We're into the lobby for Game 3, just waiting on a few players to connect. If you're just joining us, the current European champions were just taken down a peg by Existence in a 24-minute slogfest that could not have been more ridiculous if it wanted to. Nova Esports started off either trolling or, as their manager says, missing a pick. Grizzly Q unable to lock in his preferred support, leading them to run a net in mid. It wasn't the end of the world, it worked out alright. I don't actually think that's why they lost, but it certainly didn't help.
Right, considering how dominant they were in the first game, I don't think that any sort of draft blunder could have lost in the second game. That said, perhaps it lit a fire under Existence, who were probably said to themselves, we are not going to lose to either this troll or draft bungle. We have more pride than that.
Yeah, it also definitely could have tilted the supremely tiltable Nova Esports side.
I could just totally see all 4 members of Nova telling Grizzly Q, what do you mean you lagged
You bet,
out?"
Jay Jesse. Jay would be displeased.
I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed, and also mad.
Yeah, that's a Jay line.
Well,
Grizzly Q is normally considered one of the smarter minds on the drafting side for that roster, so I do wonder maybe it was deliberate. Just wanted to try something out. Oh, sorry, I clicked on the wrong thing.
well, you saw in one game both the potential and the downsides of having AP net. The AP version of a net where she was doing crazy
AppNet.
damage. If you AppNet, there you go. If you land the wind cuffs and the gust force, you do lots of damage. Unfortunately, the hurricane wall doesn't work so well because you just die.
Yeah. But we'll see. The players have all connected. Maybe Existence now go, you think that's how you play AP and net? Watch this mid lane Gilder. And just win without it. And you're like, oh, alright.
Maybe Nova just gave one back because they're like, you know what? We feel like that Gilder was probably a mistake, so I'm going to go ahead and give you this one.
Here we go.
Team's turn.
Well, we have it. Existence's Game 3 versus the current reigning European champions Nova Esports in the lower bracket. Loser goes home. Winner continues on to play Dead Rabbits.
And that certainly is something to look forward to if we see that. Either Existence versus Dead Rabbits or Nova versus Dead Rabbits. And I think that would either be a splendid bloodbath or a rematch of some of the top matches we saw between Nova and Dead Rabbits last season, when Dead Rabbits were trying to take the throne from Nova. Sorry? What?
They banned the net. Sorry.
Huh? No, not quite.
I thought
Although-
we were going to ban mid and net. I was pretty excited.
A net is actually a fine band.
Yes,
but
and that is a fine bet.
support.
It's just in the context of the last game that it made me giggle. The Joker ban coming through. It's a little bit more of a respect ban from Nova, and I certainly appreciate it. Definitely saw why you might want to ban out such a character. Now Existence, first pick Sephiroth. That's a no-brainer. Bamboo's been terrifying on the character.
On the other side, Raz has been opened up here. So that could be something that messes with Bamboo. Having to deal with that.
Leonette comes out. Not running mid this time, as the Raz has already been locked in.
I would imagine not.
The Crash Chognar duo would be quite something in terms of a beefy front line, but Blue Triton plays a very good Crashed, and you have Chicketin on the team as well. Both these incredible support players.
I'm still not on the Chognar bandwagon. I just feel like people are comfortable with him, so they play him, but we'll see. Worked out last game, I suppose.
The ability
it does allow you to... Go ahead.
The ability to ignore CC is really powerful for scouting. I do think you're perhaps sleeping on that, because being able to just wander through entire enemy traps as a late game Chognar is infuriating to play into.
Very true.
I fixed the scoreboard. Forgot to swap it.
Red team's turn.
Got it, chat. Ooh, Slims.
And you see Existence, they were picking between Batman and Quillen here for the Slims because they need someone to go into the backline and kill it. I don't mind Batman in this case because you can stealth for a lot longer. You could just take your time. You got 30 seconds. Just have a coffee break in between and, oh, hey, buy Slims. And then go back. But that is, you know, it's either pick would be fine. And I think that Nova might be in trouble for that matchup alone.
The rest of their draft makes a little bit more sense. The Slims, the last game that is, the Slims isn't insane, but it's not considered meta, particularly when, fun fact, we've seen a complete absence of Violet this tournament.
Yeah, I do prefer Violet over Slims, but against
no
the Batman
Fennec
would...
either.
Oh, Fennec is terrible now.
Really?
Because they took away, they capped the damage on towers, so his Thieves from Works does nothing to towers now.
Well, maybe that's been the deciding factor then. The rest of the draft, pretty sensible for both sides, I would say. Marja, Malik, Raz, Slims, Annette for Nova Esports, Existence wielding Sephra on Bamboo, Blue Triton's Melee Batman, Klamaris on his favourite Crashed, Chicketin on Chognar, and Roids on Valheim.
So a lot of this will come down to the side lane matchups. If Valheim can really bully out the Malak, if he's in that matchup, or perhaps win the Marja matchup, that will be very helpful for them. Valheim is one of those marksmen who scales the worst into the late game. He's not terrible, but other marksmen are kind of notorious for scaling really well and just pumping out that damage late, whereas Valheim, he's just kind of the same CC machine all the game.
Roids plays him very well, though. Roids' sideline, Valheim in particular, has been the stuff of legends over the course of Season 2 of the Valor series, and we'll have to see if it checks out here as well. Shurka, like the frontline Malik, does get taught a little bit of a lesson on his early engage.
Need to get a big cleave off on, and I do appreciate this skin, I gotta say.
Yeah.
That is lovely.
I don't know. I feel like it's excessive, you know? You don't need to look that cool. It's like wearing sunglasses indoors.
Well, sometimes you just want to send a fashion statement, you know? I do. The funny thing is how many skins that Malak has. It almost feels like they let you win the lesser skins so that you feel bad for not having the even cooler skins and want to pay for it. It's like just next level mind games.
Skin technology. Mid-lane.
Exactly.
Grizzly Q and Poseidon, Bamboo and Chicketin. All is right with the world as those two duos hold strong. No silliness in the mid for Nova this time. Up top, Clemers has a bit of a rough matchup against Oxy, but he is a really good Crashed. Case in point.
Gets the Seagull. Very nice. Yeah, when a Crush is winning against a Marja, that is a great sign for your team because you're objectively better in a team fight as the Crush because your ultimate can just completely swing a fight. So look for that to continue to help them if he's able to win that.
I keep bullying Roids out of the bush here, specifically so that he can't play an anchor for this Abyssal Dragon tank, and he doesn't, so I guess they got their wish. Chicketin here as well, Poseidon and the rest of Nova. Really want this Abyssal, but Existence are willing to fight it. They leave Chicketin in the pen, keeping the Dragon from resetting. He'll push forth now, kiting the Dragon a little bit further towards them. Chicketin does get the last hit, but I suppose it doesn't matter. Blue Triton and his team pick up the Abyssal nonetheless.
That is very scary, the fact that Chickedins was the last hit on that, because there was a Gust Force on the ground, which means that the punish was poorly timed. A little bit forced
a little
there.
too early.
Yeah, and those pulses pulse every of the Gust Force go every 0.25 seconds, so that's cutting me a bit close.
It was entirely possible. 0.25 seconds later, the Gust Force steals the Abyssal Dragon, which would have started the game quite rough for Existence.
Especially because they had camped out that position. They really had, you know, all rights to that Abyssal Dragon.
The major asset I do feel Slims has over any other jungle marksman is how long that stun is on Flying Spear. It's basically an insta-kill.
Right. That said, Existence have been doing a really good job. They're really aware of the spear potentially coming out, and they've missed it every single time. Or they dodge it every single time. Ooh, great Hurricane Wall, Blue Triton.
In trouble. Will back out. Grizzly Q up front. Will be able to stay alive, but the tides of life wash over him. And he's gone. Chicketin able to find the kill. Bamboo will need to play back as the rest of the team now pushes forward, and he will fall. It's an even trade, now an uneven one. Chicketin in trouble. Nova come out on top. 3 kills to 1. An entirely acceptable trade.
The way they fought that, Nova, it reminded me of Flash Wolves from Taiwan, where you just bait them into your base, and then when they're in the worst possible position, that's when you turn around and strike, and all of a sudden they have nothing to do. They can't get away, and so you pick up all of the kills. That was very well done by Nova.
And it worked out 3-1, the current kill line in favor of the Nova Esports side. And the one player they did lose was the one they arguably can lose the easiest. Grizzly Q in the support is certainly a major asset to this team, but he doesn't need to lead the way in terms of level or goal.
Well, all of that said, TJ, in the bottom lane here, Roids did take down a tower, so they're still ahead, speaking of Existence.
Here's the rotate threat. Chicketin still focusing this Abyssal. Existence want control. They want the Abyssal in order to maintain the gold lead that has now been threatened. Poseidon in very close. Blue Triton does land the punish correctly this time.
Speaking of landing, Oxy has to flicker on out of there as they were caught up in, but they're going for the tower now.
Metamorphosis and Shock, the full commit. Chicketin caught out. The cleave from Shurko will come through. Blue Triton's double stunned, but Existence continue to push forward. Blue Triton will fall, but the tower has been picked up, and there is nobody on the entire Nova Esports side with more than a quarter HP.
Well, I wonder if this is Existence's plan to just push in, perhaps throw away some heroes, but get towers, because if they continue to do this, then they can really put the pressure on and make it difficult for Vex on the Slims to get anything done, because as we've seen in the past, when a Slims is behind, stuck in his base, he is completely cut off.
Well, they are losing, it feels, the individual farm games, despite their overall victories. You can see Blue Triton actually behind his counterpart Vex in jungle.
Well, overall they're a bit behind, but yeah, Blue Triton really trying to go overboard in these fights. He's going to the back line. I'm not sure it's working out completely for him. I don't think he needs to be so aggressive. I would like him to take a page out of Rush's book on Team AHQ and just say, you know what? The threat is good enough. Vex has to hide pretty deep in his own territory just because the threat of me is there. And he doesn't actually need to go into the backline to be an effective Batman, in my opinion.
Well, Bamboo's here. Oxy spent Ghost Walk. There's the Tides of Life and a Flicker for the kill. Hurricane Wall defensively from Grizzly Q could have spelled disaster, but it'll be cleaned up. Shirko in the meantime falls down bottom. Existence win 2 fights across the map. Poseidon will go forth, desperately trying to defend the tower. The Metamorphosis will be there to stop a kill from coming through. Neither tower does fall.
I feel like they could have gone for that bottom tower. A little bit of miscommunication as Clameras went for the Metamorphosis right when Batman was running away. But, you know, they make up for it and get that Abyssal Dragon.
Bamboo's doing so much in these fights. Vex chunked, tower gone. And this will be an easy cleanup. Oh, Poseidon actually challenges my assertion, deleting the frontline Valheim. And with Roids off the field, Bamboo and the rest need to back up.
Well, Bamboo's not quite backing up yet. Oxy maybe he can get on, but, you know, nice dodge.
Bamboo's doing a lot of damage. I know we've talked about him in the end game scorelines. I'm endeavouring to keep an eye on him during the game this time, and, well, it's been rewarding.
Yeah, it almost feels like they're playing Sephira as kind of a bit more bursty and pokey Marja. And it's working wonders for them. And obviously having the... Go ahead.
Very similar to Marja in playstyle.
But having that team heal just helps so much when your team's in trouble. And just a team fight monster is Bamboo. You never see her try to go for the... Or see him, I should say. Go for the 1v1 fights. Always with the team. And I think that is really the key with her, right? Because... whether it's Wall of Water, whether it's your Tide of Life, everything works better when you're with your team. And it's not like an individual outplay hero, and you're seeing the extent to which Sephira can work in this competitive environment.
Darkslayer focused now. Existence want to be able to pick it up, and they will be able to do exactly that. In the bot lane, Nova Esports clean up the defensive wave, but with the addition of the Darkslayer, this should be the proper push in from Existence.
Let's see if they can start getting these towers. Vex finally lends a spear, but it's on the least viable targets on their side, least palatable target, I should say. But yeah, Existence pushing in, you know, 5v5 in kills, and they're really taking this game by the horns. Here comes that Metamorphosis.
Grizzly Q in with the Gust Force, desperately trying to slow down the fight. The Metamorphosis has already been spent. Shirko dives deep into the middle of the fight, and he's done enough. You can see Triton already down. Roid's very low. The tower will stand. The Drake has been slain. It took 2 deaths, but Nova Esports hold on.
The issue is that those 2 deaths mean that they're still behind in basically everything, right? They lost that one tower, the second tower in their lane. They nearly lost that tower. So if there's any pressure on the map, Existence can go ahead and pick it up. They lost that fight as far as numbers is concerned. So there's not much of a silver lining, I'm sorry to say, here for Nova, unless they can get Bamboo here.
This is actually really scary for Nova Esports. They're in Game 3 in the lower bracket, remember. If they lose this game, they are out of the Valor Series first qualifier. That means they'll have to place, I think, top 3 in order to qualify next time, and even then it depends on other results. Winning is the only way. If they don't get top 6 this time, winning is the only way to guarantee that they'll succeed during the next qualifier, and they'll be a part of the Valor Series.
Right, and by guarantee, you mean not relying on other teams to perform poorly so that you can get more points than them.
So this is actually really scary for the reigning European champions. That's kind of incredible that we're here.
And imagine saying that after game 1 of this series when they were just dominant.
Existence, though, if you remember, they took a while to close out games. We heavily criticized them for that during game 2. They're looking a bit better game 3, but we're still taking over time.
Yeah, and the way they need to push in these towers is to utilize that crush to push them out of the way. I would like for them to just take this nice and slowly, even though we criticize them for taking it too slow. I think they should just wait for Clemaris's metamorphosis, kill a tower. Wait for his metamorphosis, kill a tower, and just do it over and over again until they choke out Nova.
Abyssal Dragon buff picked up. Enraged Abyssal Dragon buff, meaning Existence should be able to win any team fight they choose. They choose to take one in the mid lane. There's the wall of water. Bamboo underneath the tower. That tower will fall. High ground's exposed in 3 lanes now.
Look who they put it on, by the way. They put it on the Valheim, realizing his importance in taking down towers. They need to keep him specifically alive. Batman can suck it. Just going for the Valheim here because he needs to be the one who takes down these towers.
I would have almost preferred it on Bamboo, though.
That's true. Bamboo does have empowered auto attacks to take down these towers as well. So that is something. That is another feather in the cap of the Sephira, and there is the metamorphosis.
Clemares into the front lines. Poseidon will live. Chicketed hard, commits into the middle of the fight. High ground tower will fall. Wall of water does land, but low HP across the board. No deaths yet on Nova. Now the shot comes through. The counter attack is well underway, and Shurko is deep into the middle of the fight. He's melted, absolutely obliterated, as is Poseidon. Nova Esports lose 2 members for only 1 in response. They may get Clemares, but that is not the decisive team fight victory they needed, and their high ground has been defeated.
Oh my goodness, that had the potential to be the end of the game push there for Existence, and it was an amazing shock into the cleave from Shurko, but even better timed was that Tide of Life there from Bamboo to save it. He takes a spear to the face, though. Hope he doesn't die for it. But oh man, that was a ridiculous fight, and it couldn't have gone more closely there for the side of Existence.
You see what I'm talking about there, though, with Vex? He just needs to land 1 long-range flying spear, and they get a tower for free. The stun is just so long.
Right, but that's where we need to praise Existence, because they've been dodging it all game. The only one who stuck his face out into the spears is the one person who wants to actually eat it for his team in Chickadins.
Late game, gold spike is finally catching up, I feel, for Nova. Look at how far behind they are in gold. We've kind of brushed over that, but they are really suffering. We're talking, like, we're hitting the 15-minute mark where we normally say items stop mattering as much because you hit the 15-minute mark and you're at max gold. Nova Esports are not at max gold at 15 minutes.
Yeah, that's certainly a problem. A lot of it has to do with the fact that both of these teams have been just fighting a lot, even though the kill count isn't that high. There's been a lot of skirmishes, and so the macro play hasn't really been as big of a deal here, and that shows in the goal score, like you mentioned.
There's the Dark Slayer, picked up again. Existence looking to end the game. Drake Summon coming through mid lane. This will be Nova's defense. Their chance to stay in this qualifier, and potentially their only chance to qualify for the Valor Series. The reigning European champions.
They absolutely need to hold on here, like you mentioned. Chicken is coming from the back, so there's a metamorphosis. They're going in on this tower.
Clemares, very good. The tower's already gone. Chicketed, low on HP. Shurko surges forward and just gets caught out of the focus, but will not fall. He stays alive. Finally going down now, but buying his team a 1-for-1 trade onto the metamorphosis Clemares. That will mean Nova lose 1 tower, but hold on. Again, that is not what they need.
This is exactly what Existence needs. On the other hand, they're playing it exactly perfectly. 1-for-1, kill a tower. That's exactly what they want. It doesn't even matter if Nova catches up in gold score, because once you get those 5 super minions pushing down onto the side of Nova, it is extremely hard to come back. You even saw Nova in the last game go to desperate measures when they saw themselves in that position. So all they need to do, if you're Existence, to knock out the defending champions, is to wait for 1 more metamorphosis and do it 1 more time.
They've called Oxy. This might be what they need. An isolated kill found off the back of an overextension. And Nova Esports may have just let victory and their qualification for the Valor Series slip through their grasps.
That one pick could be the game, because look at the timer on the Abyssal Dragon. It's less than that of Marja. There's no way she's getting there in time unless Nova can win a 4v5. This is an Abyssal Dragon buff and a Metamorphosis pushing on to this high ground tower, and basically the game at that point.
Existence, though, don't seem to want to wait for the Abyssal. Instead, looking to push just off the back of that one pick that they found. A little bit more dangerous, but they do have the Metamorphosis to work with. Good cleave coming through from Shurko defensively.
Clemaris doesn't have Metamorphosis yet. He needs to keep making those shields. Oh, he just got it now, right when he made that shield. So as the minions were pushing up, he didn't have it. That's why it didn't really work out for them. That might be a big blunder if Nova hightailed it over to this Abyssal.
Half HP on it. No contest yet, though. Existence with good zoning. Bamboo and Chigton just cleaning up the jungle. A third HP left. Abyssal's been picked up. No contest.
And again, they put it on Royd. This is what they want to do. They just want to go in, Metamorphosis, Royd takes out the tower. It's worked 3 times before this game, and no reason to think it won't work again.
This is going to be the game, potentially. Nova Esports in trouble. Here is the Abyssal Dragon picked up with the buff in hand. Existence want to be able to push forward. They've got the water wall. Grizzly Q at a quarter HP. Metamorphosis as well. It catches all of Nova. Chickaden dives into their midst, but is unable to find the kill. Tower at half HP, but still standing. And Existence hold on.
No minions there. They took a little bit too long. Clemaris needed to just eat the tower shots and go in, but Oxy, oh my goodness, they go in.
It's a slaughter! Nova turn it round. Poseidon find the damage and low HP across the board. Bamboo very, very low, and Shurko will continue to push forward. Clemaris knocked down. He too will fall. I don't know how that's happened, but Nova have found the crack they needed. They hold on to their tower against the buff, and they find 3 massive kills.
TJ, why they got baited in by Nova? Nova, great play turning that around. Oxy using that Ghost Walk to her advantage to throw them off and get her members behind her so they can take that fight. But Existence, they did not need to do that.
18 seconds on respawns. This could be game. 20 seconds on Clemaris' all-important Metamorphosis. Chickaden going in for the wave clear with the Chaos Protection. That's the power of Chognar, if you're wondering. And it will mean that they hold on. Royd's able to deny. The super minions make this so difficult. 30 seconds on Darkslayer. All respawns are through for Existence.
TJ, I stand corrected. Chognar just saved him the game.
That's the power of Chognar.
Oh my goodness. Wow, Blue Triton.
Blue Triton! What are you doing? He gets vision, yes, but he's so vulnerable. He gets out.
Does Existence need to do this? I feel like they could just push down.
Bamboo. Down! Oh, that's massive! Bamboo's down, Chickaden's down, Nova Esports have 2 free kills. No, they did not need to do that. And now, Nova have the Darkslayer. They're doing it again, Daniel!
What is happening, DJ?
20 minutes into game, and Nova Esports have yet again clawed their way back into it.
It was checkmate. The king was toppled over. What is happening? All they had to do was take down the tower, and I don't even think they needed to contest the Darkslayer. Just ignore it. Take down the tower. They have super duper minions. It's fine. Nova, can they pull this off?
Metamorphosis will be spent. Existence to stall. Just trying to clear a wave. The high ground tower does look like it's going to fall. Respawns are through. Bamboo will be back. Clemaris has done his job. Chickaden joins them as well for the frontline attack, but Blue Triton's called out. The water wall is there. That finds a trade kill. Vex is down, but he's got a Blade of Eternity. He'll be right back, and the pressure's in. There's the Marta. Hard committing to this fight. Bamboo desperately trying to stay alive. Will fall back behind the core, and that means it can be focused. Vex does his work, and Nova Esports scrape out a 2-1 win over Existence in the lower bracket.
You have got to be kidding me. That game was completely over. I don't know if Victor was grabbed out of the jaws of defeat or vice versa, but Nova with the comeback of the century, Existence with the throw of the century, and Nova still somehow alive. I can't.
Oh my god!
I cannot right now.
I'm injecting Arena of Valor directly into my veins! Nova Esports! Reminding us why EU AOB is so much fun. 19-12, the final kill score line, and if you look at the stat line as well, it says a little bit about just how close that game was. Me too, Daniel. Me too.
Well, look at this. Batman didn't even finish an entire build.
No.
That is disappointing. Whew.
Blue Triton unable to finish his build. And if you look at his damage, it tells a similar story. Only 10% of the damage of his team. Bamboo again dragging his team, kicking and screaming towards the finish line. 33% of the team's damage. Clemaire's joining in as well for the sideline carry with 20% of the team's damage on Crash.
You know, at some point when Vex has only died once, I feel like you need to get off the damage build if you're the Batman. Because you're just better being fodder and just being in the front line and taking some hits. Because you're not killing Vex. It's pretty apparent at that point. But, whew. Whew.
All right.
You mentioned, Bamboo.
I'm going to go make some macaroni and cheese, because it's lunchtime.
Is it now?
Yeah. I'm having an early lunch, because that game was breakfast. Nova Esports, as the winner of that match, go on to play Dead Rabbits. If that game is anything to go by, the spice is only getting started. The Arena of Valor Valor Series Season 3 qualifiers continue after this. Valor Series Season 3 qualifiers are back! Boom, D2, you didn't expect that much energy.
No, not.
My name's
Not
TJ,
about to match it.
joined by Daniel D2. And the former head writer of SamuraiGamers.com, prolific game analyst,
Blue
and
team's turn to
former Hearthstone shoutcaster.
Red team's turn
Yeah,
to
former Hearthstone Pro too.
You're not used to
Fun fact.
this many things moving at the same time.
Blue team's turn
What's it like to
moving?
commentate a game that isn't just dice rolls?
Well, I can only hope for the day when Wukong becomes meta. Get those critical hits. Get those
Draft.
RNG hits out, boys.
Draft phase is underway between Dead Rabbits on the left and Nova Esports on the right. Nova Esports just scraped out a narrow victory over Team Queso. Now they'll face Dead Rabbits. Dead Rabbits, also a former Valor Series team. Team Existence, sorry, not Team Queso. Dead Rabbits, also a former Valor Series team. Nova Esports, the reigning European champions, were pressed unexpectedly close in their last BO3.
And it has to be said that they didn't necessarily win that series off their own merit. It took some help from the side of Existence. So
Sure, that's a nice way of putting it. I like to call that entire series a hot mess, but like in the best way.
Right, yeah, but my point is that Nova needs to not let that happen again.
Sure. Dead Rabbits do complete a somewhat more traditional draft than we saw any game of the previous set. Also, Nakroth the bans. Nakroth targeted to Vex, of course. Opposing them it will be Ignis, Aurum,
to pick.
Lindis. That's interesting. First picking Richter going into the Murad. Is that also a target of Vex?
It could very well be, though. I mean, on the side of Dead Rabbits, Lilu is certainly someone who loves his
To pick.
assassin junglers. But it does leave Vex with a decision to make, and Nova's going for the immunity mage sisters, Sephra and Marsha. That's really annoying to play against.
Yeah, the ability to two long iframes. I mean, you can't do much against that. We do have a Crixie hovered as well for Alex P. That's out of the ordinary. Normally, Alex P prefers the higher mobility mages. But no, he'll be pulling out... Oh no, I'm mixing up my players. I'm thinking of Rui. Alex P loves Crixie. Never mind. We're sticking... It all makes sense.
Turn to pick.
Alex P played a lot of good Crixie during Season 2 of the Valor series, so this is par for the course. Lilu also, formerly of Bubble Team, you may remember him out-dueling Vex many, many times over the course of Season 2 on various jungle characters. Murad not the least of them. Lilu's Murad is the stuff of legend.
On the side of Nova, this is a very interesting combo that we don't really see, but I really like. And then speaking of Rourke and Alice. Now, Alice is typically someone who pairs with Lindis because they can just dart around the map at will and flit back and forth, dealing lots of damage. But you can also use that friendship to give a friendly little boost to Rourke, who can just jump in there and deal his burst damage.
We'll have to see if that continues. I'm keeping an eye on this double engage roster. You have Mina, you have Malik as like a hard frontline to fight for Dead Rabbits. To counter that, you're kind of relying on the invulnerability and the disengage. You're relying on the Alice, Sephra, Marja to be able to fall back and survive.
Well, once they reach level 4, speaking of the Sephra and the Marja, they should be okay to take care of themselves, and combine that with the incredible kiting potential of Alice and Valheim, or the incredible engage potential or re-engage potential of Alice and Rourke, and I just feel like Nova is in a good spot with this particular draft.
I don't think you're wrong. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It is now the second round of 8, the second quarterfinal of the lower bracket. If you're just joining us, we're going to play 2 weekends of qualifiers. You earn points based on your placing over those 2 weekends. The teams with the top 6 points go on to be our Valor Series competitors for $200,000.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah. 3 regions, North America, Europe and South America. This is the lower bracket, which means any team that loses here goes home instantaneously.
The instant you lose.
Yeah.
You were done. I guess that's
ESL enforced teleportation. Crazy.
They send you to the dark place.
All right. It's a little bit dark. Fallon will be called out. Starting things off, Grizzly Q there to bully him back. A good start for Nova as they're able to rebuff an early engage, but Grizzly Q eats exactly the same amount of damage in response.
Well, it does get some healing from Poseidon. That is the nice thing about Poseidon. It does heal whenever you use one of your abilities. And Grizzly Q is fine and dandy, but Fallon already not off to the greatest start. I know that, took a lot of damage, but more importantly, very late on the pull, wasn't even in position at all to pull the golem away, and that was her whole point of doing that. So look for something better for her going forward.
I want to see how this overall map pressure works. Typically you see Nova Esports, I don't know if intimidate is the right phrase, but they tend to press back anyone who fights them over any length of time. Dead Rabbits aren't giving them that respect. Perhaps as a benefit of having played them the entire Season 2, they're continuing to push them back. They're continuing to play them up front.
And I'm taking a look at these side lanes to see how that works, because that could determine a lot in this matchup. You see that, Nova's consistently switching these matchups. They went for Valheim up top and the Malik and the Richter switch. Now Oxy's going bottom, going to help with this dragon. I imagine they're going to switch it once more after this.
Here's the Abyssal Dragon up for grabs. Dead Rabbits want to be able to steal it away. Lilu, though, meets it as it's resetting. In the meantime, Oxy's been caught out. Nova Esports lose a key player there, and this reset dragon may now turn in favor of Dead Rabbits, particularly as Alex P is able to obliterate Poseidon on the Crixie.
Alex P was responsible for basically both of those kills. Knocked up the Valheim, then a few moments later knocked up the... what's the hero there? The Sephira, Poseidon and Sephira, and just doing incredible damage here. Restless obviously helping out as well, going for a charging and knockup. But Alex making this certainly work, and that is one way to deal with Sephira, is to outrange her, because she can't really use her water spirits on you if you're just mischiefing from far away.
Oxy in trouble. Dead Rabbits actually have found 2 picks onto Oxy. He's 2 of the 3 kills currently to their side. Oxy's deaths also almost gave Existence victory over Nova in that last set. I hate to pick on a specific player, but do you think the fabled side lane marksman might be getting a little bit tired?
The player, you mean?
Yeah.
Or the
player. I worry
the meta.
It's getting a little bit late in... Maybe Grizzly Q isn't the only player feeling a little bit smacked around right now.
Well, Oxy's been extremely aggressive throughout all the games that we've cast him in. And perhaps Dead Rabbits has been doing their homework between matches, watching some tape, as it were, and saying, well, that's a guy we can take advantage of if he steps too far forward.
It's been working out so far. An Abyssal in favor of Dead Rabbits, building them a 2,000 gold lead at this moment. And they're trying to continue it, pressing forward and trying to get more. Oh my goodness, that's a good little gank. Lilu there for the punish as Grizzly Q looks to somehow miraculously make it out of that mess. Excellently done by the team to be able to stabilize after Grizzly Q steps up.
I think we were both expecting Nova to take a lesson from that last series and just push Dead Rabbits out of this. But Dead Rabbits is really showing us a lot here, and it's showing us that they could just take it to Nova here.
Yeah, very much so. You can see the first tower falling. We're at 4 minutes, 5 minutes into game. Next Abyssal Dragon's just coming up, and Dead Rabbits have the bottom tower, meaning it's almost impossible to challenge. Restless is being chased up top, but he's in the river, and he's a Richter. He can run for years. Grizzly Q needs to try and steal this Abyssal Dragon. Alex P will fall in mid. There's the hissy fit. Abyssal does go over to Dead Rabbits. An acceptable trade for one mid-mage.
That said, Alex P has been quite possibly the MVP of the side of Dead Rabbits, so you really want him to be farmed up as much as possible. Obviously, you'll take a reasonable trade like that, but Alex P, I feel like for the sake of Dead Rabbits, they need to continue to farm him up.
Poseidon will push forward. Fallon caught out, turns the tables with a quick little death scythe, and then ditches the mess. Nova, you remarked on this game when we said they were under-farmed because of how many fights and skirmishes they were taking. I'm seeing a little bit of that here too.
Yeah, the macro isn't quite there yet. Poseidon with a great water wall to keep himself alive. Going to use the flicker and the Tide of Life just to get away. So he will be safe. Speaking of Poseidon. Wow, Poseidon is a word apparently, TJ.
What time is it in Japan, Ditsu?
4:45 a.m.
All right.
Okay. Anyway, Restless, can you get out of this mess? I'm not quite sure.
Ooh, maybe. There's the retaliation, but he's caught out by the water wall, and the kill will come through. Lilu wants the trade, but he doesn't have temporal turbulence, so his options are limited. Alex P's here as well, and might have actually stepped too far forward. He'll need to use the Moonfall just to escape. Poseidon, in the meantime, is working away on Fallon, who's caught in the middle of this team, or maybe they're caught in the middle of him. Dark Dominion will land. Alex P's knocked low. Vex does find the trade. The tables are turned, and not in favor of Dead Rabbits, as Nova pick up 4 quick kills.
That was quite the fight there. I'm not really quite sure why Lilu went back in when he didn't have temporal turbulence up for the second time. And that is, like you mentioned, the key for Nova to get back in here. Restless, what are you doing, buddy? Those are 3 members of Nova.
Overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
Or in this case, a fast and insidious killer.
Yeah.
Since they all went in and just... Yeah, that was a quick turnaround here for Nova.
Dead Rabbits felt like they were doing a little bit better than they were. Remember, they did have a gold lead going into that fight, but as you can see, one good fight completely obliterated it. Gold now shifted over towards Nova Esports over Dead Rabbits after that fight. That means this Abyssal is very important for both teams. If Dead Rabbits can somehow pick it up, it would undo the consequences of that fight, and vice versa.
And one thing I've started to realize about these 2 team compositions is that Dead Rabbits works a lot better if they're poking and then they finish 1 member off. Whereas in a prolonged team fight, it's going to favor Nova. And speaking of prolonged, oh my goodness.
Dark Dominion, it's good. Moonfall there as well. Alex P, you madman. It's beautiful. Poseidon doesn't get a word in edgewise. And that's an easy kill to pick up. Lilu through with the temporal turbulence and another dimension absolutely destroys Vex's HP as well.
I really thought that Nova had them caught out, but Dead Rabbit says, no, you're stuck with me, Alex P, with a great knockup mischief to take multiple members out there. And, or excuse me, 1 member out, I should say, but, retreating amongst multiple members and getting that individual pick which they want.
Restless will drift back in the mid lane. Oxy's got to play defense. I think we're in for a slog. Alex P has stepped up and consistently outdueled Poseidon in the mid lane, despite being behind in level. Lilu's beginning to scale quite well. This could be a very long game.
It very well could be, and I really like the
Moonfall as well. Grizzly Q too good with the healing now.
And while that was happening down in the top lane, which is weird to say, but over in this left side. Oh,
Temporal Turbulence annihilates a kill. Like you were saying, Oxy did push lane in the sideline. However, in the mid lane, they'll lose a tower.
Yeah, and just craziness all over the map here as both teams are trying to take advantage of numbers disadvantage that they find everywhere they go. But yeah, I'm just looking at the fact that Alex P is consistently outdueling, like you mentioned, in the mid lane. And this is uncharacteristic of him because he's out in the open. But what he's doing is consistently staying back and outranging the Sephora, which seems to be the answer.
Up top, there is a bit of a brawl breaking out. Fallon will land the Dark Minion. Sharko in trouble. Restless goes in. There's the Hunter's Mark. Oh my goodness, this could be lethal with Lilu doing big damage as well. Nobody falls, and the Moon falls here to clean up. Alex P flickering in. Oh, the mischief! Alex P picks off a double kill by himself. That's all the kills they need. Nova Esports have but 2 players left on the map, and they're cowering back.
You know when I said that Nova likes the prolonged fights, the 5-on-5 team fights? Well, if you're all going to bunch up for a big temporal turbulence from the Murat, then I guess that's not quite the case. And Vex is running for his life amidst 2 towers.
He's just using this as an opportunity to steal enemy jungle farm. I don't quite understand how he's getting away with it. Now finally he's been boxed in. He chooses just to punch out of the box. Fallon under threat. Vex caught in the Dark Dominion. They will finally get away from him. Oh, never mind. He charges forward. Is able to grab Fallon. Now trying to kill himself by tower just so they don't get the pleasure of the gold.
They do in the end, though. The damage there was just enough from CC to be able to pick up that kill, get the credit for it. Wow. Again, this is the second time in this broadcast tonight that we have to cue up the Benny Hill theme because 4 members chasing around Rourke in their own base is quite the scene.
Just Vex things, I guess. That ranged Abyssal Dragon will be up for grabs. Lilu challenging it. Solo has Alex P now. The zoning is very good, though. I don't think Nova even know this is happening. Well, they do now. 3rd Abyssal Dragon of the game. A significant gold lead over to Nova. And the Dark Blessing in Lilu's hands.
By the way, you see all those crits coming out from Lilu. He loves building Atrocity on the Arcana, I should say, which provides you that crit chance. And if you land one of those, you land one of those lucky crit chances, you can spell the end. A lot of these heroes, he's going in, just constantly getting these temporal turbulences out onto Nova.
Just threatening them. That's all he feels he needs to do.
Yeah, it felt like he thought he might get caught there and just try to bait them out, but oh yeah, Restless.
Look at how much he does on those jungle strikes. We talked about it earlier. Though this is getting changed in the upcoming patch, he does a significant, I believe it's 10%, percentage HP damage out of the bush with jungle strike. There's the Dark
Well,
Dominion.
it's in the new patch it's 6 to 10%, so by this point it would be actually the same. It's based on level going forward.
So it's 10% now in scaling.
Yes.
Restless will play defense. This is why I have you. Your raw game knowledge is unmatched.
I do analyze all the patch notes, so I can tell you what happened 4, 5, 6 patches ago. That's what I'm here for.
Even with the Abyssal debuff, Dead Rabbits are trying for this Dark Slayer. I'm curious about it. Surely this is going to take long enough that Nova will get an inkling of it. Alex P here with Moonfall for the zone. Caught out, but the Moonfall does so much damage. There's the flicker to chase. Poseidon deep into this fight. Low HP on the Dark Slayer. It'll reset. Restless in the middle of 4 will go down, but that might have been enough time for the rest of Dead Rabbits to escape. They're going to have to move quick. CC caught out, stunned up, and slain. Lilu, though, finds a return. 1 temporal turbulence is all it takes. Oxy's there for the trade. The Dark Blessing will take effect. He almost turns that, but does go down. 3 for 1 are the trades so far in favor of Nova Esports. They're going to take a mid lane tower.
That did not need to happen. I don't know why teams keep doing this against Nova, but that did not need to happen for their side. And so many executionaires because they were panicking under that Dark Slayer. You saw the Dark Dominion go off and against an invulnerable Sephora earlier on. And yeah, it could have been a bush party. It was painfully obvious that they were going for this Dark Slayer. They didn't have someone in particular that was great at killing it, and really cost them.
Restless knows this Dark Slayer is being taken. Can't do anything about it, though. Nova, flip the script, take the Dark Slayer. Now looking for their way back into the game that they have been locked out of. They have a gold lead, and their map control is tied up.
TJ. TJ, why?
Are you asking me why do Nova seem to consistently make silly mistakes and go behind early game and then somehow turn the tables and win late game? Is that what you're asking?
Well, in this particular situation, I'm asking why Dead Rabbits decided to do that.
Because that's what I honestly do think it's the X factor of people getting nervous playing the reigning EU champs. I really do think that they're getting all the benefit of that and people giving them silly mistakes.
Well, if Lilu can continuously get these amazing temporal turbulences off, the funny thing is he might actually kill this minion with his crits, but if he can continue to do this, Poseidon stays barely alive, and this might help him stay in this match, despite
CC goes down, and look at the heal. The benefit, I feel, of the Sephora. Poseidon just healing all the temporal turbulence damage, and actually it's not dead yet. Oxy continuing to press forward. They've got a kill. Dark Fowlin as well. That's 2 picks. CC and Dark Fowlin down. Lilu and Alex P need to play back behind the tower while the mid lane push comes through. 30 long seconds on the respawns. They have no tanks currently, and Lilu's just dove in. Another dimension will be spent. Half HP on the Drake. Still whittling away at their base, though. They absolutely need to kill it. And there's the chase on Alex P. The Drake does fall, but the tower will go and trade.
Great play there from Poseidon. Even though he didn't get the kill onto Alex B, he scared him away, which allowed for the tower to get taken. That is enough for their side. As far as Dead Rabbits is concerned, their team just isn't playing as a team, because Murad, the Lilu, is playing basically 100% poke here, right? He's going in, Temporal Turbulence going back. Same thing for the Crixie, going for that mischief when she can, but only when she finds an opportunity is Alex P going in for a kill. And meanwhile, CC and Fallon are taking that the wrong way. They're saying, "Oh, we're going in. Hey, let's push into them." But it's only poke the entire time, and their team has been split up. And it would have been fine if they continued to push their lead earlier on, but now it's working against them.
I have a question, Mr. Build Guru.
Oh,
Soul Reaver on Rourke.
CC killed the minion. Lilu's BM resing back.
Lilu can't charge up his temporal turbulence. CC.
Oh no, CC, what have you done?
This means actually that might have pretty bad effect because there was no scouting for Lilu. He didn't know this Enraged Abyssal Dragon was being started. Half HP on it. I don't think there can be a contest.
Well, they thought there was going to be contest because Nova doesn't know that there's no minion there for Lilu to charge. But these crits are really actually working.
Well, Restless.
They keep killing.
Oh, the retaliation! It was perfectly timed, but I don't think it's enough. The rest of the team will be there. A kill is found. Restless does have a Blade of Eternity, so he'll be back, and they know he's there and distracting. So the theory is maybe during this time, the rest of Dead Rabbits can focus down this Abyssal Dragon. Oh, but they let it out of range! It'll reset!
Yeah, they were a little bit afraid of this, and they had to pretty much run at this point.
A comedy of errors for Dead Rabbits. And now the punished Fallon does land 2 Dark Dominions. Alex P coming through with the Moonfall, desperately trying to stay alive. Poseidon will fall and trade. CC just trying to stall up for Alex P. Lilu here as well. They've managed 1 trade. Oxy's low enough that they might be able to get much, much more. In the meantime, Alex P's losing this 1v1 against Crixie, or against Grizzly Q. I don't really understand how, but Grizzly Q might be about to get the kill. Lilu falls. Grizzly Q wins versus Alex P. It's CC with the shock. Oxy to fall. Vex very low. It should be CC to hold, but he can't quite do it. Now Restless needs to race back. There's the Hunter's Mark. He's got enough to stall, just barely, but he doesn't have any more allies for 13 seconds, and that means it's game number 1 over to Nova Esports.
TJ?
Yeah?
I just saw the entirety of that fight that you mentioned between Alice and Crixie, and I felt like it was a pretty good representation of that game.
Would you like to summarize it in 2 sentences or less?
Well, Crixie was low.
Uh-huh.
Alice used Hissy Fit. She was stuck. It was a very low Crixie against Alice, and Alice won.
All right.
Yes.
Fun statistic for all you gamers out there. Grizzly Q had more kills than, or had a better KD than either CC or Fowlin, and CC and Fowlin combined.
Yeah.
Oh my god. He had a better KD than Oxy. Somewhat negated by the fact that Oxy was playing split lane, but still. It's like 5 a.m. in Japan. Daniel's just done. Well,
I believe you used the phrase comedy of errors, and I would have to agree for the side of Dead Rabbits because they did not need to go for the Dark Slayer, number one. And then from there were so many instances where they could have made it work but didn't. Like CC killing the minions that Lilu couldn't use his temporal turbulence, like not using the bait from Restless to kill the Abyssal Dragon fast enough, getting too afraid of 3 members of Nova and not jumping them, knowing that it was a 4v3.
Alright, I had a question I voiced earlier, I'll ask you again. During this game, the Rourke built Soul Reaver. We frequently see Mr. Stabby, the item built for Soul Reaver, on Rourkes. We don't often see the finished build. Is there a reason why Vex goes for the finished build? Is it good?
Well, you need the jungle item in the first place in order to rush out a lot of the objectives. And you might as well, even though you don't get all that much out of it. It's just one of those things. You might as well.
All right. D2's official words. Hey!
Well,
if you're just joining us, we've been watching Nova Esports in the lower bracket, and it was the best decision I've ever made, because it has been a trip so far. From a 3-game series against Existence, we now advance to game number 2 between Nova Esports and Dead Rabbits. But you ask, what else is going on in the bracket? Well, we really wanted to catch the upper bracket games, and maybe if game 2 goes quick enough, we can. But Team Queso is going to be playing against Qlash in about 5 minutes, and I don't think we have the timing for that. So, unfortunately, we probably won't be able to catch that game. Maybe we can come in game number 2 for the upper final. In the lower bracket, Team 404 did just beat out Cream Esports, advancing to play against the winner of Phoenix, Community, and Asura Esports. Dead Rabbits versus Nova, our currently ongoing match, is going to feed into the match, or into the waiting Night Squad, the team that just blasted through their path to this point. This is the lower bracket, which means any teams who lose here go home instantaneously. I just like saying that. Raises the stakes, you know?
I do love steak.
God, you're so tired.
So, question: the winner of the upper bracket, they're just the winner. There's no like.
They're waiting in the upper bracket final. Once the winner of the upper bracket plays the upper bracket final, the winner of that will just sit in the grand final and wait for the winner of the lower bracket.
Okay, so there is like a grand finals.
Yep.
Okay.
And we have 2 more hours to reach that conclusion, which actually I don't think we'll do. I don't think we'll be able to hit it during that time. At the end of those 2 hours, the bracket freezes, and we resume tomorrow. Same time, same place.
Which is 7 hours ago.
Yeah.
For those of you who don't know. Same time as 7 hours ago. If you're just joining us.
When the EU bracket freezes, well, it's time to bring the NA boys out from the closet. And we'll go ahead and get into the NA qualifiers, which will be twice as exciting, twice the fun, twice the NA plays.
I just love the imagery of TJ keeping the NA players in the closet.
All right, that's a lot more dark than I intended. I just
It's
kind
a
of
fun closet.
wow, okay, that does not make it better. I just kind of meant that they weren't currently in use. But wow, okay.
It's like a Harry Potter closet where there's like an entire other world.
Harry Potter was not happy with his closet. He was in an abusive relationship with his family.
Oh no! I mean, not his particular closet. I mean, in that particular world, when you know how Hermione has that like bag which just like extends forever, right? That's like the closet that I'm thinking of. That's what I'm thinking of.
All right.
It's a massive closet.
I like to
like
use Narnia as an example. One, because there's an actual magical closet in that book series, and two, because it's a whole nother world, just like North America.
A whole new. Oh wait, that's Arabia.
That is, fun fact, not Narnia.
You can't say a whole new world and not make me sing.
We also don't have the license for now. We do have, however, the ID for game number 2, so we'll be getting into that shortly. Let me just update memorized so that we know when we can catch that upper bracket final. D2. While I'm doing this, if you want to name 2 things to improve for both teams, what would they be?
There's so much homework for me. For Nova,
vegetables.
Exactly. For Nova, just don't fall behind. Stop doing that thing where you fall behind. Just that part where you turn the game around and win. Just do that in the beginning. And for Dead Rabbits, stop throwing. These are very pointed criticisms, I know. Dead Rabbits, they did the same exact thing against Team Queso as well. They need to stop being tentative and take advantage where they can. They seem to take be aggressive at the exact wrong times, it feels like.
The most important thing, I think, is for Nova Esports. Because they're supposed to be like the #1 team in the region, and right now they are not playing like it.
One thing I will say though is that Dead Rabbits did do a great job in the beginning of the game between Lilo and Alex P. Like Alex P did amazing on that Crixie, and it kind of raises the point of perhaps Crixie is a reasonable counter to Sephora, just outrange her.
Well, Alex P is also one of the best Crixies the world has ever seen, so, you know.
Right.
That also
right. But that said, there was a long period of time towards the mid to end of last year where Crixie was considered one of the top heroes. So I feel like a lot of the top players, top mages in the world will have that experience with her. So it's just something to keep in mind.
The #1 thing I want to see is Jenner from Alex P. And I know you're on board with this, but Alex P's Jenner legitimately defined a meta during Season 2. Him and the rest of Dead Rabbits figured out how to just play this incredibly tight melee style, and it revolved around the fact that Alex P playing Jenner would just run over literally anything. Right now,
I think
they're playing into a consistently squishy Nova Esports side and a consistently weirdly passive Nova Esports side.
Well, part of that is a product of the fact that they picked Marja and Sephora, who are just poke, poke, poke. If they dive you, you use your invulnerability. Sometimes you can use that invulnerability to dive them, but it's a mostly passive comp. I think that playing Jinnar into Jinnar is pretty bad against Sephora, in my personal experience, because your exuberance does nothing, and you get poked all day.
You can just dodge it with, wow, Tides of Life. That's the name of the ultimate.
Yeah, Tide of Life, yeah. Haven't I been saying that?
Yes, you have. I just had a little
You said Water of Life. Life
I
of
did.
Water.
I said Water of Life for like the first 3 series, and I don't know why, but it's like mostly the right thing. So I'm gonna give myself a pass on that one.
Because it's like Wall of Water, Water Spirits, and then you're like Water Life or something.
Well, I keep thinking of Water World. I don't know why. I keep thinking of Water World, which is not a good movie. So I don't know why it's in my
I
head.
didn't even know. I thought it was an amusement park when you said Water World.
Oh,
like,
it
what
is. It's not
okay.
only is it an amusement park, it is a live theater show at Disneyland, and Universal Studios, and it's a movie. I think one of the early sci-fi movies. Did lots of things for special effects. Really mediocre movie. If you're wondering why Universal Studios Waterworld has come up, it's because none of Nova Esports have come up. They're just now joining the lobby. Shirko joining us. So we should be into game in a moment. The winners bracket final is underway up top. We'll catch that. Our current plan, if it works out, is to catch that in the second game. So they'll play game number 1. We'll finish up this series because they haven't yet started it up top. And we'll finish up this series and then catch them on game number 2. So we'll miss the first game of that set, but we'll still be able to get a sense of who won and why.
And in that final is, who was it? Team Queso? And looks like Sleepy Team. Or excuse me, I'm getting this wrong.
Clash and Sleepy Team.
Clash. No,
Team
Clash
Queso
and
versus
Queso.
Clash. That's me up.
All Spanish.
Yep.
Sorry. I
A
didn't
lot
press
of
it right.
the teams here are Spanish. The Spanish region has had Community Cups ongoing, which I think have given them a fantastic chance to practice. And you can really see the effect of that as I think 16 of our teams here today are Spanish.
Turkey is doing pretty well too.
The Turkish region has always been strong. But despite their enthusiasm, it's been since SK Gaming and Team Bozaji. During the early days, they haven't had a top team. But during the Go 4s, it was Team SK Gaming that won absolutely everything. And they were Turkish. Vex played on that team, though.
Right, that was the team that turned into Noob Gaming.
Yes, later versions of that team turned into Team Noob, and then it turned into the current roster of Nova Esports. Still Turkish players on various top teams, but not the concentrated powerhouse that was Team Bozaji during the early days.
Well, it's good to see multiple concentrated regions doing well. Spain, Turkey, one French team. Looks like.
I just like the variety of nationalities that gets displayed on these brackets. And then you get to the American bracket, and it's like, oh, there's a Canadian!
Got it. So, if you're from Mexico, what side do you play on?
North America.
Latin America? North America.
North
okay.
America. Mexico is solidly within North America.
Right.
And we do have 2 or 3 Mexican teams, I believe.
Right, but they call it Latin America, which throws me off because I feel like Mexicans are Latino American or Latin.
You're mixing racial politics and geographical logistics.
I agree.
It is just about the distance to the ping, nothing else. And in this case, the distance to the ping is quicker. We do have the Nova Esports players slowly and steadily joining the lobby. If you're like, wow, why are you still talking? I agree. But
we like to punish both of you guys and us. We're just like, no. Hold on, guys. We need to talk for a little bit longer. We're holding up the entire lobby.
I love that image because, especially on like major tournaments, you see it occasionally where people go, why are the casters still talking? Just start the game.
I love that.
It does the man. If we could delay the entire broadcast of the tournament to talk, I admit we would do it. But we can't, I promise. We can't, I promise. The games start when they do. We work around them.
It's like, no, you start when the casters say we start, okay? You guys just wait right there. We're going to keep talking here, okay?
The lobby just expired.
Yeah, it certainly did.
I had a good new pun the other day.
Oh, fill me in.
I recently had a job at the clock factory.
Mm-hmm.
But I got fired because, and it was a total inversion of normal workplace standards. Normally, when you show up to work early, you work all day, you stay a little late, you get extra money, your boss likes you. But when I was working at the clock factory, I got in big trouble for putting in extra hours.
Oh, God. That was way too much trouble. Okay. This stream has officially gone off the rails.
Yep. The new lobby ID is not forthcoming. Nova Esports taking a while to get sorted. I'll see if I can scrounge it up. Oh, we got it. Shurko.
Did we?
Being a wonderful human being.
Give me that invite.
I will. Shout out to Shurko. When I
I'm just
go
waiting
to
for
events, he's the most positively depressed person I meet, and he's great fun to hang out with. You like talk to him, and he's like, "Oh man, my life sucks, but I love it." And you're like, "What?" He's amazing. Love Shurko.
The first time I met Shurko was at the E3, and he was just explaining, like, yeah, we played these scrims and they just killed us. We were terrible.
Yeah, he's brutally honest in a way I love. It's just like, oh, this game didn't go well. Speaking of brutally honest, well, to be honest, the game started. And that means we can shut up. Welcome to game number 2. Between Nova Esports and Dead Rabbits. Nova now on the left side, currently up 1-0 over the Spanish team.
Going to ban out that Lindis once more. Don't want to deal with it. And, ooh, the Rook ban.
Getting rid of the possibility for Vex, who did play it well last game. I wouldn't have thought it merited a pick or a ban all of its own.
Red team's turn.
Right, which means, is Dead Rabbits just going to dedicate all their bans to Vex here?
Blue team's turn to ban.
No. They follow through. They were just specifically worried about... That is curious, because normally you'd ban Nacroth. I wonder what that
Right.
means.
Team's turn to
Is this
ban.
going to be a Nacroth ban? It can't be, because they need to get rid of the Ignis.
Yeah, they're just letting the Necroth through. I like the preemptive Arum ban here from Nova, by the way, just in case they saw where this ban phase was going. And they're like, well, we might actually get someone good for Vex here, so let's just ban out the Arm to make our lives easier.
We'll see. The Richter comes out now as the first pick for Nova Esports, benefiting from the aid of that weird
Oh.
ban phase. Ooh, okay. Sure, you have Lilu. Lilu plays mainly assassins with high mobility.
Blue team's turn to ban.
I like the pick of Vex, or excuse me, of the Richter away from Restless, who did a really good job on him last game.
Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering who's going to play it, though. Perhaps Oxy? Maybe Shurko.
Red team's turn to pick.
I'm guessing Shurko, I guess.
Yeah, Shurko's
Since-
been pretty dedicated to the side lane. We saw one game where he picked up a Tulin for mid. But...
No, he played the Tulin side lane.
Oh, did he? Alright.
Yeah, that was the Elsu mid game where Gilder was like, "What do I do now?"
We have
But-
the Joker coming through as well, which I quite like.
Team's turn.
And of course, the Sephiroth, who has gone from... We didn't really see Sephiroth in competitive play. We kind of thought Sephiroth maybe not a big deal. Been a staple of this qualifier so far.
Yeah, and this time picked up by Alex P. And Nova doesn't pick the quote-unquote appropriate response that we saw from Alex P, which is the Crixie. Though, you know, can't really say anything bad about Raz, who has always been one of the top mages.
Yeah, Raz always solidly good. Raz is such a skill-based character, though. If you don't feel comfortable on him, he's alright. If you feel good on him, he's the best character in the game.
Yeah, there's like so many little tips and tricks that you can do with Raz. I remember the first time someone just hopped a wall with his auto attack. I was like, "What?
10
Yeah.
seconds
You can do that?" So, yeah, it's certainly something that you can do. But this is going to be a good old assassin fight. Miranda versus Necroth. That's the last time you saw that one.
Last time I saw Lilu versus Vex, but they flipped. Lilu played the Mirand, Vex played the Nakroth, and it wasn't close. Lilu dominated.
Well, perhaps Vex can get his revenge with the soccer Murad. Sorry, I had to take a swig of my coffee.
For Grizzly Q, I think Grizzly Q's Mina is one of the best in Europe, and that will be a major asset to the team. But the one assassin who Mina doesn't do a great job cancelling out the effects of is Nakroth, because Nakroth has the extra mobility. You can bait out a lot of Dark Dominions with good movement.
Welcome to Arena of Valor.
Right, and
Get ready.
in this particular case, the fact that this ultimate provides CC immunity is an actually big deal. Normally, you'd think, you look at it and you're like, well, he just stuns himself, so what's the big deal? But against Mina in particular, it is.
Nova grouped up during the early game, looking for a way to start this off well, and they'll do exactly that. Shurko leaps in, scaring Foul and back. Well, in the meantime, Vex dives into the enemy jungle, charging up his early game. And oh, did they get that? They did! That was so slick! Grizzly Q sights back the Dominion, but it's not enough. Even though they get the red buff, even though Vex gets the red buff, he dies, shut down during the early game, and that's devastating. The red buff, the might buff, passed back. Now the invade comes through. Lilu benefits from it, and they get the gold they wanted.
That was so smart. I'm almost sad that it didn't work out better, but wow, Poseidon!
Almost. Sage buff will still be stolen. Actually, Death's beckoned. CC's got another. It's a hell of a start here for Dead Rabbits.
You can say that again. And the mid farm even goes to Grizzly Q, so they're even the farm that they have right now is on the wrong hero, speaking of Nova.
And that's not a good sign. This may be another weak start for Nova Esports, but every single time they do this to us, Daniel, it starts rough, and they scrape it back out.
It's just a matter of what minute of the game that Dead Rabbits will give it to them. We'll have to find out. Wait and see next time on Arena of Valor Series, Season 3.
I feel like there's a better way to say that name.
Arena of Valor Series?
Arena of Valor Series.
Arena of
I think we should just stick to
Valorous.
Valor Series. I think that's better.
Branding.
Well, if we say Valor 3 times, then it works. Anyway, Shurko committing in on CC. He'll scare him back. Vex is nearby as well. The idea was bait, but CC doesn't bite. And thus, we reset to neutral.
At the end of it all, those 2 kills have a slight lead, about the same amount as an Abyssal Dragon here for the side of Dead Rabbits. But they're looking for more.
Lilu will have
Doesn't get the buff.
the aid of Alex P. Oh, I forgot. We haven't seen Alex P on Sephiroth yet.
No, we have not.
And it seems right up his alley. Jinnar, Crixie similar to it. However, Poseidon's bullying him. He'll spend Tides of Life and disengage.
Yeah, but him being so low without his ultimate means he's got to back up here. And this gives some movement on the map, some room here for Nova to make a move.
Now look for that move to be the Abyssal Dragon. Fallon and Alex P are nearby, but they don't until Lilu's here. Really have to contest. Now Lilu is here. Do you go for this, Dead Rabbits? Yes, you do. Lilu goes in. Vex gets it with Temporal Turbulence. Oxy commits forward in the meantime, though he needs a full canned laughter. He's gone. It's an even trade. And in the top lane, Dead Rabbits do gain ground as well.
Ooh, down in the spot lane. What is this going on?
God!
How did that happen?
Poseidon! Hello! That was
How did Joker get all the way over there?
That was the full combo from Poseidon, followed, if I'm not mistaken, by a Death Sight from Grizzly Q.
Joker, that's not his side of the map.
No, it is.
No, not
it is
at
not.
And that's why the towers were hitting him in the face.
Very well played by Grizzly Q and Poseidon to secure that kill, and it does scrape them back quite a bit of gold. Sharko and Grizzly Q want this kill up top too. You can see them trying to catch CC playing silly, but he's playing very defensive as a result, and so they'll just disengage.
Yeah, we've seen this matchup a lot. In particular, Richter against an auto-attacking style DS laner. And it's been somewhat even so far, the better player running out, but here comes a couple of ults.
Ooh, CC's got this. Death's beckoning, he's got it, the flicker, it's in, he's got the kill. There's no way for Grizzly Q to equalise. Bot lane, there was pressure onto the tower, about half HP on it. Dead Rabbits winning across the map.
Yeah, Grizzly Q was like a quarter of a second faster there than Richter probably gets away, but that is the power of Omen. Even against a Richter, you can take him out.
The rotate on the bot lane is good for Dead Rabbits. They want to keep pushing in. The Spirit Sentinel will go their way in the meantime, continuing to grow their gold lead despite not getting that early Abyssal.
So Nova, we've seen them come from farther behind in the past. Obviously, this game started out disastrously, but they're still keeping it relatively close. And this is not something... And we've seen it time and time again today. This is not even... Wouldn't even be surprising for them to come at this point.
Oh, Alex P. Nicely done. He's learning Poseidon's tricks. Spending that Tides of Life right on the engage this time, so he doesn't get pushed around even a little bit. Maybe even gets a little bit of bonus damage.
Yeah, meanwhile, on the bottom lane, Oxy is trying to fight versus 2. I'm not sure this is so wise.
Yeah, he keeps playing, actually, specifically in that exact bush, and it keeps going about the same for him. Consistent poke until he's dropped low. I think this time the idea was that he'd keep an eye on Abyssal. Lilu, though, reminds him why that might not be the best idea. He'll be in the area. All of Dead Rabbits here to pick up this dragon.
And just speaking of this particular matchup, because you don't see it all the time, but Marja versus Joker is very good for Marja, because every time the can laughter goes off, you can just use Ghost Walk.
Like that. There's Ghost Walk in. They find the kill. Fallon already down. Abyssal Dragon will be picked up, though, for Dead Rabbits. Maybe that undoes the kill they lost. I think it's a favourable trade at the least, as long as they can hold this bot lane tower. That's what Oxy, Grizzly Q, and Poseidon are here to do. Restless in for the wave clear. They'll seed the tower, assuming that its damage is enough. Restless is in trouble from Grizzly Q, but there's not really enough damage to get that kill. I stand corrected. Dark Dominion lands. He keeps walking forward, though, and barely gets free of Poseidon's grasp.
A bit of an ill-advised move here from Nova. They do get the tower in the end, but they had no one there who actually kills towers, aside from perhaps the magic damage from Raz's auto attacks. But you know, while this is all going on, up here in the top lane, Lilu gets a tower. I feel like it was neutral at best.
Yeah, a neutral trade plus Abyssal over to Dead Rabbits. Gold lead on Tides on.
So, can Dead Rabbits actually hold on to a lead? They've blown leads. We've seen Nova come back from deficits twice, and we've seen against two teams, I should
Remember,
say.
They were behind game one of their first set as well.
Yeah, I meant to say against two separate teams, and
right.
Dead Rabbits against two separate teams, they've blown leads. So can Dead Rabbits hold on this time?
Nova definitely do look a little bit out of sorts today, though, from dropping their game versus Cream in the upper bracket to now almost fouling out versus Existence in the lower bracket. This doesn't look like the Nova of old. Hopefully, though, it's just a coat of rust and they can shake it off. The European champions do need to be able to stand tall for the good of their region. Lilu will check into this bush, and it's the wrong bush to step into. He still gets out, though. A miracle.
Yeah, that is the mobility of Necroth. Even when you think you have him, just a couple of dashes away, and he's away from your grasp.
Yeah.
By the way,
absolutely brutal. Here's the Abyssal Dragon up. Fallon hovering nearby whilst Vex and Oxy work away at it, and there's a dimension will be there. Half HP on it. Now lower. The steal attempts come through, but Vex is able to lock it down for Nova Esports, building their gold lead and bringing it back to tie in the economy game.
Right. Perfect timing on that Temporal Turbulence, waiting to the end to finally use it so that they secure it in the end. By the way, a ranged Abyssal Dragon nearly up, but towards the middle here.
A little bit of poke. Poseidon almost got caught out. Sharko elsewhere gets caught out, actually, by CC, who dove behind the Tier 2 tower. I'm confused by that. He did almost get Sharko, but I'm not really sure what the best possible scenario there is there. Because he was done either way, and Vex is able to entrap Lilu within another dimension, and that means it's now 5-4. Kills brought back and a gold lead given over, and Nova are not just resting on their laurels, they want the Dark Slayer as well. It's only Fallon here to contest. That could be everything. Fallon, do you dare try and steal? I don't think he does. He'll back off. Nova Esports, you said how long will it take them to flip the script here? Exactly 10 minutes and 9 seconds.
And Dead Rabbits take notes here, because when you have a lead, this is how you consolidate it. You actually take objectives like this. But over on the bottom line, Poseidon and Restless.
Oh. Restless. Wow. Those come out on top. Train should be there. Oh my goodness!
He's dead.
No! Wait, no! Grizzly kill comes in. Oxy will now be up for the trade. Lilu dives in 1v2. He's got Fallon nearby to help, but he can't really, given his low HP. Lilu spot a club. Sancti in the middle of that fight, actually. And it's not really enough. Now Grizzly Q dives in. Alex P will be the target. He doesn't have the mobility to get away, and it looks as if Nova have scraped out a quite significant lead.
And that is Exhibit A, why you build as much cooldown reduction as possible on Marja, because you want that Ghost Walk up multiple times during a fight, and that made all the difference.
CC will fall as well. He was trying to split push. He did have the Drake summoned just to clean up Wave. That's actually really clever from Nova. They summoned Drake just to deal with Wave, and in the rest of the time they focus on pushing towers. So they'll have Wave clear up top.
Well, even better is that Drake's going to be sitting there for a long, long time, and it takes forever to time out, which means all of these minions are empowered. Usually the Drake eventually comes up, but now they have these empowered minions who can just take down the towers by themselves if they can distract long enough.
That's what they're trying. Fallon called out. Dead Rabbits will lose their tank yet again. Here's the high ground under threat. CC will flicker in, but misses the Death's Embrace. That should be a lethal mistake, and it is for their high ground tower. Nova Esports look to knock on the core. Vex does exactly that. That's a bit ambitious, and Lilu looks to punish. He'll dive in and blow up Vex's HP, but all it takes is a whistle, and the rest of Nova Esports are there.
That was just a bait from Vex. Lilo, come over here, buddy. I'm very vulnerable. Gotcha. Down he goes, and down potentially goes Dead Rabbits.
That should be the core, and the game, and the series. 2-0 to Nova Esports. Finally, a stable-looking game for Nova in the lower bracket.
You know what it was? They were like, let's get this deficit out of the way. So we'll get down 2-0 right now, and that'll speed up our comeback.
Yeah, it looked good for Nova. For once, they looked in control. We've seen a lot of shaky games from them. That was the most Nova esports of the games we've seen so far. Poseidon doing 30% of his team's damage. Gotta have helped.
You know what, TJ?
Mm-hmm.
As much as Oxy has looked like he's been over-aggressive, it
Yeah,
works
it worked
so
out that
well on Marja. And I feel like that needs to be the target ban coming from opposing teams, is to make sure that Oxy is on a hero that he can't be so aggressive on, or else he gets punished. Not the Vex is, he'll figure out something, you know?
I do think that Oxy playing well was why this game looked so much smoother. On the games where Oxy has struggled, Nova have been very mortal. On the games where Oxy has dominated, Nova have been unstoppable. That makes him kind of the key player for
The bellwether.
team. Yeah.
Well, my what I would say that is the games in which he plays extremely well are the games in which he has Marja.
All right, and there's a stat for you. Tell you what, we'll take a quick break. We'll come back with the upper bracket finals. When we return, it will be the best of 3 series between Team Queso and Clash that has been generated out of the upper bracket. These should be the 2 teams competing for their slot in the grand final. The winner goes to the grand final, the loser down to the lower bracket to fight their way up for a shot at redemption. Don't go far. The European qualifier #1 for the Valor Series 2019 season starts now. It's the upper bracket final of the European bracket. We have one team that will advance to the grand finals, basically guaranteed a spot in the Valor series, provided they don't completely bomb out during qualifier number 2. The other team must fight their way back into the finals from the lower bracket. Clash versus Team Queso will decide it all. My name is still TJ, still joined by 5 AM D2. How are things in Japan?
5:41 a.m.
Hey, it's basically morning. You can't be tired when it's sunny outside.
Maybe I should open my window. Maybe that's what's been bothering me. I need that sunlight.
You're in a stuffy room?
You know what, TJ? When I open the window in the winter, the sun is basically horizontal, and it burns my eyes.
I think you're a vampire. I think that's what that
could be.
is.
That could very well be the case.
How do you feel about garlic?
I love garlic.
Alright, never mind. Theory's out the window. We're into game between Clash and Team Queso. Just waiting on them to get ready to go. Once we are into game, once again, it will be a BO3 set. This time, the winner is basically guaranteed a slot at the $200,000 Valor series because they will earn so many points from coming in first or second place, regardless of how it works out. The loser, well, they're in top 6 almost guaranteed because they'll be dropped down to the lower bracket in that spot, but they'll need to perform well during the second qualifier as well. Team Queso don't want to leave that up to chance. They competed in the Valor series last season. Clash, a newer team on the block with some familiar names.
Right, so this is very important for both of these teams, and congratulations are in order. At least to make it this far, they're, like you mentioned, very likely to make it to the regular season for that Valor series. And Team Queso, I believe they barely scraped by to make Valor Series Season 2, and Clash obviously is a new team, so
Team Queso
again,
made it to
very
the
well done.
finals of Season 2. They were like one of the big growth stories. It was
right. I mean, to get, I mean, the qualifications.
Yeah, their qualification was pretty narrow with a lot of other Spanish teams vying for the slot, and then they were terrifying over the course of the season.
Red team's turn to pick.
Right. And like you mentioned, it was, they were up and then they were down and they were back up again towards the end of the season.
Draft
But Clash
begins. Clash, well, nothing to do with Annette, Lindis, or Liliana. It's Richter, Elsu, and Nakroth who attract Team Queso's ire, meaning that Ignis gets through the draft phase alongside Arum and Sephora.
We haven't seen Ignis a whole lot today. The one time we did, there was a bit of issues. There were some issues with dead rabbits against Team Queso, if I remember correctly. And weren't able to pull it out. But this time, we've seen this before, though. We've seen Morin versus the Telenos. And Sky, he loves that Morin.
He certainly does. Sky on the sideline became terrifying with the Morin. And they've got such a fun composition because of it, because Random in the jungle can just focus on being a tanky Wonder Woman, and then they can get their damage from mid and sideline.
Yeah, for those of you who are just joining us, this is a jungle Wonder Woman. This is not a jungle Morin. This is a sideline Morin. And it's worked out very, very well for them.
Opposing them a little bit more of a standard look. Ruby's in mid on the Ignis, which may already spell disaster. Playing into his Sephora, though, that matchup actually could go either way. Sideline will be Telenos, Simjo into Morin. Like you said, we've seen that matchup before, and Sky won it dominantly. However, it was not Simjo, who is in a class of his own in terms of sideline.
Yeah, so certainly a matchup to keep an eye on. A couple more things to keep an eye on. We've seen Sephora consistently banned or picked first at the very least, and that's basically been Ignis's role, basically, right? He has been banned out or picked first in games for months now. So the top 2 mages, at least according to professional players, going to have a nice face-off here. And they're very similar. Lots of poke damage and lots of CC from afar.
Mm-hmm. This will...
And finally... Go ahead.
Just to set things up, this will likely be the final game of today. The bracket will freeze at 2 p.m. PST, which is in an hour and 15 minutes. So I suspect we'll get through this BO3, and that will be all. At that point, we'll resume play on the European side of things tomorrow. We'll take a short break while the North American bracket begins. We'll skip the first round so that we can recover somewhat. And we'll come back with the North American coverage in a bit.
Certainly looking forward to that, especially because we
have North American coverage.
I'll leave that for you to decide.
There's an easy answer. You say both.
Yeah, I was about to, but leave things up to chance here. But certainly North America, we have no idea what's going to go on with that region. In Europe, we have the storylines where like Nova is the established team. If someone beats Nova, that means they're good. Like Cream, we saw earlier. Clash took out Cream. North America, we're just kind of use our eyeballs, TJ. This team looks good and have good rotations.
2020 vision.
Oh,
although I do worry I'm hurting it with all the staring at monitors I do.
And that's a fallacy.
Really?
Everyone knows that.
Oh.
Yes. TJ, last thing I want to look at for this match. Ibu Chichi. Not doing so well on the Cephas. Getting kind of carried. Let's see if he can actually do well for himself this game.
He had a pretty dismal performance during the earlier games we saw. So, hopefully we can see his return to form during Season 2. He was very inconsistent. The first half of the season, terrifying. The second half, we'll say, consistent with his performance today.
So, you see in this mid lane, Ruiz is doing a really good job bowling out the Sephra. Next week, that's going to be a big deal because she's going to receive 10% less gold every single time that happens.
Mowgli, knockdown. As of the next week's patch, which I believe we'll be playing on for the next qualifier.
Yep.
Any minions that are slain underneath tower, give you less gold.
And that is really nice because there's no stalemates where you're underneath tower. It both rewards the player who is winning that lane. It also makes games faster, which I am certainly in favor of. And people talked about how this might have games snowball harder. I would say they snowball faster, not necessarily harder.
Goldie in trouble. There's the water ball connecting. Ibuchichi and Memorize need to run, but Random takes the front line quite happily. Now Yavax can come through with Ibuchichi. They'll get first blood. Random slain, and the rest of the team needs to play back. Sky contributed to this fight, but not enough. Low HP across the board, but Team Queso survive.
Both mages, though, doing an amazing job in that fight. Zefta with a 3-man water wall, and as they were trying to engage onto that, Ruiz says, I can one-up that, and just gets a rain of fire on multiple members and taking them out of commission.
It is an interesting composition from Clash because they're relying almost on their strengths. Neither of these teams have particularly... Wow, that's going to be mean. Neither of these teams are particularly remarkable junglers. The other two EU teams we're just watching have Vex and Lilu, who are the 2-star junglers in Europe. Neither of these teams have such powerful, flashing names. Instead, they have consistent damage sources at best, and they utilize that to win games, because if they have an extra consistent damage source, then their real power farm can come from side lane.
Oh!
No, Random! I take it back. That was quite flashy. A hard commit. Magnetic Storm as well. Sky doing big damage on the flank. Ibuchichi will chase him with the death from above. Yavax comes through and shuts down Random. Sky will stabilize. Big water wall, but it's not enough from Zefta. And this flips completely on his head as the Ignis of Ruiz burns them alive underneath tower.
That just was a feels Batman moment there for the Sephra as he gets knocked down with the rain of fire, and then from two sides, 90-degree angles, Simjo and Ruiz just take him out. I honestly, I've played a lot of AoV, I've seen a lot of AoV. I don't think I've ever seen the 90-degree gank.
Oh,
under tower.
Goldie did do a good job of taking tower by himself, but Yavix and Ruiz are here to somewhat punish him for that. He'll flicker to safety, not taking his chances.
Yeah, that was actually necessary because Ruiz was about to kill him. So, good job getting out of there. Yavix, meanwhile, in the bush. Bye. See you guys later. But it should be pointed out that Random, every time he had that engage with the lasso into the bracelets of submission, that was a kill. It killed more than every single time when we saw it against Cream earlier. And Team Queso showing they're not pushovers.
No. No push here for more, finding mid lane pressure. They've got quite a lot. Ibuchichi here as well, Random to contest. Actually, almost all of Clash here. 3 players with just their side lane Goldie pushing forward. Sky, far cry from his performance in that explosive game we saw, has been pushed back very far in his lane. And that, I think, is limiting his farm potential.
Well, the thing is, he really came alive in the mid to late game. And because of all the action, this game seems like it's been going on for a while. But by this point, by this timestamp of the game where he really broke out, he hadn't really done much either. So look for him to really pump up.
Bracelets does land. Holy Embers in response. Not enough. Ibuchichi will fall as well. Clash strike back with 2 quick kills.
Apologies there, right? I was talking about Sky not doing so well. He just, right in front of my eyes, taking out a poor little Xenial on the other side with his ultimate there. So yeah, he's starting to build up that damage.
Goldie will solo this tower. Second one he's done that to. This little dragon picked up. Clash flipped the table. 15 to 3 K in the gold lead and 2 to 4 in the kill lead.
Yeah, you don't need to have that kill lead in order to have the gold lead, or the tower lead for that matter.
Now the circle will be, I think, refocused when we get into these team fights.
I'm sorry. Wonder Woman and Morn were holding that blue golem for Sephiroth for about 10 seconds, just sitting there. It was amusing to me.
I'm sorry I missed it now. Interesting that they're giving a lot of jungle away. I saw Sky dipping into the jungle. He's running sprint, by the way. Just thought I'd mention that. We saw Sky dipping into the jungle. We see the Sephiroth dipping into the jungle. They're not giving Random a ton of farm. They're kind of... He's a loose jungler.
Yeah, I can't say I've ever seen this particular strategy, but it certainly makes sense because it's kind of like a willing use of your side lane as an aborted solo queue strategy, right? When you see the side laner and you know that your jungler is not very good, you start taking their jungle because you need it more, you feel like. But this is an intentional version of that where they're saying, well, Wonder Woman doesn't need as much gold as our side laners do, but we do want them in the side lane to begin with so that they don't lose those matchups outright.
We'll see if it works out. Random has still been functioning as an excellent front line. That lasso's got an elastic on it. You can tell. Stretched so far. Oh, almost nails Simjo as well.
Lashing them on the side. Simjo heard that. Oh, psh. Sorry.
I was just thinking of Indiana Jones, but alright.
Yeah.
Dark
Flare the same thing.
Up for grabs, as is the Abyssal. Pre-enraged Abyssal, meaning the Dark Slayer is more valuable and much riskier. Random goes in, bracelets, 1v2, 1v3, it doesn't matter, he stands strong. Ruiz has been caught out in the meantime. There's the Angelic Splendor to try and keep him alive, and it works. Ruiz will survive, and now finally he falls. Random able to pick him up. The Team Queso might have just done enough damage because they managed to get the trade kill onto Random. Now they get more. Zefta as well, the mage will fall, and that team play turns the fight on its head.
It took so long to kill Ruiz that he basically served as his team's tank there, staying alive for so long. That is the power of first of all, his healing, and also the Angelic Splendor that came out from the Xenial, keeping him alive there. And that overextension, what turned into an overextension from Clash because of the protection on Ignis, ended up being Clash's downfall.
Memorized in trouble in mid from Goldie, but will turn it round, grouping up with the rest of the team and taking a tower. Clash, despite, like you said, their good play, their good initiation, they just weren't able to close out the kill thanks to the Angelic Splendor coming through from Yavex, and now, look at where they are. No, seriously, look at where they are, because they've just picked up an Abyssal Dragon somehow in the middle of all this. They'll lose a tower for it, but I think that's a worthwhile trade. Well, actually, the time's ticking. 20 seconds. He's gone.
Right, I'm not sure at this point of the game. It's to that point where I don't know if the gold is as important as getting a tower, because the gold is not going to snowball as far or as hard as it would in the early stages of the game. But certainly it's an okay thing to do while they're taking your tower.
Goldie pushed back. Random. Very far forward. Has to run through a hizzy vid to escape. Bracelets will be spent. But there's the fire crash as well. He's stalled up. Simjo's here to mop things up. And it's another clean fight to Team Queso.
Yeah, Random was in the midst of all of those heroes, but the real casualty was Sephra trying to help Random out and getting taken out on the backside there. So Random really putting his team in a rough spot. And look at the gold amounts for the actual players. Sephra has the lowest gold on the team other than Arum. That is not a place you want to be in.
I would like to note that Sky was not relevant to that fight. We talked about him being a big part of this team's carry potential, particularly during the mid-late game. We haven't really seen that happen. Ooh. Mowgli, tied up in mid, will get pushed back. There's the Holy Embers burned down. Mowgli's gone. Random will commit to the fight, desperately trying to make backline contact. Does get Simjo low, cannot get the kill. Zefta does get a trade in the meantime. Ibuchichi will fall, but that's a 1v2 trade, and I don't think that's good enough. Sky needs to be the carry this team needs, and he's thinking about just split pushing as they lose the mid-lane tower. That's not a terrible thought.
Clash a little bit desperate in this situation, trying to go onto Simjo, even though he has the Dark Blessing. They were really never going to get that kill, and look at Simjo, has so much healing to his name. Actually popped the active there for Bow of Slaughter to try to get that extra healing, so that's going to be on a long cooldown, but not working out for Clash here. Shouldn't really go for a hero in the backline that has a revive on his face.
Yeah. Definitely a little over-ambitious, I would agree. And, well, they may pay for it, as now there's a lot of emphasis being put towards their top lane, and that will reset the wave that was just pushed. The rest of Clash drift down towards the bot lane.
So we've been talking about Moran a lot, but I think that Zefta has not been quite as effective as Sephra as we've seen all game, and oh my goodness, Goldie.
Bye. Been playing relatively well, given that there were 5 people on him. Stayed back a while.
Well, Clash is continuing to go with the strategy of heavy split push, and they'll give up their heroes to do it. This time Random is actually on the case, but they really value those side lanes.
It's a gold game. They need to catch back up, and sure, maybe they lose a kill, but taking a tower for it, they think is worth it. Here's the pressure into their base on the high ground. If they lose this, it's absolutely not worth it. Mowgli in, will land the snare. Memorized up for grabs, but they can't quite find the kill. Angelic Splendor will come through, resetting the Alice. Random's in on the flank with bracelets of submission to go wide. Their high ground tower's already fallen. Sky needs to get in on this. He spent tactical fire, but he's badly caught out. The Bow of Slaughter isn't enough. As Simjo comes out on top, it's only Ibuchichi to fall. Kulash try and turn this round. Clash pushing ever further forward. Zefta will go down as well. Here's the core open, and it will be game number 1 over to Team Queso.
Well played by Team Queso. I gotta say though, Clash running in one at a time into the 5-man death ball. Not the greatest of solutions there. We talked about the last time we saw Clash play, when we saw the Morn against the Tau, whoever wins, or excuse me, whoever of those heroes is alive after a couple of seconds into the fight, that team's going to win. And we saw it there as well. Simjo outputting so much damage there and just melting those towers.
Game number 1, dominantly over to Team Queso. Now, Clash have the opportunity to turn things round, but I think we need to see Sky do much, much better, and we need to see Team Queso not be able to run rampant throughout the enemy sidelines.
Whew, I just clicked on the details, and Simjo has a 105,000, which is good for 45% of his team's damage. That feels like a hero you probably want to get on.
Really?
Yeah, I would say so.
That's pretty rough. Simjo able to find a lot, and you could see a lot of. I really liked his usage of Eagle Eye. A lot of it was preemptive. Sometimes you see Telenasus spending Eagle Eye just in the middle of fights for extra damage, but he was using it actually ahead of time to scare people back, to pressure them back, to find extra damage before the fight begins.
And you do actually get extra vision, not as far as the Fog of War is concerned, but the actual game pans out so you can see what's going on. And if you have decent enough positioning, then you can certainly use that to your advantage. And Simjo this time outplaying his counterpart in Sky there.
Yeah. And it was a rough lane for Sky. I'd like to call out Zefta as well, because you brought it up. You said quite correctly that Zefta was a major reason for the victory in Clash's previous games. This game, on Sephra, things did not go his way.
And Random, even though he had the great engages earlier on when we saw him play, this time just a lot of ill-advised engages. And you know, we're talking about all these individual players, but we have to just say it outright. You know, Clash just wasn't playing as a team. It felt like if they were together a bit better, if they were engaging properly, then they could have pulled these out. I mean, look at Sky. He has enough gold to deal the damage, but the team wasn't there to be able for him to put the damage in, or he wasn't there when the team was going in. One of the two.
Yeah. I think both those are completely true. I want to see... Now, game number 2, a change around of strategy. I didn't really like Mowgli's performance here either. I don't want to call out his character pool, but we've really only ever seen him do well during the entire Season 2 of the Valor series on Juggernaut. And he does play a decent Aram, and we know he pulls it out. There, the Aram was not performing well. Is that a potential weakness for the team?
Honestly, I think that it was part of what I just mentioned, that they weren't really playing together as a team, because he got in with a couple of flicker ults. He was able to get Tel in snare a couple of times, which is what you're supposed to do as Aram. It's just the follow-up wasn't there. And it must be said that Team Queso did a great job protecting anyone that was under threat, between the Angelic Splendor, between just making sure that the other team couldn't get on top of them. You know, they were keeping their squishies alive, but Clash just has to follow up on those kills. They have to get those kills when he's on them. So honestly, it's just a matter of team play and capitalizing on those opportunities.
Okay. Game number 2. A best of 3 set in the upper bracket finals. Winner goes almost guaranteed into the Valor series. Not 100% if they go second place, and I guess the
world conspires against them, and every single
literally
team.
they bomb out first round, and every other team places one better than they did during qualifier number 1. The second place team could conceivably not make Valor series. But but
unlikely.
You'd have to work on
it. You'd have to try. So
winning this game basically guarantees your spot. It's very, very important. And that means that coming into this game number 2, there's never been a better option. There's never been a better chance to demonstrate your skill. If Team Queso can 2-0 their way into the finals, they're basically guaranteed the Valor series.
So, for Clash, I want to just more eloquently state what I mentioned earlier, is they can pick the same comp and win, but every time they see an opportunity, they need to snap kill that person and just go on a dime. Or they need better dive. They just need better heroes to dive, because if they're not going to snap go on every opportunity, then they need to have more contingency plans, right? More ways to get to the back line if plan A doesn't work.
This is, as a reminder, the upper bracket final, not the grand final, the upper bracket final. So, not the final, just the first final.
TJ, you know what I love?
Yeah?
Is when teams remember why they always ban a certain hero. It's like, oh yeah, Ignis. Gotta ban that guy.
Yeah, we didn't really even touch on it, but Ruse just played a good Ignis, and what do you do about that?
It's like, that's why we always ban him first. I remember now. Maybe we should do that.
Gets his Sephra. Richter in response.
I'm actually very curious to see how Zeta will play this game, absent the Ignis on the other side. Because that could make all the difference.
Didn't really do too well that last game, but like you say, was struggling into an Ignis. You will see Richter and Alice is the double pickup. Memorized on Alice is always terrifying. What? Okay.
Panic? Panic! We already have a mage! What just happened? I was okay with the Jinnar. Honestly, no, Jinnar Sephra is not that bad. It's a very nice dive.
2 melee, though. I suppose it's not any better with Arthur. I don't know about this. Not a big fan of
They
this
are going
Arthur
for the
pickup. Are they going
They're
for
going
the
to Jinnar anyway.
Anyway. Where would that even play? Is this jungle telling
They need a support and the jungler right now. Is this a troll? What's happening? Support Raz. Okay, we're gonna do this. We're gonna figure this out.
No! Support Arthur. Jungle Telenos, side lane Jinnar and Raz.
Either way.
Or they messed up in the pick phase and they're gonna call for a reset? I don't think they can do that though. I think according to the rules, you got what you draft.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe they're saying we can load up on magic damage because, by the way, both Arthur and Tell have a decent amount of magic damage. Wait, Arthur has Disrupt. But they can't kill towers because they have mages, not marksmen.
Arthur has a buff to his primary that does decently, right?
His first attack, you mean? Or his first ability?
Yeah.
Righteous Fervor?
Doesn't that buff his basic attack?
It does buff his basic attack,
And
but only once.
Telenos. That's enough.
Not for 3 minutes. If they're going for a cheesy tower killing strat. So
Same.
we have our
Jungle
answer.
Raz. Side
Jungle
lane
Raz, yeah.
Telenos. Arthur being run, I guess, in Rome? Maybe... Okay, no, Mowgli's the support player. So Sephra in Rome support, Arthur in other side lane, mid-Jinnar.
Right. You know, technically they have a comp. Despite the fact that they've managed to draft...
They literally have 5 characters.
They have 3 mages, but they actually do have 5. They have all 5 positions covered, technically.
Jungle Raz.
Welcome to Arena.
Jungle Raz.
Get ready.
Yeah, let's do it. Are they going to try to regame? What is going on?
They call it an instant pause. That could just be lag, or it could be that they're asking
given up
for
on
a lobby
life.
reset. Because it could be that they had technical error and one of their players crashed and they just threw the rest of the draft in. God, I hope that's the case. They went, oh no, someone crashed, just pick whatever, we'll remake the lobby. God, I hope that's the case. Because otherwise, I need to work out what this is.
And this is the winners final, and we're not casting Nova, so we highly doubt that there's going to be some sort of troll here.
Yeah, no, this definitely isn't a game you wouldn't give 100%. So, it's either the secretest strategy the world has ever seen, or a technical issue. One of the two. No, we're getting back in! We'll see if there's an instant call to surrender. If there isn't, then we're just playing like this.
They're not moving. Tell was just moving around in base. Doesn't seem like she's about to go onto the map.
We're gonna assume there are technical issues. I'm gonna call that as the safe bet. Have you ever seen Jungle Raz?
Yeah, but
Wait, really?
not in a professional professional game, no.
I was like, wait, what? I know, like, I feel like, Brandbag did it.
Yeah,
Brandbag
he
also
did.
believes it's viable to run boots down mid, so, you know.
I've seen, like, Hawk do it of Team HQ, but he's a god. So, us mere mortals can't possibly do that.
So, the thing is, if they didn't literally have someone crash out, they cannot redraft, according to the rules.
Yeah, if they just screwed up, if they're like, oh, whoops, then
Yeah.
Then they have to go with this.
But judging by the length of the pools, there is a genuine technical issue. So, we'll assume.
Well, they might be trying to talk to Queso, and Queso's like, "No, dude. Maybe it's just one big argument where Clash is like, no, we disconnected," and Queso's like, "No, you didn't. Give us the win." And they're just yelling at each other in Spanish. That could be what's happening.
I think like 4 of them are French.
Maybe one's yelling in Spanish and the other's yelling in French, and no one can understand what's happening.
I'd watch that sitcom. We will bring it up with the admins. I think the strangest jungle I've ever seen run in competitive play has got to be the Tulin that was pulled out at AWC. But that won, so you know.
Did we have a Toro jungle from Vex one time?
I did say competitive play, not Vex winning a community cup.
No. It was in the Valor Series Season 1.
I know he ran Toro during Go 4 finals one week.
No, there was Valor Series Season 1. It was at the end of the season when they already secured the number one seed, so it didn't matter. So that's why. But I'm pretty sure he went like crit Toro and they won anyway because they were even more dominant as Team Noob.
The number one memory of making weird things work in jungle is still that Pura jungle that we saw during the Saturday Scramble tournament.
Oh yeah. That was beautiful.
Full attack speed Pura. See what happens. Turns out gets a little bit terrifying.
Well, there was exactly 1 minute of fear.
Yeah,
when she
there
hit
was
that
like
power
one moment
spike.
where somebody wandered into lane against a Puro and was like, wait, what? Wait, what? Then we were good. Then we knew that the Puro was doing a weirdly high amount of damage and everyone played around it.
Right, and then they killed her because the rest of her kit doesn't really revolve around auto attacks. And that was the end of that.
Well, tell you what, why don't we let the admins sort out what exactly this is? And we will give you an update as we go on, because there's not really a whole lot of point to us sitting here babbling.
Or is there?
You can't just babble about... You can't just babble about whether or not we get to babble. That's not how that works.
Or can you? Or is it? I don't know. My own
Be right
comeback.
back. Give us like 2 minutes and we'll talk to the admins and figure something out. The upper bracket finals continues as soon as we have an update on what's caused this. Alright, that composition, thank God, was not the composition. D2.
Are we really happy about that? Because I was looking forward to
it.
Yeah. A little bit. Part of me.
Apparently a player disconnected during the draft and it automatically picked Arthur, and that's how we ended up in that world. So, we'll remake the match. Clash versus Team Queso will continue with a somewhat more reasonable draft, hopefully. And we'll get back into the game in a moment.
That makes me happy, though. The fact that a professional player, his most played hero is Arthur.
Oh yeah, that is what it means. Because it just automatically selects your most played player, or most played character if you disconnect.
Yep.
Who was it? How do we shame them?
Hey, there's nothing wrong with Arthur, okay?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely is. Now that Valentine's apparently viable, the only character I can really get on people's case for is playing Arthur.
Arthur's good. Arthur's underrated.
You're underrated.
Oh, thank you.
I mean, overrated.
So you gotta say something nice,
Rated.
so that when they throw that back at you, it's a compliment. And you're like, oh, shouldn't have.
Arthur's really nice. You're really nice.
Oh, burns.
So the admin ruling is that we will do exactly the same draft until where an Arthur got picked. And then we'll change up the draft as the teams see fit.
And then plot twist, they'll do the exact same draft.
Possible. So if you're just joining us, we did have a snafu. Player disconnected during the draft phase and ended up with an Arthur. I don't know. It'll be fixed up. We're redrafting. We'll get into the game again.
I just like that 3 mages were picked and it still fit into the general shape of a normal comp.
I don't know. You were decidedly more okay with that composition than I was. I was looking at that composition in alarm and terror. And you were like, I don't know, Raz Jungle. Sure.
Well, my first thought was, weirdly enough, Raz support, because I've seen, I think it was Sun of Team AHQ, now of Team TDC, play Raz support before, and it worked. But then again, they're, triple queuing, and they're 3 of the best players in the world. Speaking of old AHQ members.
Yeah, and this is the upper bracket finals of the Valor Series qualifier. You can't just mess around. This is serious business.
Or you could mess around and it's even more epic when you win.
In order to get the epic victory, D2 needs your help. Simply send him your credit card and the 3 digits on the back. Sorry, it's a lot to think about.
Well, think of it this way. If we do something
You're like,
epic...
well, I mean, I wouldn't say no.
No, I mean, if you play a crazy comp in the finals of the Valor Series Season 3 qualifiers, no less, then you are immortalized forever, and then you get those sweet, sweet Twitch views.
Their chance of the Valor Series.
And then, but what I'm trying to say is no one remembers the winner. They remember the guy who did the crazy thing. And then you get those sweet, sweet YouTube and Twitch views.
All right, valid. I'm in. Sign me up. We have the game, though. We've sorted it out. Everyone's back into the lobby. We are ready to go. That it was less climactic than I'd hoped because we didn't go.
There was a lack of go.
Let's talk draft, because we did kind of skim over it up until the Arthur. Prior to the Arthur, things had already gotten a little bit weird.
Refresh my memory, because it's all a blur of mages.
You were completely blocked out by the second the Arthur pick came through. You were like, "Oh, I'm out. I can't deal with it."
No, I was in. I could only focus on the Arthur. I'm like, yes, do it.
And are you an Arthur man? Are you one of the?
Well, on SEA, I started playing the game on SEA because that server came up before NA, and it was closer to Japan. And Arthur's my most played hero on that server.
Right.
I'm a really good Arthur player, even though he's really easy. But I get to actually focus because he's so
it's like being a
versatile.
really good Hot Wheels driver. You just put it on the track and it works. I don't know.
Okay, here's the thing. I don't have to worry about micro nonsense, right? I can just worry about keeping my eye on the mini-map, rotating well, being in good position, engaging at the right time. Yeah, it's like all the decision-making things that are important, not the actual moving my big fat thumbs on the screen things.
What are you really good at? Oh man,
Blue
I'm a
team's
really
turn
good
to ban.
artist. Nice. Do you do original work? No, I just use coloring books, but I'm really good.
Team's turn to ban.
Just fill in the
I
lights.
paint
Perfect at it.
exactly in
What are
the
you playing
lines.
Arena of Valor? Arthur.
Blue
Oh,
team's
checks
turn
out.
to ban.
Welcome to game. It
Blue
is
team's
game
turn
number
to ban.
2. Lost track.
You know what?
Red team's
We're gonna go bronze to masters with Arthur only, just because you said that.
You're gonna.
Red team's turn to pick.
Just to show all the people talking crap about Arthur, all the gold 45% win rates saying Arthur is not good. I'll show
Hey!
you.
Don't target me like that. Feel judged. All right, draft time. Instead of Arthur, it looks like we're hovering Violet, our first of the tournament, coming through in the jungle for Clash.
Yeah, you specifically mentioned Violet earlier when we saw a bunch of slims. And it's decent in this particular situation because if you did pick the slims, you would get completely demolished by Lindis. But Violet's the one hero who can kind of deal with the Lindis just by outranging her.
Mm-hmm. Raz coming through. Oh my goodness, they are running double mage. Not triple mage, but double mage. Opposing them, it will be a pretty standard draft in case of just do what they did before. So, support Sephira. Mid lane Raz. Side lane is Telenas and Omen. Jungle is Violet.
TJ, we talked about this earlier. Sephira is not great at supports unless you have secondary half support and like a Xenial. But I just don't see this working.
Absolutely no faith.
No, I don't see it working. It could still work. I have maybe 10% faith. It really the thing is, Clash would just have to outplay Team Queso. And yes, that's how you win games. I understand it's a very basic statement to say, but they would have to really outplay Team Queso in order to win this game, in my opinion.
Well, Team Queso, I agree,
10
did
seconds
win the
remaining.
match on the drafting side, but as we've seen, that does not necessarily guarantee them victory. We have confirmation with that role swap that it will be Mowgli, the support player, picking up Sephira. I believe our second pure support Sephira so far.
Yeah. It's the second time we've seen this today, and we'll see how it works for Mowgli. Mowgli is a support specialist, so you know he's been practicing the support side of Sephira. Okay, TJ, I downplayed it, but here we go. Here is the way that Clash wins this. They use the fact that they have lots of damage dealers early to run around the map and poke down the side of Team Queso. They snowball that into objectives. That gets them to the late game where Telenos and Violet just keep completely chunk the opposing side, and they kill all the towers and win the game because towers wins games, TJ.
All right. How do you feel about Tulin? Rui's opting for Tulin over L'Oreal.
I would prefer Tulin over L'Oreal in this particular situation. I think I'd be better off with... Well, the Raz was taken. I'm trying to think of a better hero here. Perhaps something like a Jinnar.
Oh no, she was banned.
To engage.
Something like a Jinnar 2 can get into them, but Tulin is fine. The reason why Tulin is fine is because they can't really afford to fall behind, or else this could snowball, like I just mentioned. Ooh.
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 Oh! Mowgli.
Ooh.
Ooh. Knocked quite low. Simjan. We'll stabilize. I think we should use words in the future, but I respect that we were able to do that, you know?
It's just an all-O broadcast. It's fine.
Ooh.
It should. I should mention. I've mentioned this a few times in the broadcast already, but up in there in top lane, Yavix versus Goldie, he took the Seagull and then went back to clear the wave. That is not going to happen next week, because first of all, he's probably not going to be able to run a jungle item because you have to get to 30 seconds now, which is a lot harder to do. and you're going to get less gold from the minions crashing to your tower. So 2 things we're not going to see next week.
As a reminder of stakes, before we get back into this is the winner's bracket final, game number 2 of the BO3. The winner of this goes into the grand final and awaits the winner of the lower bracket, but is not guaranteed a slot in the Valor series. They're basically guaranteed off of the points that they generate from placing either second or first. The loser is guaranteed at least 3rd place, or at least 3rd place, which isn't bad either, but definitely isn't great.
Team Keys are doing a really good job of forcing back the side of Clash, and as long as they can reasonably hold this early game, they're going to be in great shape for the mid and late game, because there's just no protection on the side of Clash. But we're in the bottom lane. Things getting dicey potentially.
Sky, Random, and Mowgli all grouped up early, looking for a little bit of extra damage. They have found an Abyssal Dragon. Memorize is nearby, though. It's not really a discovery, it's just something they've laid their claim to. Random will be there. There's the dive in. Random does get the Abyssal, but he's very, very low. Simjo commits over the wall for the trade, and it's not over yet. All of Clash needs to flee back into their jungle. They do get a 1-1 trade and the Dragon. Provided that's all, it will be in their favor. As is, they do need to fight for this Might Golem. Uvuchichi not letting them get away with it.
Mowgli trying to use the Tide of Life there to heal his teammates, but his teammates not privy to his thoughts there, his strategy, and they weren't really there for the heal, which means they have to go back to the lane with still bruised HP bars.
Spending a heal and watching your entire team bail out of it is one of the worst feelings in the world. Support name, by the way.
Yeah, it certainly feels bad, man.
Lay out a lifeboat, and all these boat passengers jump out of the lifeboat into the shark-infested ocean. Can you swim? Nope.
Just gonna stay here though, if that's okay with you.
Just like the
By the way,
shark feel on my body.
By the way, the Abyssal Dragon not really showing up in the gold score here.
No, it did go over to Clash, but that was not a sustained gold lead, as you can see. Sky, actually, I just also watched him at Random miss the reset on that Might Golem, so it's not going perfect. Maybe the late time getting to a little bit of everyone on these EU games.
Oh, this collapse.
Potentially.
Oh. Simjo not quite close enough in the bushes to get the knock up on the charge there.
3 players to defend. It's dicey. However, Simjo is going for a jungle strike in with the mark of... Oh, no, the mark of the hunter. Not quite enough. Angelic Splendor will come through. There's the life. Regen granted. Yavex takes the front line, and they'll try and pick up the Seagull. They do. That'll give them extra vision around this Abyssal Dragon.
Simjo a little bit too over-eager there. He could have just held his position. By doing that, now Xenial has to come over and try to save him and go back to where he came from, but this Abyssal Dragon still under contest.
There's the damage onto Random. He needs to flee back. Thunderbird will connect into the massive players, but the turnaround is there. A Q-Lash surge forward. Abyssals goes to Team Queso, but it's not the big story as both Memorized and Ibuchichi fall in the middle of the fray.
Zeph does repeat after me. Zeph going in with that charge, just taking out multiple members, providing that difference there. Oh my goodness, he is really making up for game 1.
A strong turnaround for him. Team Queso repeatedly suffering around these Abyssal Dragon fights. Gilash do seem to have figured something out.
Well, they're doing a really good job of going in at the exact right time, but before they go in, just making sure to poke and not get engaged upon by the side of Team Queso, because again, Team Queso has the engaged tools, right? They have a standard team comp with a front line that can go onto them, but Clash is just refusing to give them that opportunity to get on top of them, and instead they're waiting for their chance to get the damage in.
Mowgli will push forward. Rui's under threat. That will be the Angelic Splendor landing on top of him. Now they're trying to find a return force, and they'll grab Mowgli quite low. There's the Thunderbird. Ruiz finds the kill.
Beautifully done. No real way to block it because no one can block it. Your entire team is extremely squishy, but again, it's taken out.
The mark of the hunter, Simjo, that's 2 underneath 2 towers. He's got more though. Sky will cut off his retreat so he doesn't get away scot-free. But my goodness, that was bold.
That was beautifully done, taking out both of them under the tower. He had a choice of door left or door right, or door A or door B. Chose wrong. The Telenos sitting there waiting for him.
Ibuchichi wants to be able to push through into this tower. So many circles. Mowgli will scare him back with his. Old water keeping him back while Sky cleans up with the eagle eye down bottom.
Arena of Circles. It's the name of the game here.
I feel like I'm playing Osu.
I'm really bad at that game, even though
So
I'm
are
normally
most
good at
human
rhythm
beings.
games.
Weirdly. Yavex will scare Goldie back.
But I was always been good at rhythm games. It kind of made me annoyed that I wasn't good at that. Anyway.
Mowgli and Sky will be caught up, potentially, by Memorized and Ibuchichi. Simjo waiting in the bush as well. This is a full gank play. They've had their rough experiences with the previous towers, or the previous abyssals rather. And they're willing to sacrifice a tower and Yavex in order to make sure they get this one, but Team Queso are still struggling to pick it up.
Yeah, I was watching the top lane there. It was
Simjo.
Yavex. Oh.
Into Mowgli. That's all. They find damage and nothing more. The Abyssal will reset. Is this the chance for Team Queso?
Well, could be. They still down 1,000 gold. But yeah, in the top line, like I mentioned, 2-member commit there to take down the tower. That's Embrace as well, in order to make sure that happened. But still, things very, very even.
Flash will split up, but that Abyssal does go back over to Team Queso, helping with their gold situation somewhat. Here's the full push into bottom lane. This should be a look for a tower. Simjo looking for the commit on his own, just needs to bail. Memorized in a similar situation after a brief exchange, but Clash don't get the tower. Yavex caught up inside Goldie's Death's Embrace. Oh, the Death's Beckon mid-air on the Malleus. That's not bad at all.
Get right back here, Yavex. Don't Malleus away. I want to point out something. There's precious little magic defense on the side of Team Queso, and there's lots of magic damage on the side of Clash, particularly considering the magic crits that are coming out.
Simjo, 1, almost 2, yes 2, and the Angelic Splendor, he's in it for the healing. Beautiful fight from Team Queso. Perfect coordination, and they sweep the floor of Clash.
Taking out Zepta at the end there as well. This is exactly why a Bizarro composition like this just cannot work here if you're a Clash. If you get too far forward, this was Team Queso's opportunity to get on them, and they certainly capitalized. The instant they found the opportunity, they went in, and yeah, just no front line to speak of to prevent the engage.
I am in awe of how good that team fight was. It was genuinely the cleanest thing I've seen all morning, and I cleaned my counters with a sponge.
The analogies aside, the reason why it was so clean, TJ, is because there was nothing there to muck it up. There's no CC, there's no Dark Dominions, there's no Metamorphosis to push them away.
No stains on these counters. It was beautiful. Now we'll see if Team Queso can repeat the effect. Mowgli will be knocked quite low, having to retreat through the Hissy Fin. A fun trick we've seen Memorized pull in so many games today.
Yeah, exactly. That Hissy Fit can cause so many problems and help him get away as well. Avex doing an admirable job holding off Goldie. It's not so easy to deal with an Omen, but he's doing his best.
Here's the focus on the enraged Abyssal Dragon. Ruiz, Simjo, Ibuchichi nearby. Flash, not nearly as safe as they think they are, and Simjo's in once again. Skycrew's the focus. Oh. He's gone. Zepta as well. Team Queso have another clean team fight, and it will be the enraged Abyssal Dragon picked up as well, giving a buff across the board to the team. Team Queso I said, can you repeat such a clean team fight? They did.
Team Queso has correctly identified the problem. With a team full of damage dealers, who do you focus? And they've realized who they need to go for, and that is the Telenos.
And they've done exactly that. The Telenos repeatedly shut down. Random now caught out all alone. Spotted Goldie in the jungle, but that's not their primary focus. The one thing I will say is Team Queso, despite it feels like winning so many of these team fights in the last few minutes, really struggled for tower pressure.
Right, it's hard to get in the towers when there's so many marksmen rebuffing your efforts, so I can't really blame them too hard, at least not as much as we've harped on other European teams in the past, in particular today as well.
Darkslayer, now the focus, they're saying, if we're struggling to get towers, why not? Well, I don't disagree, I guess, memorized.
Well,
zoning up front, Darkslayer will fall uncontested.
yeah, it certainly helps when you have something like a Lindis who can tear it down very, very quickly. Otherwise, that curse that is on you that prevents you from killing it very quickly can result in a throw. Not this time, though.
He has such a long way to fly. We need a labor union. What is this? Just unfair.
Tulin is just in the fountain. The Drake's like, no, don't you dare.
Why?
Like, here you go, Drake. He's like, I am here. Why here?
He's got such a long way to fly. It seems rude. I don't know.
I returned. Really?
Mowgli caught out. Will be forced to back up. Simjo and the rest of Team Queso are here.
If you guys are wondering for the actual reason, by the way, it's because the minions get buffed and you get the maximum time of buff minions. And goodbye, Raz!
Oh, I didn't even catch that. I was trying to keep track of the overall map. Raz just gets deleted underneath the tower. The same fate befalls Sky as he tries to play Telenas unsuccessfully. It'll be...
Ruiz jumped on him, got his full combo off, including his passive, and then dropped the Thunderbird. Tel was not able to block it.
The tower under threat. High ground this time. That should be a pretty easy pickup. Ruiz is in. Memorized leading with this hissy fit. Oh my lord, Simjo! That's illegal! Stop it! Mowgli will turn around and try the tides of life, but they're only tides of sorrow. As it will be game number 2 picked up. Team Queso through to the grand final.
And this, folks, is why traditional comps are traditional. You pick them for a reason. The squishy comp of Clash, once it got to the mid-game, once they even tried to step one foot on the side of Queso, they got run over.
Now, Team Queso look more dominant than ever before. They performed extraordinarily well during the Season 2 qualifiers as well. I believe they took some weird wins, although they didn't come out on top. So definitely a team that consistently does well in online play, it feels like, where they can be a little bit more unpredictable. We'll see if this carries through to the regular season. They're now almost guaranteed to make. Congratulations to Team Queso, though they don't, of course, have to rest on their laurels yet. The only way to 100% guarantee they're in is to win the grand final. They've now ensured themselves a ticket to.
Looking forward to who that grand final opponent could possibly be.
Would you like to give us a bracket update?
If I shall refresh and talk slowly while that happens so that I can give you that update.
I did that earlier, so it checks out.
Nice. All right, let's see. Nova Esports is playing against Night Squad in the lower bracket semifinal. And Phoenix, sorry, semifinal number 1, I should say. Round of 6, I guess. And Phoenix is going against Team 404. Cream Esports is out, like you mentioned earlier. Team %1 is awaiting the winner of Nova and Night Squad, whereas Sleepy Team, that's me, by the way, is awaiting the winner of Phoenix
and Team
404.
Okay, well, tell you what, the bracket freezes in 15 minutes. There won't be a way to get a game done during that time, much less a BO3. So I'm going to go ahead and, with the approval of the admin, which I am, full disclosure, still waiting on, we'll go ahead and call that a day for the European side of the bracket. We'll switch over and begin our broadcast of the North American side of the bracket. But I do have some unfortunate news. Due to some technical issues, we're going to have to stop pushing the stream to this server, and we're going to shift, due to those tech issues, towards my personal Twitch channel. So yay! So if you would like to catch the North American side of the broadcast, you can find it over at my personal Twitch channel, which is twitch.tv/esportstj. I apologize for the change of venue, but such things happen, I guess. And we will see what we can do. So, D2, while I'm setting all this up, because I suddenly have a lot of things to do, would you mind walking us through the day in EU and maybe what you're looking forward to in the second day of EU coming tomorrow?
Well, EU started very crazily with Nova falling in the first round to Cream. We saw some pretty interesting matches throughout the day. Syndicate starting our day off with a dominant win, but that same dominant Syndicate team ended up falling in the lower bracket later on, not picking up very many points for themselves. Now, in the upper brackets, at the end of the day, we had Team Queso winning through, like we just saw. Lots of just teams beating each other. We had, after Cream beat Nova, Cream lost to Clash, and then Clash lost to Queso, like we just saw here. Clash earlier in the day also defeated, I'm forgetting, I think it was Dead Rabbits, and then Dead Rabbits in, oh, excuse me, no, Dead Rabbits lost to Queso. Lots of crazy Spanish teams in this tournament. I'm doing a very bad job of recapping this, but Nova Esports still alive, the champions, barely making out of a couple other games earlier today. In particular, having a huge scare against Existence, but they are alive and well, and certainly, potentially, another champion and awaiting for them in Season 3.
Thanks. I'm currently getting everything set up for the North American stream. You can find that once again over at twitch.tv/esportstj. And I would like to apologize for that. We had some technical issues with the server we're pushing to for the European stream. It's alright, it'll still happen, we'll still broadcast it. It will be on my Twitch channel, that's twitch.tv/esportstj. Thank you very much for watching our European coverage. I do hope you enjoyed it. We'll be back, like I said, in just a few moments on the other stream. It'll be in about 15 minutes that the North American bracket starts. So if you are interested in our coverage of it, you can go ahead and check out the sign-ups, both for... Hey, we should do that as well. If you watch today and you want to sign up for the qualifier number 2, which will be next weekend, you can do that over at esl.gg/AOV. That's esl.gg/AOV. And whilst you're there, you can also check out the North American bracket, the broadcast of which is starting in about 10-15 minutes. My name's been TJ, joined by D2. D2 is available at D2AOV, his website, d2aov.com, and his Twitch channel. I'm, of course, at eSportsTJ on Twitter, Twitch, and everything else. And once again, unfortunately, the North American broadcast is taking place over at twitch.tv/eSportsTJ. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you guys in a bit.